call to order the March 24th, 2026 closed session meeting on the City Council at 5 o'clock. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Seaman.
Here.
Councilmember Francois. Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Keegan.
Here.
Mayor Detoy.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment in person or on Zoom?
This is the time for the members of the public to address the council on the closed session agenda only. I did not receive any speaker cards, nor do I have any hands raised online.
All right, thank you, and we'll recess to closed session. right. Welcome, everyone. I call to order the March 24th, 2026 regular meeting of the City Council at 6:02 p.m. And will Aaron Pepper please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Seaman,
Here.
Councilmember Francois,
Here.
Councilmember Jackson,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Keegan,
Here.
Mayor Dutoy.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, could you please provide us with a closed session report?
The mayor and city council met on the items listed on the agenda in the closed session. There are no reportable actions.
Thank you. And do any of my colleagues have any announcements this evening? All right, seeing none, I do have a couple. Join the Hermosa Beach police officers for coffee and conversations at the next What the Fuzz event this Thursday, March 26th, from 8 to 10 a.m. at Stecca Tavern, 439 Pier Avenue. Then we also have the Spring Paper Shredding and Compost Giveaway event on Saturday, April 4th from 8 a.m. to noon. The City and Athens Services will host its Spring Paper Shredding and Compost Giveaway event. It's free to all residents. The event will take place at the Community Center at 710 Pier Avenue. Enter the driveway off of Pier Avenue. Please bring your own containers and shovels for the compost, and paper shredding will be done on site. And with that, I'll go to approval of the agenda. Looking for a motion to approve.
So moved, Mr. Mayor. Second.
Motion
I'd like
from-
to pull item 15L.
Okay.
That's the downtown lighting and beautification.
Okay, so a motion to approve noting 15L is pulled from consent. Councilmember Jackson and Councilmember Seaman. Can we get a vote, Madam City Clerk?
That was 15I, right, that we're pulling?
I did not. Is it 15I? L.
Thank you. All right, voting is now open.
Councilmember Francois, you want us to do a voice vote?
Yeah. Yes.
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Perfect. Now bring us to proclamation and presentation, Madam City Clerk.
Item 11A, recognizing resident and UFC welterweight contender Jean-Paul Lebesnyani.
All right, Chief Phillips, if you could do the introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. We're here tonight to honor Hermosa Beach resident and UFC fighter Jean-Paul Lebesnyani. And I'm sure a lot of you have known John Paul, seen him around town. He's been here his whole life, raised in Hermosa Beach. I first met John Paul when he was 5 years old, and we were both training together at Nono's Hapkido on Pier Avenue. John Paul is a Hermosa Beach resident through and through, did junior lifeguards, attended high school at Maricosta, wrestled for Maricosta High School. I believe he got his first sports contract when he was 17. So this young man is an accomplished athlete from a very early age, and he's been tearing it up in the mixed martial arts world. Undefeated as an amateur fighter, been throughout a different couple of fight circuits. He's on a 5-fight win streak and recently won his UFC debut. So, Mr. Mayor, I think there's a proclamation that you might be reading, but we're here to honor Jean-Paul Lebesnyani, Hermosa Beach resident and contender in the UFC.
Perfect, I'll be right down. Did he pin you at 5 years old?
So it was several years ago, and when he was young, that I realized that he outclassed me in martial arts in many ways, and I would not tangle with John Paul, maybe just for fun.
Thank you, Landon.
Do you have anything you want to say?
Sure.
I'll give you this. You can
Where should I
look at
do
the
this?
audience. and-
Hello, everyone. Thank you. First off, I want to say thank you to the city of Hermosa Beach and to the council for all of this. I never thought that I would be honored in Hermosa Beach like this, so very grateful to be here and to represent. As long as I can remember, since I was a little kid, I traveled competing in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and I always would be proud to write Hermosa Beach when I was writing down the city that I was fighting out of. So to be at the highest level, on the highest stage, representing Hermosa Beach, it's an absolute honor, and I hope that any boys and girls that are growing up that are trying martial arts know that they can become somebody and make something of themselves, even though they come from a small beach town. So if I can do it, more people can do it. Thank you.
I'll give you this and read a copy. Since I'm going to butcher your last name, I'll say Jean-Paul. Whereas Jean-Paul was born and raised in Hermosa Beach, he attended Hermosa Valley Middle School and Miracosta School. And whereas Jean-Paul made his amateur MMA debut in 2017, compiled an amateur MMA record of 7 wins, 0 losses before making his professional MMA debut in 2018. Jean-Paul boasts a professional MMA record of 10 wins and 2 losses. And whereas in his most recent bout, Jean-Paul accomplished his lifelong dream of representing Hermosa Beach in the Ultimate Fighting Championship, otherwise known as UFC, which is a preeminent global league for MMA. Jean-Paul was victorious in his UFC debut on February 21st in Houston, defeating Phil Rowe via judge decision at a sold-out Toyota Center via live on Paramount+. And whereas Jean-Paul was so impressive in his UFC debut against more experienced opponent that fans around the world have recognized their Hermosa Beach product as a top prospect in the UFC welterweight division. Now, therefore, I, Mike DeToy, Mayor of the City of Hermosa Beach, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby extend our warmest congratulations and official recognitions to Hermosa Beach resident Jean-Paul for his incredible dedication, outstanding career so far as a welterweight contender. So thank you for being an inspiration to our community. We look forward to following your future success. And we have a little thing around town that we give a Hermosa Beach commemorative surfboard to people you recognize. So congratulations. I'm going to sit down now.
Yeah, onto my account. Okay.
When the mayor walks back up, I'll just add that I had the honor to ride with Jean Paul in the St. Patrick's Day Parade. I never felt safer at a public event before.
One more thing, when's your next fight?
This summer, likely, so June, July.
Okay, we'll have to get it out on our city social media and everything else to, brag about our Hermosa Beach hometown kids. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And with that, light proclamations tonight. Madam City Clerk, will you queue up public comment, please?
This is the time for members of the public to address the City Council on items on and not on the agenda, but within the council's jurisdiction. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes and will be taken in person and via Zoom. A reminder that if you address the City Council on a municipal matter item, you will not be able to address the council on the same item when it is heard at a later part of the meeting.
And then anyone commenting, 15L has been pulled and will be heard separately as well.
All right, first speaker, Sarah H.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, residents of Hermosa Beach. I'm here to make announcements of upcoming library events. We have 2 great family concerts coming up for our little ones. This Saturday, March 28th at 10:30, we will have music with Ashley Mills. And on Saturday, April 4th, we will have Baila Baila back with their Spanish bilingual music program. And then coming up for our school-age children, tomorrow At 3 p.m., we have Uncle Gibo, the clown, with his exciting magic show with balloon animals. And then on Wednesday, April 8th, we will have Wonders of Wildlife back for a variety of live animals from the savannas of Africa to the tropical regions of South America. And that is generously sponsored by our Hermosa Beach Friends of the Library. On Wednesday, April 15th, we will have Peggy Skolmo playing the harp. She will talk about the concert harp and the Celtic harp and about their history and background. And that's also sponsored by our Hermosa Beach Friends of the Library. And for our adults, we will have The Journey of Ekphrasis Poems on Wednesday, April 22nd at 6 p.m. Celebrate National Poetry Month with Xochitl Julissa Bermejo as she guides us to write ekphrasis poetry. And that's generously sponsored by our Hermosa Beach Friends of the Library. Thank you.
Next, we have David G.
Good evening, City Council, staff. I'm going to talk about a general item related to the city's finances. I'm going to briefly identify 2 agenda items, but not speak to them in a way that should disqualify me from speaking about them directly later on. So I'm just making an observation and looking at the agenda and also thinking about that the budget cycle main events are about to be upon us. As you know, in the May and June timeframes, we have a capital improvement study session typically, which is a big part of the budget, and then we have a budget study session, and then that culminates in approval of the budget in June because our fiscal year starts on July 1st. We've got a couple of agenda items, and when I look at those and having read the reports, it dawned on me that in a way, it's almost an informal kickoff now of this budget cycle. So I'll just quickly mention there's one item that's the mid-year budget, and then another item that's about the pier, which is a major part of our capital improvements and our infrastructure. And so I think what you're going to find when you hear those items is you're going to be reinforced about some things you've been told earlier in last year's budget cycle, and I think it's going to increase your sensitivity to what our fiscal situation actually is. And my hope is that you take that to heart, and I don't think waiting 3 months is likely to change our general assessment of where we are at. It'll give us a deeper appreciation of where we're at. But I think it goes to show that sooner than later, we really are going to have to, as a city, government start prioritizing carefully, and as a community, perhaps starting to manage our expectations in light of the situation. So I wanted to increase the public's awareness and also encourage you to start thinking about our situation, not waiting 3 months, but moving forward now. And by the way, you might want to consider hearing the 15L item, since it involves a financial commitment, hearing that after the mid-year item tonight. Just a suggestion. Obviously, your call there. So that's the observation and that's the message. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Carla B.
Hi, I'm Carla Buck from Barkford Park. We wanted to thank the city for making the St. Patrick's Day Parade possible. Almost 40 dogs and their owners marched in the Barkford Park with Barkford Park during the event. And we know it all came together at the last minutes, but we are so appreciative of the city's help in keeping this lovely, quirky community tradition going. Being on the city council means making hard choices. No more so than now, right now, with huge dollars needed for the pier renovations, rising costs for services, and required repairs and upgrades. It's hard to think about adding something new. We get that. But we had such enthusiasm for a dog park, which is why, even without formally launching our fundraising campaign, we have raised enough funding we feel comfortable offering to fund the design and construction of a quality dog park in Hermosa, with the city then taking over the maintenance. Those recommendations with 2 locations will be presented from the Parks and Recreation Commission to the council on April 14th. These are Valley Park East, which is contingent to understanding ADA accessibility requirements. Number 2, a small section of the Greenbelt south of Pier to the east of the path, which is contingent on a public vote in November to change zoning in the areas. Our hope is this council will approve moving forward with these locations as a possibility, with only one eventually moving forward, and we also, maybe there's a third location in the unlikely event. But we're offering to work with the city to design and develop cost estimates to build and maintain the park, and only then would you then have the discretion to move forward. We understand you are concerned about ongoing maintenance costs. We presented suggestions for Bark the Park to work with the city to help increase dog license registration numbers. We have ideas for events and things to do that, and we also want to suggest increasing dog licensing fees. Combined, we think that would add an additional $20,000 a year, and that could go a long way to covering any additional government maintenance costs needed. We know the council must make prudent decisions in the years ahead, and we're trying to make this one an easy one. All of us are here because we love Hermosa. We want Hermosa to stand in a firm fiscal footing and still be a vibrant, safe city with wonderful public spaces we can enjoy and be proud of. We're hoping to make a dog park one of those, and we are hoping for your continued support.
Next, we have Jack L.
Hello, City Council members. Jack Levy here again, co-chair of Bark for a Park. I want to give a quick update on the fundraising activities to date for the proposed park. We've made significant progress as we've just now launched our fundraising activities. We've secured over $70,000 in commitments and recently had an anonymous donor put forward $250,000 as a matching program. This anonymous donor is currently matching any contribution going forward over $100 up to $250,000. Absolutely terrific news. With this funding, we're quite confident we're able to provide the funds necessary for the design and the build out of the park without burdening the city for additional funding. We're extremely excited to formally launch the fundraising campaign to leverage this matching program, and can do this upon finalization of the location strategy, which we're hopeful to be agreed upon in the April 14th meeting. As we mentioned before, the funding that we've secured is contingent upon the city moving forward with the locations the Bark for a Park group has proposed. As Carla mentioned, the two top locations, Greenbelt, which requires public vote in November, and the Valley Park East, which requires understanding and meeting ADA requirements. And a backup location, as Barbara from Parks and the Rec Group had recommended, we agree with and is currently under review as a backup in case the first two don't work out. Once again, on behalf of Bark for a Park, the board, the community that we've now secured over 1,400 signatures for, we want to thank you for your collaboration. It's been a great working relationship with the Parks and Rec Group. We hope you're hearing the same thing, that we feel in a solid partnership working with you all, and just so excited about making this happen together. Thank you.
Next, we have Kathy K.
Good evening, Mayor DeToy and council members. Kathy Knoll, uncorked, and also representing the chamber tonight. I would like to start by also thanking you so much for contributing to the St. Patrick's Day Parade. It's such a wonderful event. It is great for the community, and it really is great for business as well. So thank you for helping make it happen. I am talking about 15L that you pulled. Thank you, Dean, for pulling it. While we really, really appreciate the subcommittee, Mayor DeToy and Councilmember Jackson, for putting some thought into this and collaborating and figuring out where these funds could be used for beautification. We were asking that you continue this item where we can have the chamber and the business community get involved in this conversation. Me personally, I was on committees with Justin and Stacy over the years for the Downtown Improvement District. And for years, we were begging and asking for downtown lighting to be improved and string lighting to be moved forward, maybe on Hermosa Avenue. I'm also on the Downtown Business Association with Manhattan Beach, and they are moving forward with string lighting along Manhattan Avenue. So I'd like to see if we could have a conversation, if there's a way to maybe use some of these funds towards other areas that would really help the downtown businesses. And I believe that's what it was allotted for. I might have that wrong, but if we could just maybe continue with this item where we can have some off-site meetings with all of us to sit down and collaborate together on where it may be best utilized. So that's what I'm asking for tonight. Thank you so much.
Next, we have our virtual speakers. Kent Allen, your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, this is Kent Allen. First moved here in 1978. I'm a 40-year resident, and I've lived here in my home for 30 years, 12-year planning commissioner. Last month, off the record, I didn't speak at the council meeting. I did send a letter to the city attorney and the council members, and I pointed out to the city attorney that Raymond Jackson had blocked me from his Facebook page. And this is a page where he used to promote city items and talk about everything, show pictures of where he's been and all this kind of stuff. And he has blocked me, and as of today, he has not unblocked me. And I am unable to make comments on this page. I'm going to give him 48 hours to change this, but as I do believe this is unconstitutional, I will be reporting Raymond Jackson to the Fair Political Practices Commission. I don't know what else to do, I know everybody knows he doesn't like feedback, and I think everybody in the town knows this. If you go against him, you will be labeled a racist, a misogynist. He has all kinds of names he does. Once he even followed me down Ardmore yelling racial slurs at me. But in any event, I know that Raymond Jackson promotes himself and with selfies everywhere from Half Moon Bay to San Diego, okay? Most recently, I noticed that he was at the city of Carson, at their state of the city. Well, it's his right. He can go to the state of the city. He can get in his car and drive all the way to Carson. But I did notice that he didn't even bother to show up to the state of the city of Hermosa Beach. And so what I'm trying to say here right now is that here's a guy that is so self-promoting that he can't even show up to our own state of the city. Anyways, Ray, you got 48 hours. And other than that, I will be reporting you to the Fair Political Practices Commission. And I think I know I'm going to win. I've won before. Thanks.
Tony Higgins, your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, hello. I'd like to talk about speeding tickets and lowering the speed limit on our busy residential collector roads like Prospect, Ardmore, Valley Drive, Gould adjacent to 27th or to Valley Park, 27th Street, Manhattan Avenue. I did a public records request looking at speeding enforcement on all of the throughout the city, and I found that not a single speeding ticket had been issued in over 2 years on Prospect, Valley, Ardmore, Gould adjacent to the park, Manhattan Avenue, 27th Street. Not a single speeding ticket. Now, we all know there's plenty of speeding going on those streets, But how can it be that not a ticket has been issued on these streets in over 2 years? That tells me that there, intentionally or otherwise, is a policy that we're not going to enforce speeding on those streets, on our busy residential collector roads. All the enforcement is going to be targeted at PCH, Pier Avenue, Artesia, but the residents are getting the short end of the stick. And when I asked for an explanation repeatedly, not a word from anyone, police chief, the council, the city manager, they're just all ignoring it. And it's the same thing with lowering the speed limits on some of these same collector roads, residential collector roads, from 25 to 20. There is justification. I've provided that justification numerous times. Can't do it in the 3 minutes now. But once again, not a word. You guys just, refuse to even address the issue. That's really a sad state of affairs, where you can have this total lack of enforcement and stonewall any discussion on it. That's not the kind of city leadership I certainly had hoped for under Napolitano and the 3 councilmen that are up for standing for election in November. That would be Shane and Francois and
Thank you, Tony.
thank you.
Matt McCool, your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, Mayor DeToy, City Council staff, Matt McCool. I am not going to be able to stick around for the whole meeting tonight, so I wanted to give public comment on item 17F. That is informational report on the cost evaluation and staffing models to increase public safety presence on the Strand. Although I'm not personally advocating for this, I think it is absolutely an inevitability that is going to happen. I believe the e-bikes and the increased bike traffic on the Strand is not a fad. I think it's going to continue to grow. And ultimately, the city of Hermosa Beach is going to have to come to a conclusion that putting a concrete bike path on the outside of the Strand wall is inevitable. It's going to happen. I don't think there's any question that's going to happen in the future. The only question is, will happen before or after somebody is seriously injured. That's my time, my piece. Good night, God bless.
I do not have any more speaker cards and no more hands raised online.
All right, one more call for public comment, general public comment, in person and on Zoom. We'll close public comment, and we will go to council member comments. Any council members have any comments? We'll also do updates on council activities. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you for the young people that are here today from Redondo Union High School. Nice job. A little lesson on civics. Bravo to you all. If you haven't been today, I was fortunate enough to attend the unveiling of a 26-story mural on the side of the Doubletree Hotel in Torrance. It is magnificent. When you see it, you will be in awe. It was a single artist every day for 10 days on a corrugated wall, and he built a bridge between Japan and the U.S., recognizing the three Japanese pitchers for the Dodgers. And it is amazing to see what one guy accomplished, and today was heartwarming. It was a huge community event, and he talked about unity and building a bridge, and I would highly recommend you all visit it if you can. It's pretty spectacular. Then when you think about it, he did it in 10 days without a mural, wasn't paint by numbers. It was just a guy, buckets of paint, and a bunch of brushes. Very impressive. I try not to respond typically to public comment, but I will in this case. First of all, the idea that I'm blocking anyone from my social media assumes I care enough to bother, and believe me, I don't. And I certainly don't feel the need I need to explain my schedule. I try to be present as much as I can, but I know there are several folks in that cabal that are saying, oh, he couldn't even attend his own State of the City. Well, I happen to be with 130 eighth graders, 20 staff members, teachers, and 13 chaperones on a space camp trip for the 8th grade Hermosa Valley School. So I don't need to justify where I am or what I am, but for those who care and who are wondering why he wasn't there, because for some reason now it's a deal, that's where I was. So I had the honor of chaperoning that wonderful event, and I'm sure our high schoolers have been to space camp, and it's pretty cool. So I'm fortunate, number one, that we live in a community that values those types of field trips, and we can do that. And then I was fortunate enough to attend as a chaperone. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Seaman.
Excuse me. Some time back, a few months ago, I had a desire to be on the South Bay Council of City Governments, commonly known as the COG, for a number of reasons. One, of course, to support all of the programs that they have there, but there was one particular issue that I wanted to try and accomplish something, and that was to get some sort of support for the license plates on e-bikes. We just talked about e-bikes a few minutes ago. I'm sure we will be discussing e-bikes many, many times in the future. And I believe personally that having a license plate on the bike is not necessarily about tickets and punishment and all of that. It's about accountability. And so recently, very recently, a bill came to the California legislature called AB 1942. I requested that it be on the agenda for the COG. It was accepted, and now the South Bay Council of City Governments is supporting AB 1942, which is called the E-Bike Accountability Act. And what it does is very basic and very simple. It puts license plates on e-bikes, class 2 and 3. That's all. Just get a plate, put it on there. It's a law. It will be a law if it passes. And just like cars, now there's some accountability on who did what on that bike because there is a plate on it. So I'm so proud of this. I'm so pleased that the COG recognized this immediately and said, well, really, what happened? This is AB 1942? Of course, and it was agreed upon, and it's on our radar right now, and that we are, the COG is supporting passage of AB 1942. So that's a report on what's going on with the COG. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other comments or updates. Anything? Madam City Clerk, was 15L, or no, consent calendar. Noting that 15L was already pulled. Is there a motion to approve the balance, or anyone else want to?
So moved, Mr. Mayor. Approve the balance.
Second.
Jackson and Seaman. Any other comments? Could you get a vote, Madam City Clerk, please?
Voting is now open. Motion carries 5-0.
15L. Do you want to hear it now, Councilmember Francois, or you want to hear it later in the meeting?
We can do it later if you want. That's fine.
All right. So let's queue up 17A, the CIP regarding the pier. Since there's no public hearings.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council.
Here tonight, I'm joined with John Cruikshank from JMC Squared. We're going to present an item on our municipal pier as part of Capital Improvement Project 623, and this is really looking at the detailed inspection that we've been working on over the last year and a half, as well as the ongoing design and any potential consideration for what the future might be of our pier structure. Bear with me. So just a quick overview of the presentation tonight. Staff has been working very hard with the JMC 2 team over the last year and a half on a very detailed structural assessment. This assessment was used to help guide the design for the current project that we have, as well as included a detailed cost-benefit assessment to help guide decision-making over the near and long term. We're also going to highlight an update on the current design effort and then some recommendations for council to consider moving forward. A little bit of background, our pier structure was built in 1965. Concrete structure, it's about 1,140 feet into the Pacific Ocean. It's not our first pier structure. We had one in 1904, second structure was built around 1914. So if I do all the math, I believe this is our third structure that's out there. But we have done a number of repairs since it was built many decades ago. The most recent, as you may remember, CIP 629 that just concluded in around February 2024. We invested about $3.1 million in repairs, and that was based off a detailed 2017 inspection. That was the last detailed inspection that was done at that time, and that inspection had recommended at the time to do high priority improvements, which were the pilings underneath, with the intent that we would come back and do the deck several years later, as those were low priority at that time. The photos on the left show some of that piling work that was done. We were lucky enough to receive $2.3 million from the state to help fund those improvements, with the remainder being paid with local and general funds. Right around the time that we concluded those repair efforts, we immediately started work on getting the next CIP moving to get the detailed inspection done, as these projects do take a lot of time to get through the permitting, planning and design, and then get into construction. Some of the detailed investigations we did in 2024, this is a comprehensive top to bottom inspection. We did below water, above deck, below deck, and we also supplemented these investigations with some newer ambient vibration technology, which allowed us to really confirm some of our results and ultimately allowed us to reduce some of the repair costs going forward. At first pass, we were looking at many more panels that need to be replaced. We're able to reduce those requirements to just repair and reduce some of the panel requirements. So that was actually a very helpful technology that we added into this latest round of investigations. About a year ago, during the CIP study session in May, City Council study session, we provided you with a preliminary update on that assessment while we're still working on the conclusions, really still going through the details of the ambient vibration testing. And what we presented to council was, over the next 5 years, we're facing about $7 million in repairs, with 3.7 needed in a 1 to 2 year timeline, and another 3 just within 3 to 5 years right behind that. At the time, we could only find about 3.7 million in the budget to be able to do those repairs. And of course, there is some efficient economies of scale when we do these projects. So when we phase them, they do cost more as we break them up. But that was all that was available at that time to fund. And so we did need to move quickly to get those high priority repairs done, because there was only that 1 to 2 year timeline. And with that, I'm going to hand things on over to John to talk about a little bit more about the detailed report that we just recently completed in January.
All right. Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for having me tonight. My firm, JMC Squared, we are a civil and structural engineering firm. And as was mentioned, we did complete our assessment of your pier in January. Is this feedback from this, or? Okay. So just so the team knows up here that the divers that we utilize, both divers, who of course are licensed divers, are also licensed structural engineers. So the work that they did not only was done safely, but also by people who understand their work and could do a great inspection. So we completed our work in January of 2026. And of course, the detailed observations are in the report. It's obviously a very lengthy report that was attached to your agenda item. And hopefully you had a chance to read every bit of that report. because it's a lot of work that was done to just look at every part of your pier. And as was mentioned, we also wanted to look at what the budgets and timeline would be, because the pier is getting up there in age. 1965, it's actually 1 year older than I am. And so here we are looking at maybe if it were to have to be assessed for the next 45 years, we went ahead and did that. Next slide. So unfortunately, because an old pier and because of the amount of weather and waves and all the different types of elements that are out there, the pier is currently in what we consider a poor to serious condition. And what that means is that you still have the entire pier open for pedestrian traffic, but the pier was once designed for a 10-ton design load for heavier trucks, and our team has determined that it's best to keep that to a 5-ton load. So a lot of the work that we have that's in the future, we need to make sure that the contractors respect those loads, because that's what ends up causing damage to those concrete deck panels up there. And then, of course, because of the age of the pier, we're recommending that every 5 years that reinspection and repairs be done. Next slide. So a couple of what you see from the underdeck of the pier, and you'll see the terminology soffit. So the top of the deck and then underneath is called the soffit. So you'll see that in the plans and also the report. And you can see that the type of delamination we see, the one on the left, which delamination basically means that when you have good concrete bond with the rebar, that's how a structural system should work. But once you start to get deterioration, you start to get the corrosion, then the concrete actually stops bonding to the rebar, and that's what we call delamination. So you can kind of see what happens there. Those cracks start to occur. And then many times we'll find that the concrete not only delaminates, but it actually fractures off and then falls into the water. So that's what you see on that right picture there. Next slide. So once again, mentioned that our divers are also licensed structural engineers. They did an assessment from the beach and also in the water during the winter months. They would use also these measuring devices to see the widths of the crack, because obviously the wider the crack, the worse the situation. And that's how we go about determining the condition of the entire panels, all the panels of both the soffit and the top. Next slide. So what we of course look at the amount of budget that you have for your capital improvements for the pier, but we also come up with all the different priorities. For this particular findings from our 2024 assessments, we found that these high priorities are replacing of 4 panels, actually strengthening 14 of them, and then doing crack injection and spall repair of kind of those last few pictures you saw, being able to fill those cracks and being able to put patching and epoxy patching back so that we can repair those large cracks. And you can see where the construction estimate is in $25. Next slide. This is a seeing eye chart now that I see it up there, but hopefully you can see it a little better. We gave you a very quick snapshot of what the plans look like in the construction, the CIP documents. I think there's 42 sheets in the plan set right now. And in this particular one on the left, you'll see a band of green. We're actually putting strengthening elements, fiber reinforcing on many of the portions of the pier that show heavy distressing. This is at the end of the pier. And then the brown box you see there, that's actually a full replacement of one of the deck panels. So the entire panel will be taken away and a new one will be rebuilt there. Next slide. So we also, like I mentioned, we have high priorities. We have the medium priorities as well. These are what we're looking at in the next 3 to 5 years. You can see that the pile caps, those are actually the beams that hold the panels. And then, so about 80% of those need to be fixed. And then the deck panels itself, we want to continue to repair those as well. And so you can see the estimate. Next slide. And then finally, if anyone that has been out in the water, or of course you can see it from the beach as well, you see this sort of spalling, and when you see that brown, that bleeding, that's actually the rebar rusting. Those are steel tendons that are in each of those octagonal piles that get damaged like that, so that's where you start to see where we repair it with the jackets and the epoxy grout to strengthen those. And so you can see these midterm repairs here 6 to 10 years. Next slide. And then finally, repair that we're looking at beyond the 10 years. Everything out there continues, obviously, to accelerate in terms of its deterioration. We mentioned the pier is more than 60 years old, and we're recommending, because the pier is older than 50 years old, a 5-year cycle. And that's because of the amount of acceleration of the deterioration. That's why we're talking tonight about the potential replacement of the pier. Next slide. With that, I'll turn it back over to your Public Works Director.
Thank you. Yeah, and so I think one of the primary things that we really want to get into is looking at the cost-benefit analysis so that we could inform the council about where we are with these repairs. I think we've received questions over last year of, didn't we just finish the pier repair? And, you know, we have another project. And I think what we are trying to bring forward is that there is this realization that as this pier ages, we're going to have to continue repairing it. And so what we asked the JMC2 Squared team to do to help us is to start looking at, based on the detailed inspection, what is it going to look like over the next 45 years or so as we have to do these repairs? Is they're going to become more frequent and those costs are going to begin to escalate. And so that's what this cost-benefit analysis really does take a look at, of what would it take to keep fixing it over a 45-year period versus potential replacement costs, and comparing those over that period of time. The benefit of a replacement would be that in those first 15 to 20 years, you really have low to no maintenance costs. And so that's what we're really, a main theme that we're looking at as we're starting to look at these different prices. This slide actually looks at what the cost would be over the next 45 years through 2070 just to continue to repair the pier. This isn't making any improvements. This is just that 5-year cycle that we would be committed to maintain the structure. We have the 2025-27 repair. That's the one that's currently budgeted in our current budget now that we're aggressively working to complete. But then just in about 2 or 3 years, we'll have to immediately work on another $3.9 million improvement. And the costs continue to escalate dramatically as time goes on, not only with inflation, but as this deteriorates, we're going to have much more costs of the repairs. And so over a 45-year period, the cumulative repair cost is about $210 million that we're facing. The replacement of a new pier, in comparison, in today's dollars, and that's 2025, would be about $45 million. Of course, the timing of when that would happen will increase that with inflation and escalation in pricing. The other major consideration is that any repair even takes a long time. So full replacement or consideration of replacement, including the CEQA analysis, our environmental assessments and planning that would have to happen, not even to mention determining funding, it's going to be a long process, at least 6 to 8 years, and that would be before construction could even start. So that's why we're bringing this to attention, is that there is a critical timeline to make that decision if we're going to try to hit certain targets, and that's why we want to bring as much information to council for informed decision. As we start to take a look at the best timing, we want to look at when is the optimal time to replace, knowing that we're going to continue to throw money at the pier for maintenance versus a potential replacement. This curve compares 45 different scenarios from now through 2070, based on what are the replacement, assuming that the pier is replaced in each of those years. So for illustration, you go to the point all the way in 2070, that assumes that we maintain the pier all the way to 2070, and then in the year 2070, you replace the pier in that year. That cost is almost $400 million cumulatively over that period. If you look at 2032, it's actually the low point in the curve, and that assumes a maintenance up until 2032, actually stopping in 2027, and then that cost of replacement, which is about $58 million in 2032 dollars. That cumulatively is about 104. And that's so how we arrived at what is the optimal time for potential replacement when considering future maintenance costs. The curve, as you can see, is a little bit flat through about 2036, but then after 2036, the costs do begin to escalate as the structure deteriorates and those costs begin to increase substantially. As I move on to this slide, this compares that assumption of the optimal replacement in 2032, which is shown in red, and you can see the time on the bottom of the chart and cost on the left. there's that initial bump in the curve for that initial replacement cost, but as I noted, over the next 15, 20, 25 years, that maintenance schedule is very flat versus the blue line, which is assuming that we continue to maintain that structure through 2070. The difference between the two at the right is over $100 million difference that the city could potentially save if we were to replace during that optimal time period. So as a summary of the overall findings is that the recommendation from the engineering team is to cease repairs after 2027, which is this next round that we're working on, and consider a potential replacement or options as soon as 2032 in order to save the optimal amount of money, which would be well over $100 million in comparison to the continued maintenance of the structure. And for simplicity, those are the only two options that we looked at, continued repair or replacement, knowing that if we were to go down this path of environmental assessment, there could certainly be many more options considered, but that would have to be considered at a later time. I think the challenge is to hit a 2032 date. As I noted, this is a lengthy time period to get here. So we would have to make a decision essentially this calendar year to hit that date. And honestly, it would be very challenging to hit 2032 and probably even unlikely. And that doesn't account for finding funding for a project of that magnitude. But if there is a decision by 2036 or 6 to 8 years before that, we can still take advantage of the lower costs before the costs begin to escalate substantially. The current project that we have now, and I want to emphasize where we are now and the importance of the project that we have now to hit these high priority repairs. When the assessment was originally done about a year ago, it gave a 1 to 2 year timeline. We're actually within that window now. So we really only have about a year to really wrap up these high priority improvements, and we're going to have to continue to monitor the structure until those improvements are completed. We are approaching final design. Our team has been working very closely in all the lengthy permitting. These projects take about 18 months to get through the permitting process. We've worked our way through the Water Board, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and we have one permit pending through the Coastal Commission, which we're working on some supplemental information, but we're getting very close with the goal of advertising this summer with construction starting in October. And the challenge also with the pier is not only all these permitting challenges, but there's really a limited window of time that we can do the work on this pier. We're trying to avoid busy summer, spring months that are out there, but we're also trying to avoid the really tough winter season when we have rain and really big storm surges. So optimally, we start from low impact wise in October, but then we also do have some significant challenges to actually wrap the project up in the spring and reopen the pier for public use for the busy spring and summer season. So it's a really tight window that we're trying to hit rapidly. The CIP currently includes $3.7 million in funding for the design, permitting, and the construction. At this current time, we believe it's likely sufficient funding, though we're going to continue to look at this as we look at the upcoming budget cycle to determine whether or not we may need supplemental funding for that construction. Ultimately, we won't really know until the bids come in, but we feel that we're in a pretty good range. Staff has worked aggressively to get outside grant funding. We submitted multiple grant applications. We went after state, federal funding cycles. There is a lot of competition and not a lot of money to go around, especially for maintenance projects. So we were ultimately not selected for any of the outside funding that was out there, but our report does outline all the avenues that we did seek to try to get funding. While we did get funding a couple years ago, we were not fortunate enough to get it this round. As part of the current project, another consideration that I want to highlight are the Surface Walk of Fame plaques in the deck. There's about 60 plaques that line the deck, about 30 on each side roughly, that were installed over the last couple of decades to honor local surfing legends. And that program was actually put on hold in 2020 as we began to have significant concerns about the installation method and the integrity of those panels on the deck. The original installation required cutting into a very thin coat of concrete on the top of these concrete panels. These panels are hollow. And when you cut into a thin panel, we're introducing water into concrete, which doesn't do very good with rebar. especially when we have a hollow center in these panels. If you look on the left, you'll see a couple panels where they've actually come out, they pop out over time. It is an ongoing maintenance challenge to seal these properly. There's no sealant that will hold these to the deck. Water will continue to get in there, and so over time we've started to remove some of them. The picture on the bottom actually shows a depression on one of the plaques, and what we suspect is that this is actually a result of the hollow inner side of the deck panel. And so this is ultimately going to need to be removed to determine how much more damage has been created underneath that panel. So as part of CIP 623 at a minimum, we are recommending removal of all the plaques, and then so that we can properly repair these deck panels. And regardless of any decision to do any potential changes to the pier in the future, we are recommending to seal these to gain as much life as we can out of these panels. As a potential replacement to that program so that it can continue, our report does outline a few different options. We are recommending a lower cost, much more easy option to install that would preserve the Walk of Fame nature along the pier, which would install stainless steel plaques on the top of the wooden railing. These can be done fairly cost efficiently, are easy to install and maintain, and would allow us to restore some of the integrity of the deck surface. And really, there is almost unlimited ability to add these on the pier railings. I have a in green and yellow example of where these would go. They would kind of alternate between those vertical supports, but there's a lot of options for putting them in. And we do believe it's something that this project could potentially accommodate at a fairly low cost. Of course, there is a cost impact with it for council to consider for that reinstallation. And Director Nichols is also here available for questions later if there are questions about the Surface Walk of Fame program and some of the other options that were considered as well. So we have three really major considerations for City Council tonight as we do this. The first is really acknowledgement that we do need to complete this round of repair, and we are seeking continued council support to complete this repair. And the reason why I have this on here is that acknowledgement that, yeah, we did do a repair a couple years ago, but there is a real need for this. We've made a significant progress through the design, permitting. We're almost done and ready to advertise. So it would be a good value to continue doing this, but this is not going to fix the problem, and there will be another project behind it just in a couple of years. And so we are seeking continued support to move ahead with that, and this will help eliminate any potential closures that may need to happen in reinspection should we fail to hit that 1 to 2 year timeline. Second consideration is the replacement of the plaques of CIP 623. We've come up with a fairly low-cost option, given that it's likely to cost about $10,000 or $12,000. It's not completely insignificant, but it is fairly small given the overall magnitude of the $3.7 million project. This option could go concurrently with the current design project. There are other options that could be considered. However, if council decides that, to direct staff to explore other options, it's likely that those replacements would have to go part of another project with separate funding and may require other environmental review or permits from the Coastal Commission, depending on what they are. But we've at least selected an option that could potentially proceed with this project to restore that program as quickly as we could. Three is really the larger discussion about the longevity of the pier. It's going to continue needing more costly repairs as the structure continues to deteriorate, as that deterioration accelerates. And really this comes down to a decision on where do we want to go? And I think one reason why we wanted to bring this as soon as we could after the report was done and get it in front of council around the time of budget discussions. We have mid-year tonight. We're approaching budget discussions for the next fiscal year and looking ahead at what's a constrained CIP, and there will be continued funding need for these projects. We scraped together what we could for this round, but we didn't have enough to do all the repairs that were identified. We couldn't find outside funding to get all the repairs that were needed, the $7 million in repairs that were needed in 5 years. So the challenge really is consideration of where do we want to proceed? Does council want us to start planning environmental process, knowing that this is a 68-year-long process with the potential targets of replacement in 2032 or 2036 before costs escalate? Keeping in mind, if we miss the 2032 date, and I'm going to say that's very challenging to hit, then we will need to schedule another round of repairs in 2030, which is estimated about another $4 million, and we would need to budget for that as soon as FY 27-28, so that we can work on that lengthy permitting process to get that round of repairs done. So there are some decision points. We can certainly consider pushing any potential plans off further, knowing that we'll continue to own ongoing inspections and repairs along the way, potentially beyond that 2030 date. So with that, these are the recommendations that are outlined in that report, really highlighting what I just went over in the last couple of slides. That concludes our presentation. I'm here to answer questions, as well as John and Director Nichols as well.
Thank you for that uplifting report. Just clarifying, there's a lot of dates, a lot of years, a lot of dollar figures thrown around. So we finish these repairs in the next year-ish, this current round, this current CIP. We do nothing. It's still open until 2036, 38, going through permitting, everything else. We're not spending $4 to $5 million every 2 to 3 years. And then come 2036, 38, that's when we do the $100 million pier replacement. Is that?
So the options are, if we were to consider a replacement in 2032, we would need direction as soon as this calendar year to kick off the lengthy environmental assessments that could take 6 to 8 years, with the goal of trying to hit 2032. It's going to be a long process. We'd have to go through the CEQA analysis, look at all the different alternatives as part of that environmental assessment, which would include options such as no build or other potential alternatives that are out there, and evaluate that. So that's the goal of hitting 2032. If we are not able to meet that date, that timeline, we would have to program another round of repairs as soon as FY 27 for the year 2030. And if that timeline misses, we'd have to continue to do repairs or make the conscious decision to no longer repair it, but then accept that we may face certain closures on the structure.
Okay. Thanks for seeing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of quick questions. This damage, I mean, clearly the pier is old and it's been around for a long time and it's served its time. But the spalling and the rusting and so on and the cracking, is that just going to happen on concrete steel piers in general? Or is that because of deferred maintenance or poor design in the beginning? I mean, why is that there in the first place? Just plain old age?
No, it's a good question. Of course, you know how much wear and tear that pier does get every day with all the wave action and, of course, the marine type of environment. So the pier itself, as Mr. San Clemente mentioned, the deck is actually fairly thin. It's not a very robust deck panel, and there's also it's hollow. There's sonotubes, so the rebar is somewhat close to the surface, both on the soffit level and the top. And just the wear and tear, the weather, the people, and just the age of the pier. Going back to that delamination, what typically happens is that water actually makes its way into the concrete.
Yeah.
And once it does, then the bonding between the rebar and the concrete is no longer good. So once that happens, it gets worse and worse. And so then that's where you start to see the cracks, the spalling. I would say that it's not necessarily a bad design. I think the pier itself has lasted a good amount of time. And in this type of environment, a structure to last that long typically is built pretty well. Mm-hmm. So I would just say it's normal wear and tear. I think once you get past that 50-year mark, though, the amount of stress, the amount of delamination that's occurred, that's why we're recommending that every 5 years you look at this structure, because You'll go out there one winter and the next winter, things will look different. You'll see a whole bunch of new spalls in that. So that's why we want to look at that, because once the rebar gets more than enough compromise in certain elements, certainly the piles and even the deck, then that's when we start to say we need to either strengthen those piles or replace those deck panels. And so I would say that there's nothing unusual about your pier. It's done well for the city for 50 plus years. And it's just now we just have to take care of it.
Okay, I understand that. Would the new pier project be completely remove the old pier and build a brand new pier from bottom of the ocean up?
Well, that's correct. And we had a nice discussion today also that your pier is a very good-looking pier, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the appropriate design for the future. Your neighboring pier in Manhattan Beach does have more robust piles. I think it's a little bit older in age, but I think in terms of what could be rebuilt, what we've given you is kind of a like-for-like replacement. But as was mentioned, I think you have many different potential scenarios that your city could discuss and talk about as a replacement. But what you were presented today was just a replacement of exactly in terms of the length and the width.
Yeah. But I mean, take it all out and start from scratch.
That's correct. You would take it all out.
Would the plaza, of course, which is on the beach, not over the water, the plaza and the lifeguard tower would remain? Just the part of the pier that's over the water would tie into that, and that would be new?
Well, our project only looked at the replacement of the actual pier structure, not looking at the lifeguard tower or the plaza.
So it would stay?
That's correct.
Yeah,
All
okay.
that would stay, and then the pier would either be built to either the north or the south, most likely the north side of the existing pier. And you could utilize the existing pier for construction activity while you're building the new pier.
Oh, I mean, always when you look at those beautiful pictures with the sunset and all the piers kind of lined up with Pier Avenue, it's in the middle. Isn't it in the middle now?
Mm-hmm. Once again,
So
it's
we build
probably
next to it.
it's a council choice. You could either remove the entire pier and rebuild an exact location, or you could build to one side or the other.
If you build alongside of the old pier, would you use the old pier, like, for instance, to move materials and work off the old pier to build a new one? I mean, is that
would
feasible?
be the only reason that you would offset the pier to either the north or the south of where the existing is to utilize the existing pier for construction activity, for piles and all the other.
Ah, interesting.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Francois.
Thank you. What has occurred for us to learn this now? Last year, when we approved the project, there was no indication that the pier was in this bad shape. And I mean, the pictures that you'd shown, I've seen them for a long time, so it's been exposed. I'm just wondering, is there something new that's been found, or why are we finding this out now?
So as I explained at the study session last year, we did provide a preliminary update about CIP 623, which included a detailed investigation. If we go back even a couple years before, in 2024, you may recall when we did the last round of repairs, we were focused on piles. And when we were doing those repairs, we actually found a compromised deck panel, and it turned into an emergency where we had to come back to City Council, amend that construction contract with a very large change order to do an emergency replacement of a panel, which was fairly costly. And I think what that really initiated was the need and the desire. I think council members had asked at that time, how do we know this thing is safe? We want a good reassurance that we know what do we need to know about the safety of this structure. When we came here last year, we gave that preliminary update, and we did make it clear that we were due for the next detailed assessment. Last one was done in 2017. These are typically done in 5-year cycles for marine structures, and we were overdue for that detailed assessment. We came in, we said that we needed at least $6.7 million as preliminary results, but we didn't have enough funding to do that. And at that time, we had explained that we were also concurrently working on that cost-benefit assessment as part of CIP 623 so that we could get a more informed look at what we have and be able to provide council with better decisions. So I think this has been building over time, along with those questions of, as I noted before, didn't we just fix the pier 2 years ago? Yes. And what we want to really let the public and council know is that we are going to be in that cycle of constant repair. And as soon as we finish project A, we're already working on project B because of the lengthy time it takes to accumulate funding, get through the permitting process, get a contractor in and do the work. 5 years isn't a lot of time because it takes us 3 years to get through a cycle of a repair, maybe even 4 with the inspections before it. So I think that's what we've managed to complete, is that we've now completed this detailed assessment as of January. This has been a 1.5 year long effort with staff working very closely with John and his team so that we could bring you a much more comprehensive look at where we are and have an honest discussion about the funding needs going forward, with an understanding that while we're working on a repair, this isn't going to necessarily solve the problem.
Thank you. And if we did not provide direction to begin the planning, environmental review for a proposed replacement pier tonight, what would occur?
So I think if it's not tonight, I think it would be a consideration for council. I think what we're outlining is, if we can get direction by the end of this calendar year, there's a chance of meeting 2032. If we don't get that direction from council of this calendar year, there's no chance. And we're likely to come back in FY 27, 28, seeking another approximately $4 million for another round of repairs. So I think any failure to change course, we'll be coming back for additional funding.
But, I mean, eventually the pier is going to fall down if we don't do anything. Is that right? After we complete these repairs, it's going to just collapse one day? Is that?
So we're extending the life. I think, as John mentioned, this is once you get past about 50 years, I mean, there's a useful life of any structure, and then you begin to deteriorate more rapidly. And so it's really a decision. Do we keep fixing it at more costly repairs? We can choose not to continue to repair it, but then we're likely to face closures for safety.
Okay. I mean, is it safe to say we should have gotten moving on this sooner? Because like Manhattan Pier is even older than our pier, so.
So not necessarily, and I don't think we can necessarily directly compare the piers. Their pier's about 200 and 250 feet shorter. Ours is in deeper water. The design is different. This pier has lasted much longer than the last 2 that preceded it. I think there are different designs out there. I can't speak to whether this was the strongest construction that was done, but we've gotten a good lifespan out of this. It's pier structures, I think, from what our team is telling us, typically only last about 50 to 75 years, and it's really a question of cost. There are other piers in California that are closed. Ocean Beach, San Diego, their pier is closed because of structural issues and lack of funding to move it forward. There's a wooden pier up in Capitola Beach that was damaged severely in a storm a couple years ago. And so this does happen, and I think what we're trying to do is responsibly bring the information to council to make an informed decision about where we are in the life cycle.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
To the left.
No questions.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for being here. John, is this the family and friends discount that we're getting here?
Do I have to answer that?
No, that's all right. I appreciate it. Thank you. Joe, question about the potential timeline. You mentioned 6 to 8 years before potential start on this program. So let's say we found the magical fairy dust, we found the money and said 1 January, we give the go on the first of the year. Is it 6 to 8 years before we could start if we give the go? From the time we go, is it 6 to 8 years before we can begin construction?
Absolutely. And the reason for that is, funding set aside, there is a fair amount of planning that needs to be done. We started kind of just scratching the surface of what would a new pier look like if that's what council were to decide to do. Do you build it next to the current pier? But that potentially throws the alignment out with the street network in the view corridor. Do you tear down the pier and not have a pier while you build it? There's a lot of considerations. Do you not have a pier? Is the pier shorter? Do we have a structure at the end? There's a lot of considerations that need to be considered, or do we just put back in kind what we have? And so that's typically done through the planning, and then the environmental analysis will have to go through CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act review that would detail those assessments, and this can be a lengthy process. As I mentioned, just maintenance, it takes us 18 months to get through a permitting process, get through the planning and permitting process. So this would be much more significant, as it would absolutely require more detailed involvement with the U.S. Army Corps, the Water Board, and much more detailed review by the Coastal Commission. So in that would also, the 68-year window would include subsequent design, construction bidding, and so that's really looking at maybe the start of construction. And that's the timeline that we've set.
Okay, appreciate that. I've got a question about process. I'm wondering why this wasn't heard by Public Works and Parks and Rec before coming to us. It would seem to me that if this went to Public Works, there'd be time for a long, detailed meeting where they could talk about costs and time frames and could get recommendations. They could talk about the plaques, and there'd be plenty of opportunity for public participation and for community input, as opposed to it coming to us and saying, here you go, without commission consideration. And so I've got a question as to why us and why not the commissions before us to enable the deep dive that particularly a project of this magnitude, I think, would require.
So I think that I'll stop by answering that with, I think given the magnitude of the decisions we have here before you tonight, we felt that it was critical to get this information to you as quickly as possible. Staff is always willing to take things to commission at the discretion of council, and we can certainly do that. We're not selecting a design or what the alternative would be, but really we want to inform that the public and the council, especially as we're getting into budget discussions, one, that the project that we're doing, there's a method of why we're doing it and acknowledgement that it's not going to fix the problem. Second, we have a plaque replacement option. It's low cost, but it's also not no cost.
No, I get all that, and
Yep,
let me interrupt.
and-
Let me interrupt.
Right.
I get all of that. The report was done in January. We are now at the end of March. Public Works and/or Parks and Rec could have heard these issues at length, done a deep dive that I think these issues deserve, maximum community input, and then with recommendations to us, as opposed to us getting a 20-minute briefing and saying we need guidance. I mean, to me, the process would have been more prudent to go through the commissions, and I guess my question is, why not commissions? Understanding the importance, understanding that they're giving guidance, but I think we're missing a valuable opportunity to get commission review, community input, community acknowledgement that we've got a big deal before it comes to us. And I just have a problem with that process and am having a tough time reconciling why it hasn't gone to those commissions first.
Yeah, Councilor, I'm glad to jump in as well and just say that I think one of the issues, if council wants to send this to commission, we certainly will send it to the commissioners. I think that what our Public Works Director is pointing out, though, is that these are big decisions, and not that the Public Works Commission can't handle big decisions, but it is a global look. It involves the budget, it involves design, it involves timelines, it involves the icon of Hermosa Beach, which is its pier. And given the timeline,
I get all that. But we have squandered, in my opinion, months of potential community input, community participation, for us to say, send us now to Public Works. I mean, it's a huge Public Works project, I think, that deserves Public Works consideration, Parks and Rec consideration, maximum community input with thoughts, recommendations, timelines, dollar amounts, and all that, as opposed to a 30-minute briefing and then send it to Public Works, right? So that was my question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. knowing this won't be the last conversation we have about this, I'm going to cut off questions right now, hear from public comment. Actually, we focus so much on the pier and the big dollar amounts. Does anyone have any questions for Lisa and her staff regarding the Surfers Walk of Fame plaques?
I think we should kind of separate them because they don't really go together.
We can't reopen public comment and everything else, so I just want to make sure that we're good up here as far as questions. Good? All right, public comment, I guess. Thank you.
I received one speaker card. First, we have David G.
David Graythen, Public Works Commission, speaking as an individual commissioner, not meaning to represent the entire commission. So in terms of what decisions need to be made over time, there's decision gates, and we got a little bit of leeway on this 2032 versus 2036. And then in terms of near-term decisions, there's what we probably should go ahead and do is the project that's in works now that's largely pilings oriented. But then there's this other big decision point coming up with the second part that would be, I think, more decks oriented. It wasn't clear if we still need to try to make that decision in a year or if this 2032 versus 36 means we got a 4-year window. So putting myself in your shoes as decision makers, that wasn't still clear to me. Back to my general comments earlier on. So this is one more really big ticket item. It's kind of on the order of the city yard, for example. As you know, we've got a whole slew of unfunded CIPs, and then this is somewhere. It's not a small one. It's not a civic center. But it's another really big one. I didn't hear any talk about financing or how we're going to do this. Maybe it's just a given that something of this magnitude is financed. That's something, as you hold off a little bit, that would need to be explored. I really took to heart the part about the efforts made for grant funding, and we're not getting any. And I don't know if everything's drying up from the states in grants, or it's because of its being a rehab versus a new. But you know, this facility provides regional access. It's major coastal access, right? I don't know historically how much funding we've gotten from the state at this, but it doesn't seem right for Hermosa to have to go it alone on this. That's just the way I look at this. So I'd be curious to know if we're suddenly sort of stuck having to go it alone, or what's there. So that's something else I would want to explore. If times have really changed and we didn't used to go it alone and now we do, we may have some difficult decisions. I mean, you know, the word iconic was used. It'd be almost sacrilege to think about not having a pier, but maybe that's one of the options. Maybe we can look at a shorter pier. I don't know. Some thoughts on that. And then one thing, we're accepting on faith of the report and the expertise that this will be an accelerating deterioration and not a straight line deterioration. If it was a straight line, you know, we could maybe put $1 million, $1.5 million a year. I don't even know if that's sustainable. So I'm willing to accept that. It kind of intuitively makes sense that sometimes things do have kind of a snowball effect, or once they go, they just kind of go like an old car or what have you. So I'm going to accept the expertise that it really will be decelerating, and hence the costs will be escalating in a nonlinear fashion.
Next, we have Yanni L.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, City Manager. I'm here tonight to talk about the location for the Surfers Walk of Fame plaques. 12 years ago, myself and some commissioners were tasked to give the whole Surfers Walk of Fame an overhaul. That started with the criteria, to reinstating new judges, reevaluating the ceremony, a whole lot of other smaller pieces. But one of the most critical ones that we were tasked with was figuring out how to enhance the recognition of the plaques for these lifetime achievements for these individuals who have defined and changed the world of surfing and shedding all kinds of fame and popularity on Hermosa Beach. So this is 12 years coming. I'm stoked to hear that we're talking about it, but my gosh, as you all know, they're in terrible condition. Several of them are stolen. and the ones that are left are illegible and falling apart. Of the 60, we probably have probably missing a high percentage. Plus, there are current inductees, some professional surfers, some board of directors for the South Bay Board Riders, plus judges who don't even have their plaques on the pier. So that's about probably 15, and we're inducting 5 people this year. And that number is going to grow and grow and grow. So what's the point of the Surfers Walk of Fame if we don't have somewhere to recognize everybody's achievements? So that's why I encourage you moving forward with the proposed location on the railing. It still maintains the idea of a walk. It removes these plaques from the pier that completely get defiled by not only weather, but the other sort of elements of the pier. It elevates it to a higher level of prestige where friends and family can come and read about their grandparents' accomplishments. Take an appropriate picture, not staring at the ground. This isn't Hollywood, this isn't Huntington Beach. They've already done the walk. We're gonna elevate the perception. And I do wanna talk about timeline. LA 28 is only 849 days away. This location is extremely critical for the broadcast partners and recognizing Hermosa Beach as the true surf city. If we do not, in the next couple of months, have an elevated Surfers Walk of Fame, then the SIA, Surfers Industry Manufacturing Association, and the SIA, International Surfing Association, quite possibly could shift gears and move to another location as far as recognition goes. We don't have anything right now to celebrate and attract tourism for LA 28. Our return on investment is of $12,000 is rather significant. Don't kick this down the street. Let's move forward with this $12,000 investment and give the recognition that these amazing folks deserve and bring the attention and put us back on world stage for LA 28. Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff B.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion here. Yanni asked me to come and speak. My brother was recognized along with a couple other people for the Surfers Walk of Fame, and I think that this solution is a good temporary solution, certainly cost effective. I don't think it's a long-term solution. I'd like to advocate that if and when the inevitable time comes when you give the go-ahead to this project to replace the whole thing, I'd like you to consider doing something a little more than stainless steel plaques on there, which is a acceptable temporary option. I am a proud son of Hermosa Beach, Seahawk, and also an architect. And I think 6 years, and that is very accurate and probably a little low, especially considering the Coastal Commission. They're lucky they don't have to go through Public Works, which would take a little longer, I imagine. But there are possibilities of entrainment and making the pier waterproof. I've also surfed under there and under Manhattan Pier. I've seen pieces fall off. I think it's gonna get worse. Just wanna thank you for considering the Surfers Walk of Fame and speak on the behalf of that. Thank you.
Moving on to our virtual speakers. Tony Higgins, your 3 minutes will begin once you start speaking.
Yeah, hello. The thing that I'd like to speak about is you said Steve Napolitano and Joe have said that, you know, this is about making a financial decision. I don't think anything nefarious is going on here, but you're not providing us with a huge part of the financial consideration. You say it's a decision between 105 million to rebuild, that's 45 million for the cost plus maintenance, or 210 million. But there's another 45 to 50 million you're not even mentioning. and that's the cost of financing this pier. You're not going to do a $45 million project out of spare capital funds by 2032. You're going to have to do a bond measure. Now, by not providing information to the public, for instance, 30-year bond at 6% for $45 million would be a parcel tax on every parcel in Hermosa Beach of about $515 each. Or looking at it another way, it would be $55 per $100,000 of assessed value. Now, why is this important? Can we afford this? There's a third option that is not being considered as we rush ahead to either maintenance or buy a new pier without the information on the actual cost. And that's, sadly, not building a pier at all. I think you owe it to the public to explain the costs at a level they're going to understand. A new pier is going to cost $515 a year per parcel. It's going to cost $55 per 100,000 of assessed value every year on your property taxes. So I hope that before you make a decision to run down the maintenance road or run down the build a new pier road, you consider that we might not be able to afford this. Residents might not think it's worth $515 a year per parcel. Just something to consider. Like I said, I don't think you're hiding it or anything nefarious, but I do not think you're providing a complete enough picture at this point in time to make a decision. Thank you.
Next, we have Eric H.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council, staff. My name is Eric Horn. I grew up in Hermosa Beach, and I want to speak tonight about protecting what makes this town special, and that includes protecting the pier. When you look at Hermosa Beach, the pier, our schools, our police station, the very council chamber that we stand in right now, all of it exists because prior generations made sacrifices and investments so the future, us, could enjoy something special. The Kennedy generation did not love paying taxes any more than we do. But they invested in this city knowing that the benefits would last far beyond their years. Now the question is whether your generation will be the ones that save the pier, lose it, or kick the buck down the road so that we have to deal with it. This will be difficult because we are in a fiscal crisis. The fiscal problems facing the city you will discuss later tonight. They didn't happen overnight, but you own them now, all 5 of you. Several members of this council campaigned on fiscal responsibility, opposing sales tax increases, promising to cut expenses. What happened when you were in office? You spent 53 minutes last year on your budget study session allocating $53 million of our tax dollars. 53 minutes. That is less time than you spent last council meeting in shaking down Nike marathon organizers for a few extra grand. At some point, the city has to make choices. Either do what you said you were going to do and cut costs so that we're prepared for unexpected capital crises like the one facing our pier, or raise revenue, even if it's politically difficult. The fact that the pier is aging faster than expected is not your fault. But the fact that this city is not financially prepared to deal with this, that is on your watch. Staff is asking you to begin planning for a new pier in order to save future generations potentially $100 million. Delay will make it more costly and leave our generation and future generations to pay for it out of our tax dollars at a higher rate than you would now. So tonight, I ask this council to level with the residents of Hermosa Beach, much like Mr. Higgins said. Tell them about the choices that we face. Tell them about your views as our elected leaders about the choices we face. Start talking about how we plan to pay for a new pier. We are not going to tear down our pier. We are going to save our pier. Tell them what sacrifices will be required. It's time for you to step up. Serve your inheritors the way that your predecessors served you. And if this council cannot rise to that responsibility, then our generation will. Thank you.
Next, we have Kent Allen. Your 3 minutes will begin once you start speaking.
You know, you just got to laugh at Eric Horn, okay? Here's a guy that's renting a house.
Hey, Kent, you got to talk to us. You're going to attack us all you.
What a load of crap.
You can attack us all you want, but don't attack other public commenters.
I have full faith in our public works director, San Clemente. He is a good man. He is presenting the facts, and he knows exactly what he's doing, and he is a good man. And to hear this load of crap from a guy named Eric Horn is just sorry, Mike, you know, Big Mike or whatever they call him, Fat Mike, I don't know. That's just a load of crap, all right? So, you know, that guy, God help us if he runs for city council, all right? God help us.
All right, Kent, thank you.
Next, we have Kristen M.
That's a tough act to follow. No, I just wanted to generally speak in support of the pier. Just last weekend, I went to a show at the theater called Poof 2, and when I was sitting there just like thinking about the beauty of the theater, I thought about how all the families there enjoyed that, and I like kind of take it for granted in a good way. Like it's something that we've come to like expect and love, and I think people feel that way about the pier. And I kind of agree with what Eric was saying about how we have the choice to invest in the future. Me personally, I believe what I want to do in life is try to be a good ancestor, and I think that we have the choice right now to invest in that. And it would be devastating to see that go. So, thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. One last call for public comment. Close.
No more virtual speakers.
Perfect. We'll close public comment. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. Let's break this up into two different pieces. I don't want to presume anything, but I assume that we are all in agreement with 1 through 3 as far as recommendations go.
Hold on. 1 through 4, maybe?
I think let's talk about 4. I am personally in agreement. I just want to make sure there's consensus there. But staff recommendation number 1, determine the high priority structural repairs, removal, and replacement of the Surface Walk of Fame plaque project as part of CIP 623, exempt from CEQA. Direct staff to notice the exemption within 5 business days, then direct staff to complete the high priority repairs of the pier as part of 623. Any conversations on that? I don't want to make assumptions, but.
Mr. Mayor, isn't number 4 part of number 1? Replacing the Walk of Fame plaques as number 1, and number 4 is relatively the same thing.
As I said, I'm in favor of 4. I just want to make sure we're there. There were 3 options, I believe, that staff presented, so.
I appreciate that, and I agree with you. I think 1 and 4 are the same thing, and 2 and 3.
If there's consensus on 4, we can go with 4.
I'm all good with the 1 through 4.
Wait, 1 through 4?
And actually, 5.
I'll make that motion for 1 through 4 if you want.
All All right, so we have a motion from Councilmember Francois for 1 through 4 of staff's recommendation.
I'll second that.
Second from Councilmember Seaman. Any conversations on that? Councilmember Jackson.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I agree that the immediate structural repairs should take place as soon as possible. Any other discussion, I believe, should start at Public Works, where this whole thing should have started, quite frankly, in my opinion, in Parks and Rec. And I'd like to kick it all back to Public Works, understanding the high priority of the structural repairs, although a month or two isn't going to make a difference. I can live with that. But I think any other discussions on direction and what route we're going to go, I think losing our pier is not an option. We could start a GoFundMe page if we needed to and get that funded. But I am not a fan of eliminating the process of Public Works and Parks and Rec that can do the deep dive that we shouldn't be doing within the limited time that we operate up here. So,
thank you for that. Any other comments?
I'm not clear. Is there a motion on the floor?
Motion
Yes.
for accepting staff's recommendation of 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I want to make a note on 4, just to mention, I spoke with Dennis Jarvis, an inductee, and he's very much against these rail-mounted items. He thinks that it's a waste of money, and we should be working on removing all the plaques from the pier and locating them on Pier Plaza and making them permanent and making that a real walk where people could walk around, and irrespective of whatever happens to the pier, whether it's there, taken, or moved away, that we should work on making the plaza a place where people actually walk over the items, not just people who go onto the pier. He thinks that we're missing a big opportunity for marketing, and that we should talk about where we're going to relocate these with the people who've won it and with the business people on the Pier Plaza area and the downtown area to see where we should locate these instead of having them on the pier. And I just wanted to mention that he's adamantly against that, and I think it wouldn't be wrong to send it to the commission and have number 4 sent to the commission and have them have a meeting and discuss it with having some representatives from the Surfers Walk of Fame, including Mr. Lang, and vet it out a little more in public before we decide where we're going to put these. Because what someone might say is temporary around here, that could be 25 years. So I agree that there's none on the pier. They haven't been installed in several years, so we need to do something. I think Mr. Jackson mentioned sending some things to the commission. I'd like to send number 4 to the commissions.
Is that a substitute motion?
I'd like to make a motion to move item 4 and send it to the the Parks and Rec Commission for review upon where we should place new plaques and a new program as to how we'll display them in a location that can be last for decades.
So number 4 I'll look at the city attorneys. Number 4 was included in the original motion, so the substitute, if there is a second, would be voted on first just for number 4. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
there's a second. Could we also have an addendum to that any and all future discussions on the pier, construction, possible replacement, and funding should start at Public Works?
That seems like a direction that's pretty broad. I'd say, no, I'm not going to accept that amendment. Let's just move forward with the original one, and if we can't have it, then I guess we won't have it.
Okay, I'll maintain my second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, can you scroll down on the screen that we all see and that the community sees so they can see all the recommendations? Whatever screen that is.
We can't scroll that screen,
You can't? Okay.
but I can put up the slide. I can put the slide back up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work. Just so we're all clear. Questions on the substitute motion? Just on number 4?
Yeah, I don't recall seeing any correspondence from Dennis Jarvis. In fact, every single email wanted him on the railing. So I don't understand really what the issue is, because one person I'm standing by the original motion. I think that
It's no longer on the plate.
it's clear the community wants it on the railings.
All right. I'll call the question on the substitute motion.
Which is
Just
to separate them.
number 4 goes to commission, essentially.
Gotcha.
If I can just add a final comment. I would further in support of the motion from Mayor Pro Tem. You know, the problem with that railing is it's a flat railing, and that flat railing is nothing but a cutting board for all the fishermen. And if you go up that entire length of the rail, it is fish guts and dried blood. So, you know, if we're going to do it, let's do it right. And if that's the ultimate location we put them, it's fine. Spending a month or two to have this up by mid-year, certainly by the summer, I don't think is a big ask. And it makes sense to get it right as opposed to just getting it done fast.
Mayor, can I speak to the motion? I just want to remind you that, yeah, Dean, I did speak to him just before the meeting this afternoon. That was Dennis Jarvis, and he's clear about it. And one thing he pointed out is that all the e-bikers that move around, they stop. They can deface this when times are slow in the winter, and he thinks that they won't even last. And then he said the same thing about the fishermen using them, cutting off of them. People are going to be defacing them. He said they'll last so much less time. He works down on the pier for over 20 years, and he's been on the pier plenty, and he just thinks it's a poor choice, and that's why I think we should go to the commission, advertise the meeting, and also invite some stakeholders to that meeting.
So with this, I will ask Lisa to come up here. What direct outreach has staff, or if Mr. City Manager can do this, to the group as a whole? I mean, have you talked to everyone involved in the Surfers Walk of Fame?
All our former inductees were notified via email, but we sat and had a meeting with our judges, our core stakeholder group, including former Commissioner Lane.
And I know it's rare to get unanimous support for one thing, but was there support for this, or was there concerns, or what was the overall sentiment of that group?
The overall sentiment was we had one judge missing from our meeting, but the judges that were in attendance were in support of this. It's been 6 years without having any funding for another option. And we have heard comments that from some, different opinions that it's important for them to be closer to the water on the pier. So we were ultimately receiving favor of this.
Well, I mean, the main thing you guys got to think about, it's a walk of fame, and now they're on the rail. I mean, do we have too many drinks? What was our problem? I mean, it's a surfer.
It's at eye level.
I haven't been to a Walk
right.
of Fame. I've been to the one in Hollywood. I've been to, them all around. You go to Walk of Fame in Manhattan Beach. The walk they use, all these are embedded, and you walk over them. You don't say it's a Walk of Fame and then you put them on a wall. I've just never seen that. They're on the floor.
All right.
Could I ask
Any
the
other
council
comments?
member a question?
Sure.
Where are you expecting to put it down at the base of the pier? Because it looks like all the spaces have been used up. In fact, we tried to get one on there.
The base of the pier, we
had
have
no
a
room.
huge pier plaza, the whole pier plaza,
On the ground?
on the ground.
Well, we just,
Checkerboard pattern, or?
And we can start moving them around the outsides. We've got a lot of real estate. Where we put them, we'll be able to fit hundreds.
All right. Call the question.
Okay, well, we're voting on Mayor Pro Tem Keegan's motion.
We're voting on 4, yes or no?
Just
Or
four
vote on the commission.
to the commission.
we're voting on
Number 4 only,
4 only.
yes or
Correct.
no?
To move it to the commission.
Well, I didn't realize that. I thought your motion was to, you sure
I
about
want to
this?
make sure he understands it. It's for 4, and it's to send it to the commission.
So this is a motion for option 4 only.
Correct.
I don't see anything about the commission on there. Direct staff to replace I see
Right,
direct
that's
staff
in
to
my
replace Surfers
motion.
Walk of Fame plaques on.
So
right.
this is the motion I made.
No.
No.
The motion that we're voting on
Substitute.
right now is to direct staff to bring the Surfer Walk of Fame plaques to the Parks and Rec Commission, period.
for them to work on the location and bring in stakeholders.
Okay, I already voted, so I'm fine.
Do you want to reconsider?
No.
Okay.
Thanks.
Motion carries.
All right, back to 1, 2, and 3.
Oh,
Because of
City
that-
Clerk, would you announce the vote?
It didn't show up.
Didn't show up.
Oh.
You have to announce the vote.
Sorry, I passed 3 to 2, myself and Councilmember Francois dissenting.
Okay, now we're doing 1, 2, and 3?
I think 1, 2, and 3 would probably be the best, because 5 will be, unless you can wrap in 5 and there's consensus there.
Okay.
But they-
And this is a new motion.
Correct.
All right, I move that we approve items 1, 2, and 3 on the staff report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any conversation on this? Call the question.
And what are we going to do with item 5? Are we going to vote on that?
Yeah,
We'll take
separate.
that separately.
Yep.
Okay.
Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, just pressing, okay.
Motion carries 5-0.
Perfect. And now number 5, provide staff with direction on whether to begin planning an environmental review process for a proposed replacement. Is there thoughts on this? Or Councilmember Jackson, I'm sure will say propose to go back to Public Works Commission.
So moved, Mr.
I also
Mayor.
know,
When
Councilmember Seaman.
you're ready, when you're done.
Councilmember Seaman.
Thank you. I think the difference between discussing with the public about where the plaques should go and what they should do, I think that should clearly go back to commission, as we have just voted to do so. I believe that the replacement of the pier or remove the pier or fix the pier is such a huge thing that I don't think it needs to go to a commission to be discussed. I think from the comments tonight and everyone's opinion, and I completely agree that that pier is part of our history and part of us. It makes us what we are, and it should never be removed and let's just move on without a pier. Quite the opposite, as a matter of fact. When we get to talking about this pier, I would like to think that people are going, well, how are we going to pay for it, and so on and so forth. I totally agree with that. How are we going to pay for it? Well, when do we think outside the box for a moment, please, and stop thinking about just, let's build a pier and then borrow the money on a bond and then try and pay it back with our taxes or something. That's possible. That could be part of it. But why don't we design the pier, the new pier, that's in this process of direct staff on whether to bring the planning and environmental review process for a proposed replacement pier, the planning of the pier. That's what's going to happen in the future if we vote yes on number 5. During that planning, why don't we think about maybe a pier that has, at the end of it, has something to it, like some attractions that make money to pay for the pier. Over 10, 20, 30 years, something at the end of that pier can pay for it over the years and pay and do that debt service on the bond. Redondo Pier, it's older, it's a horseshoe, it's huge, and but they have restaurants and places, they have so much entertainment there. I'm not sure what the income is from that, but I think if we had not a huge horseshoe-shaped pier, but something at the end of the new pier that would bring income into the city and bring notoriety to the city, bring tourists here, an attraction of some type. Some weeks ago, I was speaking to planning leadership Hermosa, and they asked me, well, all right, Rob, as a councilman or as mayor, I was at the time, what's the process to get something going if you want to accomplish something in the city? And so I started to explain this, and the best way I could think of is just to, well, let's say you had an idea. And I go, well, let's say you had an idea. And I sort of picked something that was ridiculous to make the point, which I said, maybe you want to have balloon rides at the end of the pier. And we could charge money for that. It could be every beautiful Saturday and Sunday, a balloon that's tethered to the pier, not floating around in the ocean, but tethered to the pier. And every 15, 20 minutes, it comes back down and puts 5, 10 more people in it and goes back up, and you stay up there for 20 minutes. And you pay $20, $30 a person for this, on and on, hour after hour, day after day. And then the longer I was making this analogy, which I started off as sort of a joke, I started to think about it. I go, well, why not? Why wouldn't we want to do something like that? People would say, it's the only pier in South Bay. I mean, I don't know where you have to go to find a balloon ride at the end of a pier on the beach. Why shouldn't we do that? Now, obviously, there's liabilities. There's a lot of problems with that. But that's what I would like to see happen in the next years while we're planning this new pier. Maybe it's not balloon rides, and it's certainly not a Ferris wheel, but something at the end of that pier, maybe a restaurant or some other sort of facility that people come from miles around to come to Hermosa Beach to go there and see that thing, whatever it is. That's what I'd like to see happen on that pier. And that, for our ancestors, as Mr. Horn mentioned, that's something that they can look at for the next centuries and go, wow, look at that. These guys, they really did something special here. That would be something new and unusual about Hermosa Beach that people can appreciate for decades. So I am all in favor of number 5. I don't think it should go to the Planning Commission, the Public Works Commission. I think it should be right here in City Council. So that's my thought, and if you're willing to accept a motion, I say that we approve item number 5. Is
there a second?
Well, what number 5 says we're going to provide staff and direction. What is the direction?
Tell them to get started on the planning and environmental review process for a proposed replacement project. That's exactly what it says.
See, in our staff report, we don't have a description or any details of number 5.
Well, there it is. Do you need a description?
That's not enough. That's one sentence. It doesn't really provide enough. I'd like to see it come back. There's no description of what this means at all. And,
So,
we need to bring this back at least to us.
Councilmember Seaman, if you want I will second it if we can just modify by creating a target of 2034, whatever, 2032 for ultimate replacement of the pier. I think that is a little bit more clear direction. I don't know if that's what you're looking for.
Okay, could you repeat that?
That provides staff with direction on whether to begin the planning and environmental review process for proposed pier replacement by 2032. I mean, that's,
Yeah.
Do you need more description in the motion, or? It's going to be massive community outreach. This is not something we're going to do in a vacuum.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Your Honor. And
There's no funding.
If you want Joe to describe exactly, what that entails, but it's the beginning, certainly, of the environmental review, as he said, which just takes years to do. And in this case, design things like that, we'll send those to the commission and kickstart those. We'll start, once we get direction as staff, we'll start on developing financing for it. We do have an application in with Ted Liu's office. We made it past the first round. We're going to hear back by April 17th, we understand, as to what we may or may not get. I appreciate the input from some folks tonight, but I disagree that it's going to be just one thing or another. Probably be a collection or a variety of funding mechanisms that we'll use to achieve this. But we will figure it out. If the council directs this and we move forward on it, we will figure it out.
Thank you, City Manager. I totally agree with your assessment of what you just said. It's one way or another it'll get figured out. But my point here is that if we do not approve number 5, we don't have anything. If we don't provide staff with direction to begin the process, then there is no process, and then there is no pier. And the one we have will eventually rot and fall off into the ocean, and that'll be the end of that. So my proposal is to direct staff to begin the planning and environmental review process for a proposed pier replacement project by 2032. I accept that as an amendment to my motion. So there's a motion on the floor.
Mike, can I ask a question? So we're sending this off to the planning. Are we spending any money on this? Are we going to appropriate a budget for any of this? I mean, are we just going to send it over to them? I mean, I want to point out that I like the pier as much as everyone else, but we had a graph, we'll see on the next item, is the revenues versus expenses of the city. I don't know if any of you bothered to look at it. But if you did, you wouldn't even think of us, contemplating a new pier. I mean, we need to sit down and take a hard look at our CIPs before we commit to spending millions of dollars on a project that we might not even possibly be able to pay for. I mean, I take this job as a fiscal responsible person to the city, and in good conscience, I can't move this forward without that discussion ahead of time. I mean, this needs to be tabled, and we need to think about if we really are going to make the tough decisions. I mean, we have some interim problems that are in the $5 to $10 million range that are hitting us in the next 2 to 3 years. Now, I want to mention a couple of people said we have to rebuild it because, the Kennedy era or whatever. I mean, I don't want to see my taxes go up, as Mr. Higgins mentioned, at $55, and some of his numbers are pretty damn close. And I mean, so you're talking about a parcel tax for $600 a year to go walk out on the pier 3 times that I go out there. I don't want to do that. And I think I represent a lot of people in town who feel that way. Maybe you all want to feel good when you go out there twice a year, but I don't feel that same way. So I think that we have to make these decisions not by emotion, but based on the facts. And we should not send anything forward to rebuild this pier until we actually think we could fund the pier. And you do not pass things because someone says it's politically expedient. We're a city council. We're not the federal government. We can't promise stuff we can't deliver. We have to deliver it, and we don't have the money to deliver it. I mean, we want to build a city yard, so I guess we'll get rid of the city yard project. We'll never rebuild the police station, the fire station, or city hall, but we'll be able to go out and watch the sunset. So I think 5 is a mistake. I think we should sit down, send something to our city manager to come back with some ideas of if it's possible for us to even fund a new pier. That's the question I'd rather have answered. And I'll leave it at that. So I'm not supporting the motion.
Director Sinclair.
Yeah, I think we probably do need some clarity on what the direction would look like. I mean, in terms of if we were to get direction to move ahead, I think the first question would be is what does that look like and what is the funding that goes around it, as Mayor Pro Tem has alluded to. We have a very full CIP. We're about to embark on CIP study session, budget preparation. These discussions are going to be happening over May and June in the coming months. And so the question is what available funding do we even have in the CIP? Because planning and permitting will be expensive. I will be very clear about that. For a new structure, this is going to be a costly process to initiate that. We can do it incrementally, seek funding to help pay for it, but that's not guaranteed. As City Manager Napolitano indicated, we got a preliminary indication that we might have made it through the first round for a small chunk of potential funding, but by no means to cover the full cost of this project. As we look at the upcoming year, and that's what our team is currently doing now, we're really looking at workload, capacity, what funding and priorities we have over the next year or two. And so those are things that we'll be bringing to a joint commission meeting for CIP, talk about the CIP. That's going to happen in May, and we'll be having a CIP study session in June, intertwined in with the budget discussions. And so direction could be that we start to look at what's on our plate, what the available funding is, and how much money we even have to be able to potentially incrementally start this planning process, or we could bring something back through that process. But I think it's fairly fluid, but I agree, a broad approval of number 5 probably doesn't give us sufficient direction to come back of what we need. And I don't know if, Steve, you want to add anything to that?
One's official stuff.
No, as Director Senkelman said, it's going to be a matter of priorities and hard choices. But again, based on what council directs us to do, we'll figure it out. But yes, we'll have to bring back lots of different things. We might have to reprioritize the current projects that we have. We might have to reprioritize a lot of things that we have in the budget. It's really council's decision based on community input where you want to go with this. But we will carry out the direction that you direct us to take.
Councilman Jackson.
Mr. Mayor.
Hold on.
This discussion highlights exactly why this should have started with Public Works. To pull the string, to determine what's feasible, what's not feasible, timelines, potential, all those considerations that should be done with a deep dive at a commission, as opposed to us getting this soup sandwich and saying, here you go, make a decision. I mean, there's too much involved, too many implications for us to give legitimate guidance at this point. I think the discussion needs to take place with maximum community participation and outreach at Public Works. That's why we have a commission.
That a substitute motion?
Yes, it is.
I'll second that.
All right, motion and a second. Any other conversation on this? Call the question.
Motion carries 3-2.
All right, next up, we have mid-year budget review, 25-26.
Just getting over that. I know.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I'm here to present the fiscal year 2026 mid-year budget review. The city has conducted an annual mid-year budget review since 1982 and is an analysis of revenues and expenditures at the end of the first 6 months of the fiscal year. The mid-year focus is to evaluate the city's financial performance, identify any course corrections or unexpected revenue windfalls, look ahead at future risks, and make any necessary required adjustments. So overall, at mid-year, the city is requesting to increase the estimated revenue budget by approximately $552,000, but expenditures are increased $1.835 million, leading to a projected end-of-year shortfall of $548,000. During the budget adoption back in June, the budget was balanced using one-time funds of $361,000 to the current budget. In order to address the shortfall now identified at mid-year, the city will need to use an additional $548,000 of one-time funds to cover the shortfall. The city will use the $236,000 of the eliminated deputy city manager position during budget adoption and the remaining $312,000 from the one-time 2025 Prop A funds exchange stabilization contingency to cover the shortfall. As mentioned, the city we plan to end this fiscal year without a deficit, but it would need one-time funds, resources, and the use of one-time funds are a temporary solution, not a permanent fix, as this city heads into the upcoming 2027 budget cycle. So this is indicating really a structural imbalance. So this slide shows the current 2026 budget with the mid-year adjustments. As you can see, in the beginning of the budget adoption, $361,000 of one-time funds was used to balance the city budget. So that $361,000 is comprised of the 23 Prop A exchange and savings from the previous year mid-year review and funds set aside for employee leave obligations. The mid-year revenue adjustment of $552,000 and the $1.8 million mid-year expenditure adjustments are shown in the line items to the respective estimated revenue and operating appropriations. That's showing total the shortfall of $548,000. As you can see, the city used approximately $909,000 of one-time funds. That's kind of from the beginning during the budget adoption, now at mid-year to balance this year's budget rather than operating growth. So this mid-year revenue breakdown shows the increase of 552,000 and is really comprised of several factors, some increases and some decreases. The largest growth is, of course, in the current service category as shown, and it's primarily due to the updated meter rates that were adopted earlier in October 2025. We are expecting approximately 635,000 increase in parking meter revenue this fiscal year, and this is followed by a projected increase of 240,000 of plan check fees based on activity for the first half of the year. However, this is offset by decreases in other current service charges. That's in recreation and also due to lower than anticipated park after school enrollment. The other second largest category is other revenue, and that's due to recognizing a one-time reimbursement, 100,000 reimbursement for city admin costs due to the earlier August 2025 bond issuance for the Greenwich Village North Underground and Utilities Assessment District. And again, this growth is uneven and partially one-time as the Greenwich reimbursement nearly accounts for 20% of the 552,000 revenue increase. So regarding the decrease, we have a 46,000 projected decrease for sales tax, and although the increase projected for the sales tax within this is due to the state and county pools and restaurants, hotels, that's usually the largest industry group for sales tax for Hermosa Beach. However, this is offset by a decrease due to lower projected food and drugs and auto sales tax estimates. For licenses and permits, this category decreased by approximately 7.6%, and that's typically primarily due to decreases in electric and plumbing permits due to current market conditions, and this is offset by a projected increase in building permits based on actual building permit revenues from the first half of the fiscal year. The use of money decrease is primarily due to $45,000 in less estimated revenue for community center rentals, and they're lower due to the closure of Kelly Courts, resulting in less pickleball reservations, and also adjusting the revenue from the Clark Building due to the delay in reopening. And lastly, we have the property taxes, and the estimate for the property taxes decreased about 0.6%. And the mid-year estimates for the secured portion of the property tax or real property, which is land and personal property, is 1.89% lower than the original estimate. So the new estimate is now revised to 21.3 million, and that slight decrease is due to a projected higher delinquency payment rates and successful valuation appeals in the prior year. So in the next slide here, I want to comment that you can see here that the total revenue is 552,000 being brought in. I do want to make a comment regarding the fines and forfeitures. During budget adoption back in June, this was about 1.55 billion back in 1.55 million during adoption, but back in September 2025, this was increased by $450,000 due to the anticipated increase in the parking violation revenue from the updated parking violation bail schedule. So the revenue for the fines and forfeitures are consistent with the amended budget, so we're not going to propose any change needed during this mid-year. Okay, so moving on to the expenditures. For the mid-year expenditure breakdown, the total general fund expenditures is 1.8 million. The 1.3 million increase in personnel costs is due to the projected labor increases in salaries and benefits from the recently negotiated MOUs with the city employee bargaining units earlier this fiscal year. The remainder, approximately 557 increases, primarily due to recommended increases in contract services. So each city departments reviewed their budgets in detail, and we identified where savings could be realized, but also requested increases as the decreases made to balanced budget were not sustainable. So if we move on, take a look at this, most of the police increase is due to the MOU increase, followed by legislative with a 200,000 increase from 480,000 to 680,000 due to activity from the first half of the year. For ComDev, the labor decreased approximately 163,000 due to primarily adjusting the pension allocations from the former ComDev department staff to the current department staff. So this offset really a recommended increase of 150,000 of community development contract services budget, and this increase is due to 50,000 for contracted plan services, a contracted permit tech of 60,000 to support the ongoing Acela activation and meet state-mandated reporting requirements. So moving on to the other funds besides the general fund, we're requesting to transfer approximately $317,000 to bring up the insurance fund back to its $3 million funding target. Although the projected ending fund balance for the insurance fund is approximately $2.85 million with the estimated revenue increase, and that includes the $317,000 transfer, staff is anticipating that the general liability claims expenditures is going to be less than budgeted. So we're not going to be making any changes to the 705 due to the uncertainty of insurance claims for the remainder of the fiscal year, and we'll revisit during the beginning of the next budget cycle. Let me go back. Regarding the equipment replacement fund, we're requesting $181,000 for technology and police equipment purchases. So that includes $20,000 for IT, and basically that is going to include about $3,000 to upgrade the community center conference room to hold virtual meetings. The police department is requesting about $35,000 to equip all police vehicles and CSO vehicles with automated external defibrillators, and other police department equipment requests also include some kits to equip them with all medical kits, and also some less lethal mounts, and also to equip 2 Chevy Tahoes with some Axon camera kits. Staff is also requesting an additional $107,000 to purchase 2 Ford Explorers related to outfitting costs for police admin staff. And the 2 Ford Explorers are going to replace the 2014 Ford Fusion Hybrid S that will be auctioned. So looking at the CIP fund during mid-year, we're increasing this by about $1.44 million. And this is primarily due to funds freed from completed or about to be completed projects. The city is making new investments in facilities and improvements primarily from the city yard, and we're budgeting about approximately $890,000 from the reserve balance for the city yard CIP project. We're also budgeting the donations made by Chuck and Diane Missy Sheldon, $500,000 for the CIP 111 monument signage, and also the September 2014 Chambers $50K donation for the marquee sign, respectively. So there is a need for ongoing infrastructure funding for the next fiscal year. So the funds freed will be needed to fund the necessary CIPs that we're going to identify in the upcoming fiscal year 27 budget. So this fiscal year 26 to fiscal year 31 forecast was shown back in June during the budget adoption. And given the ongoing fiscal uncertainty, staff is projecting structural deficits in the upcoming fiscal years and it's really driven by expenditures growing faster than the anticipated revenues. The balance really kind of depends on one-time fund fixes, non-recurring resources rather than recurring operating growth. And for right now, as demonstrated earlier, that time during mid-year, it's almost $910,000 to cover the deficit. So the city practice has used one-time savings to manage structural city budget deficits to create a balanced budget. And as mentioned earlier during the budget adoption, we balanced by using $361,000 of the one-time funds from the city general fund. And during the mid-year update, we're projected to increase the expected general fund revenues by $552,000, but that's not going to be enough, and which totals to approximately $910,000 one-time money used to balance this year's budget. So actually, we don't even include the one-time $100,000 Greenwich admin reimbursement. That really shortfall without the one-time funds would rise to over $1 million. And it's not sustainable for the cities. As demonstrated, the expenditures are really outpacing the revenues. And next year for the budget, the city expenses, including labor and contracts, are increasing. The city's pension UAL from CalPERS is expected to increase approximately $600,000, and that's kind of an issue that's happening across almost all California city agencies. And the MOUs costs are also expected to rise as well. Fire services or agreements with the county are also posed as a future risk. And again, with the UAL increase, that alone will take over the revenue increase at mid-year, and those costs are really non-negotiable. As we all know, the city's fire agreements are nearing expiration, and however, there are other vendor service contracts that are also up for negotiation as well. I mean, those vendors are often coming up with higher than annual increases, and although there might be some room for negotiation, it is still an increase. So as the city has competing needs, the city's general fund also has to cover the light and landscaping district deficit of nearly $410,000 annual subsidy in the past, and there might be more expenditures that might need to be covered by the general fund. The CIP fund has, in recent years, been absorbing about $300,000 to $350,000 of general fund public works labor as past and current practice. And the city's insurance fund is underfunded at $3 million, and there are also critical infrastructure needs for CIP. And although the city has previously used one-time funds, and in this case, this year, nearly about $1 million to balance the budget, it's really demonstrating that there's a structural issue of expenditures outpacing revenues. As we approach really the next year's fiscal year 2027 budget, the city will be making cuts to maintain core priority city services and really determine the prioritization of core services that the city will need to fund. And in closing, the current fiscal year at mid-year is balanced using one-time reserve balance, yet the structural imbalance kind of remains. The focus shifts to the upcoming 2027 budget, and staff is recommending that the City Council approve the proposed general fund transactions and appropriate the estimated remaining balance of $2.239 million in unspent prior year funds to support the development of next year's budget. I also do have one more slide to present, as the City Council will need to provide some direction also on whether to continue or discontinue participation in Beach City's Transit Line 109. So to kind of provide some background, we also want to bring to your attention the Beach City Transit Line 109 to make a decision whether to fund it or not. So the City of Hermosa Beach, we have participated in a service agreement with BCT, Beach Cities Transit, since at least June 2006. The majority of those years did not require any additional funding from the city to subsidize operations. However, starting this fiscal year, BCT requested about approximately $17,200 in supplemental funding to offset operational cost increases. So we were able to kind of use some Prop 8 funds to be able to fund this, but now they're expected to increase up to $20,000 for the upcoming next year's budget. So their operational costs will continue to increase substantially each year due to their structural increases in their, and they kind of have flat ridership. So this is highly likely to lead to larger subsidy requests from the city, and also not only just us, but also participating agencies, including Manhattan Beach, El Segundo, and Los Angeles. So in this current fiscal year, we modified the standard service agreement with BCT to include additional deliverables to verify transit usage in Hermosa Beach, including access to farebox location data to plot bus stop usage. But staff, we have not been able to utilize this data because it's approximately 70% incomplete and cannot be used to analyze ridership by Hermosa Beach residents or visitors. So that concludes my presentation. Let me know if there's any questions.
Thank you. Just clarifying on the last piece on it, we had a public commenter saying that they did submit data, the BCT did submit data on March 19th or something, if I remember correct.
Hi, yes, so BCT did provide us some data recently in our quarterly meeting. It is from manual counts taken by their operators. I believe in last, I think it was like 130 days, they did their manual counts. It was an average about 7 riders per day were being picked up in Hermosa Beach. So we have some data we recently got, but it's not any kind of system data, it's all manual counts. So we don't have anything to reconcile that against, but that is data we just recently received as of Thursday.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Soon.
Thank you. On this last piece also on the additional $2,600 for the BCT line, would that extra $2,600 be Prop A funds also?
I believe so.
Or would that come out of somewhere else?
Yeah, that would be the plan by city staff, is to use the available Prop A funds.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you for the brief. Couple questions with regard to the vehicles. Are our current Ford Fusions capable of a couple years more of service? I mean, old doesn't mean I've got an old car, it still works. And why are we going from a hybrid Fusion to what appears to be a full gas Explorer, which are quite expensive?
Yeah, yes, I believe that this was both the police department and also Public Works made a determination that those 2014 Ford Fusion vehicles were at the end of life. And due to the operational needs of the PD department, they kind of wanted to have a variety of vehicles because
These are, hang on, let me interrupt. These are admin vehicles, right? So admin vehicles, as they currently are configured, are 2 Ford hybrids, right? And so we're going to go from Ford hybrids to Ford Explorers at 106K, 107K. So I'm wondering, number one, just because they're old doesn't mean they're past their lifespan or life potential, and can we eke out a couple more years of service if needed, if we're going to start making some choices? And number two, do we need to spend $106,000 when there are cheaper hybrid sedans that are comparable to a Ford Fusion as opposed to an SUV?
Let me defer that to Chief Lander.
Thank you, Councilmember Jackson. Yeah, so they're in bad shape. Can they last beyond mid-year? Probably. I would say that it would probably come back at the next budget cycle as part of the fleet replacement, the ongoing fleet replacement. We have regular monthly meetings with the fleet team, which is Public Works, Police Department, and other departments to consider. These vehicles are end of life. As far as the vehicles...
I'm sorry, Chief, what does end of life mean? Are they falling apart, or were they just, 10 years, can we get 2 more years out of them, if possible?
I don't know about 2 years. We can take a look, but it's something that could be deferred. Every year, we look at all of the vehicles in the fleet and defer what we can.
But I get it seems that we look at vehicles, we say they're old, we need to replace, as opposed to they're old. I mean, like the meter guy had, we eked out a couple extra years on that meter pickup truck, I think, that he had. So if there's a possibility or the potential to do something similar here, where we could save $107,000 and get a couple more years out of these Fusions, and then look at something comparable.
Yeah, we could talk to the fleet team, and part of it too becomes and these are hybrids, so they still require regular ongoing maintenance. At some point, the ongoing maintenance starts to cost the city. I understand it's not the same as a full replacement, but that all is factored in, and eventually the vehicles just...
Right, so yeah, I guess I would ask that we determine if we're at that point where it's diminishing returns, and then is there a cheaper alternative? I mean, they got, Ford Ranger pickup truck hybrids that are relatively inexpensive. I mean, we're looking at $106,000 for two admin vehicles.
Right. And sometimes the admin vehicles, and I'm not trying to overly justify, but for example, one of those is assigned to the administrative division commander who is in charge of the detective bureau, who is also going out on occasion with the detectives on operations. So yes, it is an admin vehicle, but they are used in the field.
And right now we're using 2 Ford hybrids in the field.
Yes, and have been for 12 years.
Thank you.
Just clarifying that, is that $106,000 over the vehicle replacement fund that is already allocated and saved?
Yes, there's available fund to pay for it. And just to add that, if we were to replace the 2 Ford Explorers, we would be auctioning off the 2 Ford Fusions. So it's likely that we will be getting some of the sale proceeds from the sale of the Fusions.
So what would the true cost of the cars be if we're already using vehicle replacement funds versus additional $108,000?
I think it will be less the cost of the salvage value or the auction cost of the 2 Ford Fusions. So 106, if each were to be sold for I mean, let's hypothetically say 10,000 each. I mean, the cost will be 90,000.
Your Honor, we can also bring this back when we, with the next fiscal year's budget, when we look at the whole fleet replacement schedule, if that's council's wish.
Okay. Councilmember Francois.
Thank you. Two quick questions. Regarding the Beach Cities Transit, did you say 7 riders a day? Is that what I heard?
Yes, from the manual data that we caught, it was about, I think it was like 6.7, so rounded up to 7.
And, I mean, we're funding it for 19,000. That comes out to about $60 or $70 a person, right? So we really could not fund this anymore, and they still could run through the city, correct?
I do believe their entire budget for transit is around 10 million a year. So yeah, they would be able to, continue operations without our funding.
Would you need direction on that tonight?
We do, just if we were to, if we were to cancel service, we have to provide a notification to the city of Redondo Beach, and there's a 90-day period we need to do that in.
Yeah, there's a 90-day limit that we're up against. So we want, that's why we brought it to council, if they so chose, if they want to fund for another year, as they reassess, then we can do that too. And of course, they keep promising we're going to get more and better data, but we're just hoping at this point.
So the lifeguard contract, is it about $3.5 million a year? Is that what our costs are? Or is that what I understood?
No, there's no contract with lifeguards for $3.5 million currently. The lifeguards and beach maintenance, they are funded from this city through half the revenue of Lot C. So that's the 30-year agreement that was entered into when the Lot C was constructed, as well as the
But that comes
lifeguard
up
tower.
to $3.5 million that we pay to the lifeguards, correct?
On a yearly basis, no.
Oh.
Again, it's just half of, it's about, well, these days, with the increase in the meter rates, it's about 300,000, 325.
That we currently pay.
Correct.
But when the contract ends, we're not going to have revenue from the lots anymore, so they are going to be asking for more funding than 300,000.
We'll continue to have revenue from the lots, but will they be asking more for lifeguard services? Yes, they've already indicated that they will be asking more for lifeguard services and beach maintenance services.
But we could say, that's up to the county to provide lifeguard services. The other neighboring cities don't pay for it, so, right, are we in a position to take that stand with county lifeguard, or?
We can, but.
Otherwise, they're going to want a lot more than 300,000, right?
They do. They want full cost recovery.
Is that where the 3.5 million comes in?
That is a potential amount over several years that they have suggested could be one of the talking points, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Soon.
What happens to the Prop A funds if, let's say we decided not to fund the BCT line? What happens to those Prop A funds if we don't spend it?
Well, the Prop A funds, the city has approximately 3 years to spend it. So it's either use it or lose it thing. Otherwise, we have to send it back to LA Metro, and we would also need to find a way to use the Prop A funds, and also that also needs to get the sign-off from LA Metro. But we can use it for any sort of, I believe it's public transit, and there needs to be a public transit or a nexus to improve quality and safety access to public transit services.
So the 3 years, we have 3 years to spend it. When does that start?
So every year,
When did it start?
Oh, yeah. So every year, the city gets revenue from LA Metro. So by the time when we get the money to our bank account, that 3-year clock starts ticking. So it's kind of on a rolling basis. So let's say we get, for example, the FY23 money in FY23, we would need to spend it by FY26.
Okay. How much?
I believe we get approximately 500,000 each year, but I believe that number is dropping lower because it is based on local sales tax funds, and I believe from the latest forecast that the county is not getting a lot. And just to comment, last year we did use it quite a bit just for like the Prop A fund exchange, to exchange our Prop A funds for general fund money. So that's how we're able to balance this year's budget by using the reserve.
Yeah, we can continue doing that.
Yes, we can continue to do the exchange for the general fund, but I believe our limit is we can only do it once every 2 years.
Oh.
So,
but there's no limit to how much.
There's no limit, but we also, for the fund exchange, we would need to find a willing city to exchange the money because those money are restricted. Last time when we did it in June, it was like 70 cents to $1.
Yeah.
And we did it with the city of West Hollywood, which the city has done for the last 3 exchanges as past practice.
Is that exchange rate pretty much steady?
Yes.
Over the years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the general fund, basically, you could use it for anything.
Yeah, right. Once we exchange it for general funds, we can use it for anything.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And so, well, it's 70 cents on the dollar is why anybody would be interested in exchanging it. Obviously, no one would want to exchange dollar for dollar.
Right.
Makes no sense. I got you. Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll queue up public comment if there's no more questions.
First, we have David G.
David Grathan, speaking mainly as a resident on this item. So we saw the chart again. It's got the red line with the expenditures and the green line with the projected revenues and the growing gap. And we saw that at least 9 months ago at the budget study session. And so we did see that we had a deficiency at mid-year based on the data. So that tells me we need to continue to take heart when we look at those projections. There's nothing telling us that we shouldn't believe that. And I think we need to assume that's the trend until we know better. So that's the big takeaway. And then in addition to that, staff briefed you with all the risks, things like the upcoming with the fire and LA County and those things. So those are just going to, contribute to the situation. I'm not trying to be alarmist, but we can see where this is going. And then back to the shortfall in the general fund revenues. It was labor-driven, not surprisingly. The renegotiated MOUs with the police. We know that labor is a huge part of the general fund expenditures. And I think the way this works is when we make the adjustments, I don't think this is how much something went up year to year. I think this is mainly a matter of how well we were able to predict at the beginning of the year versus what came to being, I believe, is what we're actually looking at. So I don't know if that means that we underestimated the increase in the MOU. I'm not trying to poke at anybody, but it just goes to show that there can be even estimating uncertainty. That's another consideration when we look at this. And then you'll notice on almost the final last chart, the final bullet in bold said something like, in essence, we need to do some trimming to maintain core services. When I look at it as a resident, I see core services, I usually think about public safety and infrastructure. Speaking as individual resident, I concur with that big bold bullet there. Thank you.
Next, we have Kristen M.
Hi, City Council. I'm speaking to support the $20,000 investment in the BCT 109 line. I'm a frequent user of the buses here. I actually took a bus to get here tonight. As I've been recovering from my knee surgery and not able to walk far, I've especially relied on the BCT 109 specifically to get around this town and to get to neighboring cities. The bus is clean and the drivers are friendly and safe. My only complaints are the limited hours and frequency. It only runs once an hour on weekends and it only runs till 10 p.m. If I leave before this meeting is over, it's probably to catch the last bus. Despite these limitations, the BCT 109 is a good public service. It connects us to other beach cities, to the Douglas K Line station, and to LAX. It already offers ways for Hermosans, visitors, and workers to get around without adding traffic, without needing parking, and without the risk of a DWI. I'd say 20,000 a year is worth saving even one person's life from impaired driver, especially considering it's less than one new homeowner's annual property taxes. It costs less than half of one of the Ford Explorers proposed for the police force tonight. Looking forward, I also believe our limited public transit options will be necessary for upcoming large international events like the World Cup and the Olympics, especially because international people are more accustomed to traveling by public transit. Because, we want them and we want their business here, not their traffic, not their parking burden, and not their crazy Uber drivers. I'd also like to add that the numbers for the ridership are from the slow season from November to early March. They're also taken manually, which the drivers don't always do accurately or don't always have time to do in my experience. These ridership numbers can only be lowballs compared to their true ridership and value. So all of this is to say, please continue to fund the BCT 109. It is a good public service. If you're going to change it, push to increase funding and awareness about it and make it a better public service. Thank you.
Next, we have Tyrone G.
Say good evening, Mayor, Council, those that's in the house. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say I'm the transit manager for Beach City Transit. We want to be in partnership with you guys and continue to service not alone just with Hermosa Beach, but with everybody, all the other shared cities that we have. And I want to explain that the cost sharing agreement that we have with Hermosa Beach helps us recover some of the operation and fuel costs of traveling through this city, in addition to a waive dollar ride that gives residents the ability to catch doctor's appointments and go to the dentist and grocery stores and other areas throughout Hermosa Beach. However, during COVID and a few years afterwards, BCT covered the costs for our partner cities, but unfortunately, due to rising costs, we are no longer able to do all those costs all alone. We're a new team, the team that we have that's at BCT, myself and 2 other members. We're a new team and we're working hard to modernize the system, but I want to be clear that BCT is responsible for funding all the Line 109 improvements. And we only ask that the other beach cities continue to share this basic cost of running the Line 109 through your city. And understand what I want to address this as well, that the need to stop level data, we recently asked our bus operators to begin manually count activity at each bus stop. Between November the 1st, 2025 and March 10th of 2026, approximately, catch this, it was 910 riders board Line 109 within Hermosa Beach, and approximately 1,130 riders disembarked within Hermosa Beach, which was presented to your staff, the new data partnership on March the 10th. That data was presented on March the 10th. And also, in addition to BCT, the total wave Hermosa ridership was 1,494 out of 10,648 riders, which is 14%. And our early analysis showed that a majority of the riders using Line 109 are commuters, those who connect to BCT using other transit systems in the LA area. And I say that to say the data that was collected, that's the 70% that you're referring to, Hermosa Beach staff amended our 2025 and 2026 agreement to require the reporting of the Metro Daily A102 reports, which details daily Metro tap card transactions. And we're happy to share this report. However, this report is managed by Metro, and BCT does not control the completeness of this data, what we give to the staff. This report also does not capture all riders, only those paying fare via Metro tap cards. And I say that to say because the information that's given to you guys, whenever it's asked by your staff, we share it with you. There's nothing that we keep or hold back from any of the data that needs to be. So we want to be in partnership with you guys. We appreciate this city, and we would love to continue to have the services throughout the years. Thank you.
Next, we have Eric H.
Hello again, Eric Horn. I want to say thank you, Councilmember Keegan, for engaging with my public comment. I think that these two items, the pier renovation or replacement, coming up at the same time as this mid-cycle budget review is, it's good. It's good. You said that we cannot address our fiscal challenges with the pier because we have a deficit. Now, I understand that. I also remember that you campaigned against a $3 million sales tax. You said that you would revisit the sales tax once you got elected and cut expenses, if my memory serves. Last year at the annual budget study session, you had that opportunity. You guys spent 53 minutes on that budget, and you cut one position, $250K. Our budget this year is up $1.8 million. I understand that most of that is driven by labor agreements. Those are tricky. It's really tricky. You did spend $30,000 on a city manager search when we had already identified who we wanted to be our city manager. And now we are debating cutting public transit for people that want to visit Hermosa, spend their tax dollars here. People that need to use public transit to get around when they're injured. I think that this would send a poor message to the community that vital, actual services to residents are less of a priority than going through a city manager search when we have already identified a city manager that I personally like. I think you do too. Tonight we're also discussing another $100,000 or so for additional e-bike enforcement. Councilmember Seaman and I think, both want to see greater enforcement of e-bike laws on the Strand, around town. Seeing where we are with the fiscal picture now, I think that, if we're all having to make sacrifices and we're having to forego things that we'd like to do as a city, and there's a lot of those things. E-bikes are one of them. I think there's a million things that you, Councilmember Keegan, Seaman, anyone up there would like to do for this town. But if we are trying to nickel and dime our way through the budget to save a couple $100,000 when we're facing millions in deficits, I think you have to explain why the choices you're making are falling on transit or on other things like that. So I hope that this session is useful for that. I think we're a couple weeks or months out from the next full study session. I hope that you spend more time on that study session, given the gravity of the fiscal situation that we face, perhaps even holding independent hearings by department to give true scrutiny to every single line item on the taxpayer's dime. Thank you.
Next, we have Brandon L.
Good evening. So really I wanted to speak about the BCT 109. I really urge the city to continue funding for the 109, as that is really just one of the more cost-effective and direct ways that we can minimize car traffic and parking challenges all along the busiest parts of our city, like Hermosa Ave and the pier. Additionally, the city is quite underserved in public transit, so I would argue that BCT funding is critical. In fact, it is more important that we improve the service, especially the frequency. And I can almost guarantee that by not only continuing support on the BCT 109, but also improving and investing in it, you will see those ridership numbers go up. You will be bringing more people to our city without adding to car traffic and parking. How many people decide to drive to Hermosa because the 109 comes every 30, 45 minutes during the week, or every hour on the weekends, and ends at 10 p.m., right? So, similar to what Kristen said and what Eric was saying, just recently I had medical issues affecting my lower legs, and I wasn't really able to drive, walk, bike around. Some of the things that we really pride ourselves on in the city, because, it is great for that. It's a great place for all those things. And buses like the BCT 109 are important public services that helped me get around, me, a resident, get around and enjoy our city. So if we no longer have the BCT 109 or don't really have funding for it, then how are we going to serve our greater community that is unable to walk or bike? Or are we just going to tell them to get in the car and fight for parking like the rest of us? So I think it would be in our city's best interest to continue serving the community by continuing to support all modes of public transit, and the BCT 109 being one of them. Thank you.
Next, we have Ken Allen. Your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, Kent Allen. I moved here in 1978, 40-year resident in my house for 30 years, and I'm a 12-year planning commissioner. First of all, I want to say that I support the chief of police, Landon Phillips. I don't. Yeah, we have to give the police what they need. Okay, so if the police needs it, I'm going to trust Landon. All right. Now, the reason I'm calling in tonight is because I couldn't help but notice the travel budget, and we're talking about saving money, and it was pretty, it's glaring. Ray Jackson likes to travel on the city dime. Okay, and if you look at the budget, you'll see that he's leading the pack. I see that he traveled from 1/5/26 to 1/7/26 to the California I forgot the name, California Control Cities Association. He also traveled from 2/19/26 to 2/22/26 to the Independent Cities Association. Quite frankly, I never saw any report of what he did. And he is leading the pack on expending travel expenditures. I don't know what he's doing. He never talks about it. I mean, I think I would like to encourage the city council to say that if you're going to go on the city dime, maybe you could take 10 minutes and write down what you actually did. Who did you call? And when did Ray try to say, like, maybe we don't need the California Contractual Association and the Independent? Maybe we can combine these. I think he just wants to get on the road and get some money. Now, there was no public recall. There was no public message on that. And I think the public would get some kind of benefit from seeing what the hell is he doing out there. All right. Now, at the end of the day, Ray, I remember when I was a father and I went to Astro Camp and I went to Catalina Camp. You know what? If I couldn't make a meeting, at the very least I could do was to say, hey, I can't make make a formal note. I can't make the state of the city. I'm busy. It could have been read. So once again, it's just more load of crap from Ray Jackson. Hopefully he doesn't get elected, and hopefully he doesn't run. So good enough. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Laura Pena. Your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, Laura Pena, for the work that went into this mid-year budget. I know staff is trying to respond to real needs, and I appreciate that. I hope tonight that this conversation focuses not just on this year's adjustments, but on the bigger picture of how our city is going to stay financially strong over the long term. The 5-year forecast shows expenditures exceeding our revenues by $4.2 million. If that is so, then the public deserves a clear strategy for how the city plans to close the gap in a sustainable way. What is the plan? How do we address this structural deficit without simply defaulting to higher taxes, higher fees, or one-time fixes? I believe council should take a close look at whether new spending requests are truly the best and most reasonable choices. I have questions about the $157,000 increase for community development contract services. That may be necessary, but how will success be measured? What are the turnaround times today? What improvement is expected? And when will the public see the data showing whether this spending actually produced faster, more reliable service? But at the same time, I also understand we cannot look at everything through this cost control lens. We also need to think in terms of revenue, of investment, of long-term value. And that means asking how we can responsibly accelerate projects that create ongoing public revenue that will support business activity and strengthen people to invest confidently. In saying that, it means taking a hard look at policies or processes that have may unintentionally blocked investment, like the years it's taken for movement on the Becker building. But let's look at a clear example of where barriers truly existed. The 12-unit project at 911 First Street. That project was delayed for years, even though it had support from residents, even though it would have activated an unused parking lot, and even though it would have provided housing. The city lost roughly $170,000 to $177,000 in foregone property tax revenue. And in today's terms, that could be $185,000 or $195,000. Once completed, it would have generated $56,000 a year in city property taxes. That's real money for police, fire, parks, infrastructure. And the lesson is simple. Delay has a cost. What's even crazier is this policy is still on the books. So we have to be clear because investors have choices. If Hermosa wants to be seen as open for business, we have to show it through performance, predictability, and results. This is not just about trying to do a balancing strategy. It's about making smart, disciplined, revenue-focused strategies. I hope to see some building discussions on how we can generate more long-term revenue in our city. Thank you.
Next, we have Sam B.
Good evening, Council. Sam V. from up on 3rd Street in Hermosa here. I live in a single vehicle household, so I don't have regular access to a car. I'm also here to speak in support of BCT. Went to see my dentist in Torrance last week, was waiting on the Metro bus to take it home. It was very slow in coming. It was very hot outside. And then this little BCT bus comes along, and I thought, that didn't even come up on my map app when I looked it up. But turns out it wasn't on the map app I was using. There's another specific transit app I needed to download to know that it was there. But now that I'm reminded it's there, I'm hoping I'll be using it more in the future. Something I didn't hear addressed here that I would be curious about, and I don't know if we have an answer for this, but if funding does change towards BCT tonight from Hermosa, how does that affect service here within the city limits? Will we not see stops here anymore? Is the bus just going to come less frequently? That's something I'd be curious to know about, but I am definitely in support of it because, as with what everyone else said here in support of it, less cars on the road here is, I think, a good thing, and more options for people to get out to the beach without having to take up our parking is definitely a positive thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I did not receive any more speaker cards, and there's no virtual hands raised.
One last call. We'll close public comment. Bring it back. I think, the graph that we have seen, I have seen in my 6 years, and now we're at the point of no return. We have had the conversation about a transit or a sales tax, and we went out to ballot twice, and the voters struck it down. And the county fire and the beaches contract and the lifeguard contract will bankrupt us. So we've been telling the residents unsuccessfully that there's an issue. So what have we done? We raised parking revenue. Made some people mad there. What are we doing next meeting? We're going to truly, hopefully, get cost recovery for services with fees and permitting. But these are all things, and I think staff did a great job of, we have these Prop 218, whatever landscaping districts and everything else that when a prop got passed, they locked them in and we can't increase it more. And so the general fund is subsidizing so much of these funds. And so we need to have a really holistic look at where we are as a city, where our priorities are. So I appreciate everything that Brandon and Henry are doing in the office. And but again, we as residents and voters in this town need to tell our neighbors that there is issues arising. So with that, I will open up for any conversation about where we are. I know that the budget is coming out in a month. So this is as someone said, a precursor meeting in a lot of our eyes. So anyone else want to kick it off? Councilmember Francois?
I'll go ahead and make the motion to accept A, B, and A, 1, here we go, 1, 2, A, B, C, and 3. And that excludes the Beach Cities Transit for a separate discussion.
All right, is there a second? Everyone can see those. Can you put the PowerPoint slide up so we can have 4 up there as well, please? Oh, there you go. You can't scroll. You figured it out. Magician. All right, so there's a motion to accept staff's recommendation for 1, 2, and 3. Is there a second? All right.
I've got a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I failed to mention this during Q&A, my apologies. There was a question about the additional attorney's fees, I think additional $200K, and I know we'd spoken about the possibility of doing an overview of our legal services to make sure that we've got the right mix. Do we go contract? Do we stay outside? You know, paralegal, all that. Is that something we are looking to do at some point in the future to make sure we've got what we need to properly provide services for us?
Yes, Councilmember. We have engaged Mr. Webb. There was an issue of insurance that he has since resolved just recently, so.
Okay, so that'll take care of the legal component to the budget that, in terms of, we're gonna look to make sure we're
We're going to look at it, yes,
Okay.
but the costs are what they are. I think there
Got
was
it.
some extraordinary litigation earlier in the.
No, I got that.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I appreciate you fleshing that out. I think we delay the dollars for the vehicles. I think we look at I think we need to look at our entire fleet when it's time for the full budget review to make sure that, there's nice to haves and then must haves. I mean, and if we can, eke out another year or 2 or even more in some of our vehicles, I think this is a good opportunity to start that discussion. And then I can also talk about Beach City Transit. I appreciate the speakers being here this evening. I appreciate we having a spokesman from BCT. I think it's good to hear there's new leadership. I know we've discussed a holistic look at our entire public transportation system, making sure we've got the right number of stops, making sure we've got the right frequency of stops, making sure we got the right bus stops. And there may be an opportunity to consolidate some that we've talked about and then look at additional transportation opportunities for some, dial-a-rides for those who are infirmed who need to get to their medical appointments and whatnot. So those Measure A dollars are out there for us. So I think at some point we need to look at the overall holistic public transportation system, just to make sure that we are right sized with the rest of our community. And I support the continued funding of that. And if we need, it sounds like we're going to get the numbers that I think we were not getting before. And if there's anything else that's needed from Metro, I think we can make those pushes. We can push that as well. So, I'm okay with the revisions minus the $160,000 for the vehicles, and I am in support of continuing the BCT funding with a look down the line to make sure we've got the right size of public transportation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is that a motion? We want to hear more deliberation.
I'll move, but if someone else wants to talk.
So that's
fine,
the
but-
same motion I made, adding
Excluding
the vehicles to it, right?
Which I assume, so just to put a bow on it, I would be in favor of that, because knowing, this is one of my pet peeves is we have a mid-year budget review into March. And we have budget preparation coming right up. So if this truly was a January meeting, we would be waiting a lot longer to start some of these purchases. So.
We'll be working on that next year.
But with that, I am in agreement with Ray that let's just push the vehicle replacement as we have a whole look at our 26, 27 budget, but.
And maybe use that 160K for beautification or something.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Perhaps.
I agree. There's, and like you said, this is sort of a pre-budget meeting. I wanted to, at last year's budget meeting, to look at some positions, and one I just kind of want to throw out there, and maybe as a future agenda item, just kind of precursor that, we have 2 positions in the parks area where it's a film permit technician and then a special events, and I'd like to direct staff to consolidate those positions into one instead of 2 in the future budgets, but I want to talk about that later. And also, I think maybe we need to evaluate whether we need the environmental services position. Maybe it can be changed or reorganized to eliminate some staff or some staffing to consolidate that. We're not buying vehicles that are electric very much anymore. We're not, staff, sort of the department heads do their own environmental service management, and I think that's kind of an area we need to reorganize. So I just want to bring that up. I like Mr. To my colleague to the left, Jackson, excuse me, I forgot his name for a second. But Councilman Jackson's point on the vehicles, I think, is a good add to the motion. So I think the motion looks favorable. So.
Councilmember Seaman?
I'm okay with that. I don't want to change anything about that.
I don't know how to succinctly, I guess the only thing that would be difference would be pushing the vehicles till 26, 27 budget, to have a holistic look at our vehicle replacement program.
As well as continue funding BCT for this year with an outlook for a holistic deep dive review of our overall public transportation, maximizing the Measure A dollars that we've discussed, Mr. City Manager.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So for clarity then, because first of all, I agree with funding BCT for this year. It's Prop A funds, not general funds. And, but then we started off with 1, 2, and 3, and now we seem to have added 4. So is this, can we just clarify what this?
It sounds like it would be staff's recommendation, pushing the vehicle replacement program to a holistic look next month.
Okay.
Other than that, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I guess it's not next month. May would be our budget study session, and then
For the next fiscal year, budget, yes. We understand.
Staff recommendation with the addition of the vehicles.
Holistic vehicle, yes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So is there a clean motion
I
for that?
support that.
That's it.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other conversation? Madam City Clerk?
Let's open voting.
So happy to see everyone here for the budget. It's really exciting. It's nothing about pickleball, I'm sure.
Do you guys see a voting screen? No?
Just do it by voice.
We'll do a roll call vote, yeah. Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Keegan?
Aye.
Mayor Detoy?
All right.
Motion carries 5-0.
Lisa or Brian, whoever's kicking off 17C.
Next, we have 17C, Kelly Courts Pickleball Courts Policy Revisions, presented by Senior Recreation Supervisor Brian Sousa.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, Mr. City Manager and City Attorney Brian Sousa on behalf of staff, here to recommend City Council consider approval of updates to the pickleball courts policy revisions. Following the completion of the capital improvement project 619, scheduled to be completed at the end of April, staff requests revisions to the Kelly Court pickleball court policies, including modifying the open hours of operations, updating the language for permissible equipment usage, and designating the courts 1 and 2 as reservation and walk-on
play, while courts 3 and 4 remain open walk-on play only at Clark Complex. In summary, the pickleball is a racket sport that combines elements of tennis, badminton, and ping pong, which has substantially grown in popularity continuously over the last decade with increased local demand among Hermosa Beach residents, particularly. In March of 2017, for background, following an extensive community engagement, City Council approved the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission's recommendation of converting one of the tennis courts at the Kelly Courts into 4 dedicated pickleball courts in Hermosa Beach. 2 of the courts were closed in 2020 due to potential safety issues and litigation, which we are aware of. Following the opening of the pickleball courts, staff and the former department subcommittee of the commission formed a community stakeholder focus group, which discussed viable solutions and would have how we would limit noise impacts to the neighboring residents in the area while providing the use of pickleball courts during preferred times to the pickleball community. At its June 2nd, 2021 meeting, staff and the subcommittee requested the commission to consider a recommendation to City Council, the approval of the updated use policies and hours of operations formed by the Pickleball Stakeholder Focus Group. At the July 13th, 2021 meeting, City Council then approved the Commission's recommendation on the updated use policies, but revised the hours, allowing for more hours for the use of the courts than initially recommended by the Commission at the time. Since the staff report in 2021, staff has received feedback from the members of the pickleball community expressing their dissatisfaction with the limited court use hours, the limited availability of open play, and the inability to secure reservations with limitations of the temporary closure of the 2 pickleball courts. The courts are available for reservations by residents who obtain a pickleball membership. Otherwise, they are available at open walk-on play basis, free of charge to residents and non-residents. However, the courts are reserved 98% of the time currently, and obtaining a reservation is very competitive due to the high demand. Staff has received a concern from a nearby resident of the pickleball courts being used outside of the adopted court use hours and the general noise complaints. Otherwise, staff has not directly received any additional feedback or concern about noise impacts to this date. Some background, the Park Master Plan, as it was at its November 12, 2024 meeting, Council approved and adopted the 2024 Parks Master Plan. The project underwent a robust community engagement process, which highlighted the growing demand of pickleball and the desire for additional facilities here in Hermosa Beach, while also acknowledging the need to balance the schedules for open play, reservations, and enhance our programming for our residents. At the February 10, 2026 Commission meeting, staff recommended the Commission consider a recommendation to City Council to approve modifications to the Kelly Pickleball Courts use policy. Staff also recommended at the time Commission to consider one of the following options to modify the court hours of operations. Option 1, which is to continue the hours as currently designated, but adding the addition of Sunday with the hours being identified as 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Option 2, which would open the courts daily from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Commission approved staff's recommendation for policy updates with the exception for the recommended options to modify the court's hours of operations. Instead, the Commission recommended that City Council consider approval of maintaining the facilities as they are currently designated today. The current hours of operations for the pickleball courts today are Tuesday and Thursdays from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., Wednesdays, Friday, and Saturday from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and Sunday and Mondays are closed. The functions of the Parks and Recreation Department are to provide opportunities for educational, recreational, cultural, and social services and activities and resources for all age groups, to develop and maintain the city leisure areas and facilities in an attractive and safe manner, and to ensure that our facilities are suitable for a wide variety of purposes. The sport of pickleball, as it is today, has grown, as we mentioned, in popularity over the years, particularly since the last policy updates in 2021. For example, the Major League Pickleball Association has been established and founded in 2021, and merged in 2024 to forming the United Pickleball Association, which is depicted in professional games and leagues all around the U.S. and even displayed on major networks such as ESPN today. Pickleball is recognized as the fastest growing sport in America and is in the field of parks and recreation as well. The sport saw a 52% increase in participation from 2022 to 2023 alone, and estimated 23 million active players in 2025. Most notable growth was among ages 25 to 34 years old, so it's not just no longer a sport for a senior population, and for the massive growth in working class adults. According to our most recent census reporting, 25% of Hermosa Beach residents are in the ages of 25 to 39 bracket, and 58% of our residents fall within the 25 to 59 age bracket. The pickleball courts have a high local demand and limited hours. Included in Table 1 presented in this slide are the pickleball memberships purchased along with the associated revenue for the city during the times of opening. As you can see from 2021, when the last policy updates were, to 2024, before the closures of the CIP project, there was a growth in membership and revenue up to almost 50%. In addition, staff performed best practice research of comparable cities, including the hours of operation and total dedicated courts available. And a dedicated court is a facility that's designed for pickleball. It's not a mixed-use space. All comparable cities operate currently 7 days a week on a drop-in play and a reservation basis. Majority of those hours, as you can see on the chart here, from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., or 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Here is a continuation of Table 2, noting the additional facilities at Torrance, El Segundo, and Alameda, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. So the discussion today is the reduced and limited and daily operating hours have created constraints on the court availability for residents and patrons, which can impact the membership growth, drop in participation, overall user experience. Expanding the hours in Hermosa Beach would better align the court availability with our neighboring cities, meet the current demands, and foster continued growth for the sport. Presented here for council tonight are 3 options to consider. Proposed and operating hours in option 1, as mentioned, would be continuing the current hours and just adding Sunday to the schedule of available operational hours from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. The benefits and projected impact of doing option 1 would maintain the evening access to only 2 days a week, balancing the quality of life for nearby residents, increase the high demand in resident access periods by adding Sunday and providing that inclusive, equitable time for play for working professionals in our city, maintain managing staff resources. It will increase membership and sales retention and reservation revenue, leading to an estimated growth of 4,000 annually. It will reduce the court crowding and wait times and also maintain relief to nearby residents by allowing closure of Mondays 1 day a week. Proposed hours of operations, option 2, would open the facility 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily. The benefits and projected impact here would align the Kelly courts with would align all Kelly courts, including the tennis and basketball courts, which currently operate from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. The maximum community access and further meet the recreational demand. It will align with the growing sports popularity and align with the comparable cities previously mentioned. It supports the development of creating leagues, lessons, and expanding our programming. It increases membership sales, retention, and reservations with the additional court access, leading to approximately $36,900 in additional annual revenue, and it will reduce the court crowding and wait times. Proposed and operating hours, option 3, which was the Parks and Recreation Commission's recommendation to City Council consider, is leaving the hours currently designated as is. The Commission also requested City Council consider a recommendation, if approved, option 3, the Council to maintain the current hours and have staff report back to the Commission within 120 days of following reopening with a report of all complaints, community feedback, and court usage. Commission expressed the following concerns for this determination. that reopening the 2 previous courts to make 4 pickleball courts available is a concern for potential noise impacts and increased noise for nearby residents, and the close proximity of nearby residents to the pickleball courts compared to pickleball courts at other local cities. In response to Commission's concerns, staff would like to note reopening the 2 previous courts would restore the facility back to its original intended configuration of 4 courts. Regarding the proximity to courts and nearby residences, staff conducted a review of comparable pickleball facilities in neighboring cities. The analysis found that pickleball courts in the surrounding communities are generally located approximately 60 feet to 350 feet. Local city examples are presented in Table 3, which you can see Manhattan Beach, which averages 190 feet to 280 feet. Redondo Beach's 4 new courts they'd recently unveiled at Alta Vista within 180 feet. Torrance, anywhere between 140 to 350. El Segundo, 100 feet to 190. And Lomita, which is 70 feet to 160 feet. In comparison, the Kelly pickleball courts in Hermosa Beach are located approximately 190 to 480 feet from nearby residences, which places the facility within or beyond the range observed at comparable cities and their facilities. The fiscal impact projected revenue would be as follows per each option. Option 1, expanding the hours to include Sunday, would bring a projected generated revenue increase up to $14,000 annually, bringing the estimated annual revenue to $46,900. Option 2, extending the hours daily, would bring an approximate $36,900 in additional revenue, and a total estimated annual revenue growth of $79,800. And option 3, maintaining the courts as is, Commission's recommendation, totally our annual revenue approximates $42,900 annually. Staff would also like to note that regardless of the option that City Council elects tonight, that the city does plan on creating an adult pickleball league program Thursday nights between the hours of 6 p.m. and 9 p.m., which would eliminate 3 hours of available drop-in play and reservation time, but would bring an estimated annual revenue of $10,000. Lastly, the recommendation is to further align our department's mission and provide equitable recreational opportunities and services to our community. Staff requests City Council to consider the approval of the court hours and the court use policy revisions, including the modification of the hours presented, designating courts 1 and 2 as reservation of open play, and courts 3 and 4 as open play only, and updating the language of our equipment on the policy as well. The goal would be to enhance our public utilization of the newly renovated facility invested by the city and incorporate objectives set forth through our park master plan. That ends staff's verbal report.
Thank you, Brian, for that report. Councilmember Seaman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there any, regardless of which option we end up with, is there any staff that has to be at the pickleball courts to administer the program at all? In other words, you make reservations, I'm sure you do that through an app of some sort. Is there someone there to say, oh, okay, yeah, you're next, and it's time for you guys to leave, and they're coming up? So is there any staff at all that
Staff's responsibility are opening and closing procedures only for the facility. So during opening, when we open the facility currently at 9 a.m., we post the reservation signages daily so that the signs are posted to all the reservations and the residents who have those reservations for the day. Other than that, there is daily monitoring. We roll through the park and monitor the park, looking for any activity. Besides that, there is no need for staff resources directly on site. The only other time that staff resources will be on site is for the proposed adult pickleball league Thursday nights, which we will staff for.
Okay, so there is no one there on site all the time?
Throughout the day, no.
No
Just
monitor.
opening and closing primarily.
Any cameras there to monitor anything? You say you monitor the site, but that's just like making cruises?
Those
occasionally?
those are our park checks that our staff do. We walk through the parks and look at conditions, safety hazards, member engagement, community engagement, unpermitted activity, things like that.
There was one mention of a neighbor that complained that someone was using the court not within the hours that are allowed.
Mm-hmm.
Was that under the current conditions with the Fort Pickleball wall that's around that whole thing? How do you get in there to play when you're not supposed to?
Yeah,
since
well,
it's locked?
for like
Or
an
was that
example
before
of
that?
in the evening when the courts would be closed or a Sunday, Monday, patrons would hop the fence to play pickleball. We get calls from the residents that who are aware of the hours of operations will call us. Our staff will go down there and ask them to leave the facility.
So this was before we have the fence we have now?
That was before
Now,
the
how tall
renovations.
was the old fence?
Was
Was it 8 to 10 feet or something like that?
That would be a public works question.
Well, just approximately.
I know the east-facing fence that separated the tennis court between the pickleball court was only 6 feet.
Okay.
By where the door was, so it was easy
Okay.
to hop. We've raised that fence up to 10 feet now to make it more difficult for that hopping to occur.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate the report. I've got a comment and a question.
Okay.
Over the last few years, there's been a lot of work with regard to pickleball. Parks and Rec Commission staff, this council, and the pickleball community. And when we approved the Clark renovations, we approved those improvements, I think it was CIP 619, with a clear understanding tied to operating conditions, including hours. So we haven't reopened the courts yet, so we certainly haven't seen the impact of doubling the courts. And I watched the Parks and Rec Commission meeting, and they asked the same question that I'm going to ask. Why exactly are we here? If we haven't opened the courts yet, we had specific staff guidance based on the CIP improvements that were tied to the new hours. Why are we here if we haven't even reopened the courts yet with those 4 courts and the new hours that were approved?
Yeah, and I can let Director Nichols speak on the verbal commitment of keeping the hours the same. I'm not aware.
It wasn't
of
verbal commitment. It was when we approved the CIP project, the CIP approval was tied to those hours. I specifically remember the discussions because we had Parks and Rec commissioners here, Lisa was here, and we also had commissioners. So we said, okay, here we're gonna improve, we're gonna open up to 2 based on the lawsuit, the improvements that were made, the safety features and all that. And we changed the hours back to the hours that were approved after long and lengthy discussions between Parks and Rec, the city staff, and the pickleball community. And now, before we've even reopened them, we're talking about changing them. So I'm going to ask the same question Parks and Rec asked that didn't get a clear answer. Why are we here?
So, can you hear me okay?
No.
Okay, sorry about that. Hello again, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. So throughout the Parks Master Plan process and the demand that was so evident for us to reconsider the hours of operation and continued feedback we received from the community, we began saying at that point that we would come back closer to the anticipated completion date to once again have this conversation, review the hours and any policy adjustments that had to be made. Because policy adjustments would have to be made regardless, because we were having a policy that was only with 2 courts and we were going to have 4 courts.
Right, and when we approved the CIP project, we approved the project knowing we were going to go to 4, knowing we were going to the hours that were negotiated. And now, before those courts are opened and we can have a determination of impact, we're looking to increase those hours. And I don't quite understand that.
Yeah, during the review of the CIP, we did put in our staff report that we would bring this back for another discussion because we knew policy updates had to be made pertaining to how the courts were going to be used. Walk-on play, reservations for all 4, 2 for reservations, 2 for walk-on, and that we would be bringing those back through the commission and city council, just how this has always been handled in the past through both levels.
All right, I'll go back and look at that approval, but I recall specifically, we approved the CIP budget for the improvements with the hours associated with those changes. That's what I recall. And I don't recall anything else saying we're going to come back and relook this prior to opening, because our thought at the time was, we'll open it, determine impact, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and then we can make an assessment. That's what Parks and Rec Commission expected. That's what I expected, and this is not what we're getting, and that's why I'm a little frustrated.
Yeah, I think where confusion may be on that is at the discussion at the council meetings and the commission, we hadn't begun any discussions about considering any operation of hours changes. So I think that maybe led to a belief that we weren't going to come back about it, but this has kind of been our planned process since we started getting the feedback we have and all the feedback we got in the Parks Master Plan process, because it was a goal for us to relook at this.
I would, Councilmember Jackson, to add on the justification for that, the department started looking at other options because every year we always analyze our facilities and our operations, how we can better serve the community, better serve our residents. With the investment the city made with the CIP project, it gave us an opportunity to look at expanded programming, expanded services,
Brian,
but also...
I get all that. Hang on, I'm going to interrupt. I'm going to interrupt.
Yep.
I get all that.
Yep.
And I am not saying yay, nay, or anything. I'm just saying we are now looking at increasing hours on a project that was approved with hours associated with it without determining impact, right? And that's my concern. And that's not what I recall specifically our discussion being, that we're going to come back. Because obviously, if I ask my kids if they want unlimited ice cream, they're going to say they want unlimited ice cream, right? And so, I understand the pickleball passion. I get it. I've played it. It's fun. I understand the passion. But we haven't even opened the courts, and we're looking at expanding. And quite frankly, when I talked to the city manager, I expect a report that talks about the benefits as well as the disadvantages, and this didn't address that. It didn't address the fact that, 2 people have moved because of the pop of the pickleball court. The fact that these courts sit in a valley unlike other cities. So, if we're going to get a report, I think it should show the good, and I'm not discounting pickleball, the benefits and all that, but it also has to talk about the bad and has to talk about the ugly. So,
Yeah,
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And if I could just add, as the previous item said, we are looking at additional revenue opportunities too for the city and how we can continue to enhance our revenue. This is an opportunity to enhance revenue in our
We
department.
can open the pickleball courts 24 hours to enhance revenue, right? But it still doesn't.
All right, Ray.
Right?
Another question from Councilman
you.
Seaman.
On the option, pardon me. Sorry. On the option where Sunday and Monday is closed, why do we pick Sunday and Monday, and why are they closed all day long on Sunday and Monday? Why not Wednesday and Thursday or whatever?
That was done in the subcommittee and joint committee decision. So I can let Director Nichols. She was here during that time. I was not employed with the city at that time.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Lisa.
Hi. That was done to provide 1 weekend day of closure and 1 weekday of closure. Because at that time, and still working from home Monday through Friday, it provides a day without the impact, and then a weekend day as well. So based on the pickleball community's preferred hours of play, those were the 2 days that made the most sense, and we could kind of compromise on having the courts closed.
For 2 days.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there any reason that, well, we've heard from a lot of people that want increased hours. Many of the emails, text messages, phone calls, I've talked to a few. They thought 9 to 7 would be reasonable every day, and make them reservation, because what I'm hearing from them is that when they have reservations, at the same time they have reserved, the people in the reservations are standing around getting in the way of the people that had reserved courts. So I don't know if there's any thought of making, for example, Friday open play completely and then have the courts reservation the rest of the time. And Friday, of course, is the farmer's market, and it can coincide with people, attending the farmer's market, which is right there.
Yeah, the options for court use, the staff would support council's feedback. We made the recommendation for 2 courts as reservation and walk-on only, and 2 as open play to help balance the need for the community and allow for non-residents the opportunities to play as well for all the patrons and visitors that come into the city.
But we do make money on reservations.
Correct.
Open play, there's no
Open
money.
play, there is no charge.
Yeah, no charge. And whether they're a Hermosa Beach resident, how does that play into this?
In order to make a reservation, you can only be a Hermosa Beach resident and to obtain a membership to make reservations.
Okay, is that a strict requirement? I mean, can someone just say they live in Hermosa and,
We provide proof of residency to get a membership.
okay, all right, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, let's open up public comment.
First, we have Dennis N.
Thank you. For the record, it's Denis. I am hello, Mayor and council members, staff, thank you. Resident here of Hermosa, within 400 feet from the pickleball courts, so I can speak to directly the noise. I'm also a pickleball player, full transparency. Just to correct your recollection, Mr. Jackson, it may have been before your time, there was a committee put together and recommendations were made for time the last time this was brought up, and the recommendation wasn't followed. After a good long debate, a decision was made to shorten the amount of hours, thus the amount of hours we are today. All right, so just a context on the background. So I'm here to support option 2 or a variation closer to option 2 for a couple of reasons. One of them, pickleball courts are loud. I was here when all 4 were operating, and I was here, unfortunately, we had the incident with somebody had an accident and it closed them down, and then we allowed them to deteriorate to a level where we got down to very poor play, and then we've been waiting patiently for this to be brought forward, and we're glad that we're going to have new pickleball courts. But the noise is the noise, but it isn't any worse than the batting cage or the baseball field and even the shrieking of kids. It's part of the neighborhood. It's fun. A lot more other noises in the neighborhood. It's not as big of a factor. I strongly support having a lot more hours with reservations. Let's just emulate what Manhattan Beach, El Segundo is doing, and they are charging a fee for residents and a higher fee for non-residents. And go ahead and charge that. We can double the revenue projections that are out there. Open court does work, but open court doesn't drive revenue. And it's hard to play because you can have a very beginner player, an advanced player, and an open court, it's hard to get a good game going. So we can set some hours aside, but based on the theme that I've sat through for the last 3 hours, and you guys have a big job ahead of you, we need the revenue here, so let's monetize this thing, and let's pay for the investment that we have made. So it's not a refurbishing. We've had to replace the courts because of the damages that we've had, right? Won't get into all the fitness benefits and all that. We're all aware of that. But we have a very active pickleball community here. We've all traveled for the last 4 years to El Segundo or other parts. We're looking forward to playing here. The 1 night a week league is a good idea, but let's make it 3 nights a week. More revenue opportunities. There's a lot of people that want to join a league, participate. And guess what? You go for a beer at a local establishment afterwards, or maybe a soda or whatever, right? So it's all good for the community, and thank you for your time.
Next, we have John B.
Good evening, gentlemen, ladies. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I want to speak on behalf of additional pickleball in Hermosa Beach. I've been around here for 30 years, most of that in Hermosa Beach. I live down on Manhattan Avenue right now. And I can tell you, I sent every one of you an email, you read it, so I'm not going to regurgitate it. You got it last night. But the thing is pickleball, it's wrong to have the reduced hours. We made all this investment. You know, if you're on Nextdoor, Facebook, anything, there's a whiners. In the noise, I play in Manhattan Beach all the time, and those houses are not that much further away, and they have a strong pickleball community. And I know you know our passion, so I'm not going to plead to that. But another revenue opportunity is they charge a registration even for open play. So now it depends upon if you want to enforce it or not. But if you want to make more money, you can charge a monthly for open play or $5 a person and have that. And then I just want to strongly encourage what I call the open play. And you need to have all 4 courts. And this is why. Because there is competition for pickleball around here. And if you don't have enough courts for people to come and come together and have good competition to play, and I agree with the other spokesperson that there can be different levels of play, but then you sort that out, those people, those members. But if you only have 2 courts open and 2 reservation, that's 2 courts isn't enough to get a group of people to come down and keep those busy. So if you just consider that when it comes to the open play, and that's where communities developed. And then I just also want to represent, as far as the sport, one other thing, noise is noise. So people that say that pickleball is so much worse, again, it's a matter of attitude or sensitivity or whatever, but there's a lot of noise around here. So that is something I really hope you weigh, the number of people and that the fact that it's noise. But the thing what pickleball does is I see 12-year-olds competing with 60-year-olds in Manhattan Beach on a regular basis, and if you go and see it, and there's nothing else like that in a community that brings together the different age groups. And I'm saying competing, I'm not saying someone bringing their kids out to learn how to play. I'm saying this is a sport for all ages and all people. And again, to the other speaker, it really brings people and keeps them in the community because you get thirsty after playing. So whether you go get a soda or some other beverage, it's going to bring additional revenue and people here to spend their money in Hermosa Beach. So thanks so much for this additional consideration of a very sensitive subject. Have a good evening.
Next, we have Patty N.
Hello, Council. I'm a resident here. I've been here for 22 years, actually 38 years, and a homeowner for 22 years.
Could you pull the mic down, please? Thank you.
And I'm a pickleballer. So what I'm proposing is we're talking about finances and revenue, and we're short on revenue. This is a perfect opportunity for Hermosa Beach to make money. And what I'm proposing is that we open it up to all members, so residents as well as non-residents, with different price strategies. So a non-resident, let's say, for a membership is $25, and for a resident, it would be $15. Same thing for booking. Residents would have privileges on being able to book, and the prices being $10 an hour opposed to $12 an hour, with a minimum of a 2-hour booking. So as far as hours go, my suggestion is all 4 courts, Monday through Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, 9 to 7, just like Dean mentioned. Fridays, open play, free open play for all 4 courts from 9 to 7. That would create additional foot traffic for farmers market. Also, you based your booking about 98% booked, and that was based on 2 courts. So now we have 4 courts. So your revenue is going to be a minimum of $2,600 to $2,600 to $3,200 per week. That's not including instruction. If you want to add instruction and have people be able to do like round robins, for example, I'm doing that in El Segundo. We have 9 people, 2 courts, $350 a week for 2 hours. So my conclusion is I think you should think about opening up to members other than residents and looking at our total revenue. Thank you.
Next, we have Sean M.
Good evening. I'm
I'm a pickleball player. I've been playing pickleball since 2018 when I learned to play on the Kelly courts. And I want to say I appreciate you improving the courts, rebuilding to have 4. It's really a precious resource in the Hermosa area. No, hardly anyone. I think I only know of 1 private court. So having courts for the public is precious. It's valuable. And one would look back to those times back in 2018, 2019. People were busting down the gates practically to come play pickleball. And it was more along the hours of option 2. And people just played, and it was a great community. And sadly, things happened. I was actually there the night of the incident where someone was hurt, and there became restrictions, and I had to give up playing in Hermosa, where I could, I lived close enough to walk to the courts. And it was very sad. And a lot of people stopped coming, and the community kind of broke down here. It was too bad. So I would encourage you to open up the hours. And I think it's a fair question to ask why you would want to do that. But I think that's in touch, that's inclusive of the community as a whole. It's a huge benefit to the community. And I think these hours that we've had in the past are out of touch. We've gone over the noise considerations ad infinitum, ad nauseum. People live in the beach area. It's noisy at times. I live right by the valley, and fire trucks come by. It's a loud street. I don't complain about that. It's the way it is here. And we're not breaking rocks with jackhammers. It's pickleball. It's a positive thing for the community. And that's why I would encourage you to kind of allow it to return to those times where we had lots of people, and we can monetize it for the benefit of the city and for the community. So I would ask that you open it up to as much as we can. Thank you.
Next, we have Elaine J.
So completely candidly, I don't really have a ball in this. I haven't played paddle sports since maybe high school when I was chasing a girl that liked to play tennis. But I do remember, and I've just confirmed with her over text, she's actually still a friend of mine, that a tennis court reservation back in high school, 2001, in the city of Glendale, cost us $20 an hour. So I'm gonna lose some friends in chambers here tonight, and I'm partially up here so the police department doesn't think I'm picking on them later, and also the dawn of a new era where we have just been alarmed to the fact that we need to consider every dollar that this city is earning. But I think we are skipping over a great revenue opportunity here, and that is to be charging a lot more for these pickleball courts. I was surprised to hear. I really thought these memberships were probably something that were costing residents $100, $150 just to be able to make reservations, and that I assumed pickleball hours were gonna be costing about $20. 20 years later, at least that. I just looked up, the city of Glendale is now charging $25 an hour for what appear to be the courts that I tried to make reservations on 25 years ago. $9 an hour seems like an exceedingly small amount of money. Consider, I'm a golfer. A bucket of balls 20 years ago used to cost $5. Now it costs $20 for a bucket of ball. Prices are increasing, but are we stagnant on pickleballs? And I appreciate John is my neighbor, and I know he came up here and said this is a sport that is for all ages, but I'll be completely honest. Every time I've seen pickleball played in this community, the hours suggest it is for people who do not work, so probably retirees. I suspect this is largely a Kennedy generation. I got told by Eric tonight that that is the nicer way of saying boomers. A Kennedy generation entitlement. And so once again, maybe we're in a moment where we need a simple lesson in economics. Demand is high, so the price needs to go higher to justify and maybe knock down some of the demand on the court. So maybe it can be open to public availability a little more. I just think this is something that our city just spent $1.2 million. I appreciate this is for other parts of the court, but we just spent an enormous amount of money improving these courts. And even the revenue projections I'm seeing, it is going to take us a decade to earn that money back. We need to earn that back quicker, because a decade from now, we're going to be spending more money fixing up these courts again with heavy use that we are proposing here by having more hours. I'm not here to fight over hours. I do feel bad for the lady that always chimes in on Facebook that the pickleball noises are bothering her, but the prices need to increase. $9 is such a low price for something that, again, 25 years ago, I was spending 3 times that to rent a tennis court. Sorry to all my new friends in Chambers.
Next, we have Gail R.
Well, I'm always the only one against 100, so it's not that I think pickleball is not valuable or exciting or fun. And I do like noise because I live across the street from Clark Stadium, and I've lived there for 40 years. The parking lot is an issue when there's baseball games. Those poor people just circle and circle, and with pickleball there, it's going to be more adventurous yet. However, there are too many lawsuits and proof that the noise from pickleball is nothing like baseball or basketball or any other trucks rolling by. It's a perpetual noise that goes pop, pop, pop. And I have a backyard with a lovely area that I enjoy. And for the last 6 months now that we've been under construction, even the jackhammer is good compared to pickleball. So I don't disagree about the sport itself. They put it inside a building in El Segundo, and everybody's happier in hell. And I think that's where it belongs. As far as outward noise, people, you said 2 people moved, 3 people moved. And they absolutely sold their houses because of it. And other people have lost the value of their property because of the noise if it's open all the time. Maybe it won't be so bad, or maybe I will have to get a lawyer. I don't know. But I'm hopeful that with the compromise we made before that Ray was talking about, I was in all those meetings too. And this gentleman said he was as well, but we decided that those hours were a compromise for the residents and for the pickleball players. So to do it 9 to 9 is just unbelievable to me, but I'll see if I don't croak from the noise. But thank you.
Next, we have Anna G.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Anna, and I have been a resident of Hermosa Beach for 11 years. And I am also a pickleball player, but last year and a half, and also live near the courts. So I truly see both sides of this. I'm speaking in support of the staff recommendation of expanding the hours. And I also support the proposed policy updates, having a mixed reservation courts and walk-on courts, because it's a thoughtful way of balancing access and fairness. I do want to kind of talk off script just because there was a comment about increasing the prices. For someone who doesn't play pickleball and doesn't know the comparable prices of other cities within Manhattan Beach or El Segundo, which is at $10 and $15. A private club, which I'm part of, is some of the prices that he is suggesting. So I just want to give you a little bit of facts, because facts are important. That in the decision making, if you are increasing, which is reasonable, Manhattan Beach just increased their prices of both open play and court reservations, but make it reasonable. Now, what he, another resident here who doesn't play and has no familiarity with pickleball, is suggesting. But I do believe in monetizing. I do believe that option 2, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. would meet the level of demand that you're seeing, The courts are consistently full, and it's very difficult to reserve time. That said, I understand if the city operates on a more cautious and cautious decision-making at this point and looking at option one, because it is litigious, as you heard previous speaker before me, threatening possibly looking at options of litigation. It's an environment that's ongoing, and even threats of actions keep coming. But option one is a starting point, and it feels like a reasonable and balanced step forward. What feels clear to me is there is a strong community demand. The courts are heavily used, while noise is a real consideration of our residents. Living near parks has always involved some level of activity, but it needs to be managed and mitigated. It's also worth noting that pickleball has well-documented benefits, and you saw that with Mr. Sousa's presentation. And in Hermosa, we experience recreational sound. I hear bats much more often, all the time, including right now in season of Little League. I hear children running around. I mean, we are right beside a park, and that is something that we absorb being there. What's most important and what happens next, and the city should fund a professional sound study, because we're making decisions on stories and anecdotal evidence of what is heard, what it feels like, but we don't have a city-based professional sound study. And I highly recommend that we do that 120 days after reopening, measuring actual sound levels, duration, and frequency.
Your time is up.
Okay, I have 27 seconds.
No, that's actually, you're over 20, 30
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, can I just say three things? I hope that you approve option one, fund a sound study, and commit to at least option two. Thank you.
Next, we have Geraldine P.
Hi, my name's Geraldine. I live on Monterey. I'm so impressed with the Parks and Rec comprehensive presentation. I saw it also at the Parks and Rec meeting in February. It's a great overview, including comparisons with nearby cities. Obviously, I believe pickleball is a great recreational sport. It's an amazing community. I was introduced to the sport here, but I haven't played here in years. In fact, I've spent more time here in this room at Parks and Rec Advisory Commission meetings or City Council meetings or the Master Parks Facility Plan to talk about pickleball than I've spent on the courts here. I was really surprised at that February meeting for Parks and Rec. I was disappointed. I felt like the presentation was so good and the commission was dismissive. They said they were insulted that we were even discussing this. They mentioned the distances between the courts and the houses, and I was impressed with the staff's rebuttal of the distances that are even shorter in neighboring cities. They mentioned that we would have two times the number of courts, which would be the 2 times the number of, or amount of noise, which is a fundamental misunderstanding of about how noise works. Fundamental misunderstanding. The commission said it would stay the way it was, so I went back to try to find on agendas or meetings or notes where that was discussed. I couldn't find it, so I reached out to the staff and was told it must have happened sometime out of a meeting. I reached out to the chairwoman who responded to me via email. I was reminded twice by the Parks and Rec director and the previous city manager of that agreement in our past meetings. I would encourage you to reach out to Ms. Nichols to confirm my comment. I would also reach out to fellow pickleball player Mary Young. I reached out to both of them. Lisa's message to me was, no, it was never formally adopted for the policy and hours to remain the same by the Parks Commission. Mary Young's response to me, I am not aware of any such agreement, exclamation point. I see no reason why we should even consider option number 3. It was not discussed that things would stay the same. That's based on the research that I did, the follow-up I did with staff, and the follow-up that the commissioner, chairwoman told me to do. Option 3 is not an option. We've made a big investment in these courts. Let's make an investment in the community. I really feel like the Parks and Rec Commission, you guys all say you want to hear what residents have to say. Think about how many emails you've received. The e-comments on the agenda, 10 e-comments, all for additional hours. At the Parks and Rec meeting, 40 comments, emails for more hours, 1 for no. People have moved out of Hermosa Beach because they haven't been able to play pickleball here. People move out of Hermosa Beach for many reasons.
Next.
I did not receive any more speaker cards, and I don't see any hands raised online.
One last call for public comment.
Good evening, Barbara Ellman. I am the chair of Parks and Rec, and there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, one of the things that has been left out of this report is something called ambient noise. There is no ambient noise at our courts. It's a very quiet area normally. We're not, if these courts were up on PCH, we probably wouldn't be talking about this. Now, the courts in Manhattan Beach are all along the Manhattan Heights courts are next to Manhattan Beach Boulevard. The Manhattan Beach Middle School courts are in a gully, and the people across the street have a 10-foot, we'll just call it a brick wall. There's a difference. We're never going to have apples to apples. One of the problems that I do have is that I did have a discussion with Ms. Nichols and with Suja Lowenthal because I wanted to have a discussion about changing the program prior to the court's opening because so much time had gone on, and we do have 4 people that have moved out of the area. One resident recently sold his house, and he had to let the buyers know about the possible problems with the court, and that was his words, possible, because one person's level of discomfort is different from another. But I'll try to move along here. We do have a past history. We know the problem that we had with the courts with the local residents when a resident locked the pickleball players into the courts. They were tired. We had a fist fight in the parking lot. We had food thrown at a house because a resident had been complaining about the noise. So we did have problems. We are going to double the amount of noise and recreation in that area, and we don't know what it's going to be like. So let's stop and just give it 120 days. I have talked to so many people. I met Ray in South Park years and years ago. This is how we struck up a friendship because he thought I was crazy. We have a commissioner who quit after arguing with people over the courts. She couldn't take it any longer. There's so much to unpack. There is no real hurry here. It is so much easier to give people more than to take away. So if we leave the hours the way they are and we see how this works, then we have something to work with. But I have been on the phone with Boise, Idaho. They closed their courts, but it's Boise, Idaho. They built indoor courts. Lake Oswego, Oregon, same thing. Same thing in Colorado, same thing in, I'm so much to unpack here. But anyway, I think you get my point. So I'm asking that we stay with what we know, and staff works with us and the residents. We haven't reached out. We haven't reached out to local residents because they're new. So let's slow it down.
Thank you. Anyone else? Online, in person? We'll close public comment. Before we begin, I just didn't want to pull this out, but I want to acknowledge that most of these decisions before us are not easy. They can be complex, at times divisive. That's part of the serving this community that we care deeply. What we're working towards is not perfection, it's progress. And what brings joy to one person may bring frustration or concern to another. And there was a lot of faces that my 4-year-old makes when other people were talking. So I expect better as well. We're going to be asking clarifying questions on public comment, no personal attacks. And again, compromise may mean that no one gets 100% of what they want. So hopefully we can make decisions that move our community forward together. Anyone's thoughts first? Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I appreciate the pickleball passion. I get it. I love it. We all love it. And if it were up to everybody, it'd be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I get it. But I've talked to enough folks in the community. I have to agree with Parks and Rec because I think we have to get it right before we get it louder. And I think part of that process is, and we had a speaker who said it, let's see what it's like with those 4 courts open. Let's do the sound studies and let's see if it makes sense. And if it works, if the scheduling's good and the noise is not an issue, because the noise is real. I mean, I've got a friend who I met years ago who lived across who loved pickleball, and he just said that incessant pop gets in your head, and it's easy to dismiss those folks because I was the guy who would dismiss them. Oh, you live by a park. But, you know, we're having discussions right now about a dog park, right? And we're not looking at dog parks in certain areas because there are residents there. And we're probably not going to put the dog park next to where people live. Well, the folks that lived here had this pickleball dropped in their community where it didn't exist before. And, you know, all noise is not created equally. And I live by a loud street, and I can tell you that incessant pop can drive one crazy. And I talked to the guy that moved. He was a younger guy, very rational, reasonable guy who tried, and he said he just couldn't take it anymore. So, I mean, I think before we extend the hours, I think we owe it to the community writ large to make sure we're not serving up additional challenges for the neighborhood. So I agree with what Parks and Rec. I think it's a pause just to at least determine the impact of these 4 courts that are going to be opening and operating and increasing the noise, and coupled with baseball and soccer and all the other things going on and farmers market. Let's get a cumulative report and see what it looks like. And I think the right thing to do is to be consistent with what Parks and Rec, I think, recommended, and I thought that was thoughtful. We're not saying we're not going to extend the hours. Let's just look at the impact of the 4 courts, and then we can make an informed decision before we move forward. So that's where I am, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Anyone else? Councilmember Seaman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps I should have asked this earlier. These charts that we have with the membership revenue and reservation revenue are annual amounts. What is the membership cost for a resident per person? And what is a membership cost for a non-resident?
Annual membership fees are $19 for residents. We currently do not have a non-resident membership fee or a non-resident membership program. The hourly rate to reserve the facility is currently at $9 an hour.
$9 an hour. And a non-resident can make a reservation?
They cannot.
They cannot?
With the current policies.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And I just wanted to add so you have all the background and context. Back in August 6th of 2019, we did conduct a sound study when we had 4 courts open at the time, which was presented to the Parks and Recreation Commission at the time. And 2 recommendations were made to help with the noise dampening of the solutions. One was installation of a 12-foot high wall made of concrete block, plexiglass, or acoustic blankets on the east side of the court. And the other recommendation was installation of a 12-foot high noise dampening product on the fence. Those were the recommendations from the sound study in 2019.
And what do we do? What is the Fort Pickleball area? What's that made out of?
I can't speak to the contents of the material, but ultimately what came of it, because our commissioners did do a lot of work on this item, is we talked to other cities that had some of these products, and we didn't receive feedback that the cost of these products and the results were appropriate to move forward with, really, for us. And we received and filed the report.
So, I mean, I've driven by there several times, I see that the fence is fence, and then there's some material on there. What is that?
Oh, yeah, that's the windscreen.
It's just a windscreen, that's not a sound attenuating
It is not.
product
And
at all?
we further went into researching, new equipment that maybe had come out or material when we were doing the CIP work, and it was also recommended to maintain as we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Dean?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in favor of making these hours simplified. It's crazy with all these different 9 to 4, 9 to 3. So I'm going to make a motion that we do option 2, but we make the hours 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day. And on Friday, make them free walk-on play. The rest of the days, reservations.
I'll second that.
Could you repeat the motion one more time for the city clerk? If they needed it a second time.
You want me to repeat it?
Yeah.
I make a motion to recommend option 2 with the change of closing at 7 p.m. instead of 9 p.m. That's 9 to 7 every day, daily, and on Friday, make it open walk-on play.
And all other times are reservation?
Yes.
Full up. Are we voting on just the hours now? Or are we going to address the reservation fees and
let's do
Let's do it separately.
2 first, which is.
We're doing both, but separately?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Was there a second?
I second it.
All right.
Mayor Pro Tem.
That's fine.
I will not be supporting this motion tonight. I do think it's a crawl, walk, run report. I also do want to report, there was an error in the staff report that is a paddle, not a racket. I saw some other cringes. But going back to the actual presentation, how did you measure the distance, like Manhattan Beach Middle School? Because I Google mapped it, and it says that it's 50 feet, and it's nowhere near, it's way further. And again, I played, went to my kids' soccer games there. There's variance, height differences, et cetera. But just based on Google Maps, put a dot, measure it to the closest residence. And then I went through all the rest of them. The distances were way off in the staff report.
For Manhattan Beach.
Even the Redondo Beach one as well. So I just want to make sure if we're comparing apples to apples, the data is correct.
Okay, I know the Manhattan Beach numbers were provided by a staff member when we spoke with one of those staff members, but we
Yeah,
can
no, it's fine.
certainly make a
I think we're
amendment to
also
that.
splitting hairs here. So
Yeah.
I agree with Councilmember Jackson that, again, let's just get the 4 courts open. We can revisit it in a few months and go from there. Any other thoughts? Call the question.
Motion carries with Councilmember Jackson and Mayor Detoy voting no.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I realize that we've just finished this vote and everything, but there was the item of coming back in 4 months. Was that not included in that motion?
I heard nothing about that, but you can make
a new motion for that?
Maybe,
or
maybe
drop it
include
into the next one.
Yeah, maybe include that on some of the fee structure you're talking about.
Okay, that's fine. But then we're going to debate the fees, and there'll be different opinions on the fees, but we may have consensus on the come back in 4 months. So I'd like to suggest that we make a motion about the come back in 4 months item first and finish that.
I'll second that.
Okay.
I assume there's not much discussion on that.
So just to clarify, would that go back to the commission first and then to council, or directly back to council? in 120 days?
I would, well, it's my motion, and I would say back to commission
Okay.
for evaluation, and that would include all complaints and sound and usage. Are the courts booked up solid with that idea, and so on and so forth?
Mayor?
Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Seaman, could you amend that to 90 days? Because if we're going to go to commission and everything, it's going to take a lot longer. I would do 90 days instead of 120.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah. I was actually thinking the other way, going 6 months, but 90 days is fine.
90 days of reopening the
Yes.
facility.
90 days after opening the
Come back
facility.
after 90 days for reevaluation on sound, complaints, usage, and so on. The whole
Okay.
package, yeah.
We can do that.
It goes to the commission first and then to the council.
Yes, that also. All right, so that's the motion and the second then.
All right, call the question.
It's to bring it back to the Parks and Recs Advisory Commission in
Correct.
4 months.
Within 90 days of the court's opening,
Within 90 days.
and then it would be heard at our council meeting
Some point.
Commission.
after.
Motion by Seaman and seconded by
Keegan.
Keegan. Thank you.
All right, next come the rules. Courts 1 and 2 are available for reservation. I know we heard different things. So on Fridays, 1 through 4, walk-on play. Do we want reservations for the remainder of the time or leave still 2 courts open for walk-on play?
My motion was to make it free all day,
On Fridays?
on Friday.
But Saturday through Thursday,
Yeah, right.
do you want them reservation
Reservations for all, yeah.
all the time?
Yes.
Okay. Can we edit this while we go as opposed to taking a bunch of different?
Okay.
Or raise the fees.
What else fees? I don't see it in here. Where's the membership fee?
Membership's 19 and fees are $9 an hour. That was from Brian a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I was just looking where it is in the policy. Do you know where the membership fee is in the policy?
It's not in here.
Not in here.
It's on our application, and we didn't have a recommendation on the fees this evening, which of course council can direct us to adjust and look into surrounding cities and coming back, but it's on the actual membership application, the hourly rental rate and the annual membership fee.
I think
And that is $19 for residents?
For
$19
Hermosa,
a year
yes.
for a resident, and then non-residents is free.
Free for walk-on play. They can't, they're not able to
But for
obtain it.
reservations, a non-resident can't make reservations.
No, they-
Right now, a non-resident cannot make a reservation, walk-on
Mr.
play
City
only.
Attorney, are we able to discuss this tonight? Okay.
Mayor? And also, we just made it so they can play on Friday free, so you don't have to be a resident.
Right.
Anyone can play,
Well, Friday's free, period.
for
Yeah,
all
no
parties.
reservation and no charge.
And no
yeah,
city
and that-
designation.
Right.
So thoughts on annual membership for residents and/or non-Hermosa Beach residents?
Right. And then one more thing is the
Okay, I'd say,
hourly rate.
I say, I don't think we should change it to open it up to other residents until we get 90 days and keep it the way it is, and instead raise the membership fee up to $40 a year and court play up to $15 an hour.
One more time,
$45 for membership
annually.
For a resident.
per resident,
Uh-huh.
and hourly fees 15.
15 an hour.
15 an hour.
But it's up for debate,
And, okay.
just a starting point.
Obviously, only one member of the party has to be a member to make a reservation. And it's $15 for the court, and they split that up any way they want.
Correct.
Gotcha. And non-residents can't make a reservation, can't get a membership, and can't make a reservation.
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us what the hourly rates for pickleball courts in Manhattan and Hermosa, or Manhattan, Redondo, El Segundo, and so on?
Yeah, I have that in front of me. Manhattan Beach, their hourly rates for residents is $12 an hour, and non-residents is $16 an hour. And their membership fee is $15 for seniors and residents, and 20 for, or 15 for seniors, 20 for residents, 25 for non-residents. And then Redondo Beach, their hours for the facility rental is $10 to $12 an hour. They charge $25 annually for membership and $5 for drop-in play.
What was the last one?
$5 for walk-on play, drop-in play. They have a community center office that's adjacent to the courts, so they have staff front desk to monitor their courts.
Okay. El Segundo?
I don't have El Segundo in front of me, only those two cities at this time.
Right. So, okay.
So you're suggesting $45, is that right?
The suggestion was
pay-
$45 for a membership.
Wow, right now they pay
And then
20.
15 per hour to play.
That's quite a
Okay.
steep increase.
Well, we're, okay. Okay. Guys, this is your warning. This is, public comment is over. Again, my 4-year-old acts better than you guys sometimes, so please, let us deliberate.
Please note it has not been seconded.
There's, so discussing two different things, hours of reservation, and then the fees. So any other thoughts on the fees?
Well, we've already done the hours, right?
Well, we just proposed it. There's been no motion on the open play versus reservation play, is what I'm talking about hours-wise.
Mr. Mayor, I believe that was part of the first motion.
Correct. Correct. It's done.
But the reservation, I'm saying all 4 courts, Saturday through Thursday versus open play Friday. Right now, the policy says that courts 1 and 2 are available for reservations and 3 and 4 are designated for walk-on. So are we going to delete that all courts are available for reservation except for Fridays?
Yeah, that was the motion that we
Yes.
just voted on.
That's what we understood the motion to
Okay.
be.
Okay.
I think 45 is a little steep, but
I agree.
What would you propose?
they currently pay 25 a year?
19.
19? 25.
So amended.
Yes, I
So
agree with
make a motion.
Motion-
All right, okay, so the membership at 25, we have at least consensus on that. And the rental rate per hour.
It's
I
15.
think 15's in line.
I think that's fair too. 15.
Okay.
Is there
So
any-
I'll make the motion to raise fees to 15 an hour and annual membership to $25.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other comments? Madam City Clerk?
Okay, voting is now open.
There we are.
There's a question from the
Lisa, now that, once this is over, is there any other things that we need to?
Is there a listed second on that?
Yes.
That was Seaman was second.
Just to make sure I know we kind of.
What was the vote? I didn't see it.
It was us for just a second.
Motion carries 5-0.
It's 5-0.
Okay. So it's important to announce them so the public knows and everything. Great. thanks.
Nothing additional is needed for the recommendations that we had. We understand the motions, and then we would return with an update to the master fee schedule.
In 90 days. Great, thank you.
Well, we would return with the fee update did you want that to take place after 90 days?
As soon
too,
as-
or
as
come
soon as
As
possible.
soon as possible for that, but then return when we have 90 days worth of data.
Correct.
Yep.
All right. Noted.
All right, thank you, everyone. 17D, do you want to take a quick 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Could we bring back 15L?
15L, sure. 15L after a 10-minute break, 10:35. right, welcome back.
There we go.
We need a roll call.
Councilmember Seaman.
Here.
Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson. Mayor Pro Tem Keegan.
Here.
Mayor Detoy.
Yep.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. We're going to take up 15L.
Next, we have 15L, City Council Downtown Lighting and Beautification Subcommittee Report on Expenditure Plan for Fiscal Year 25-26, Beautification Funding.
Good evening, council members. I'll just briefly summarize the staff report. It included, the staff facilitated the convening of the beautification subcommittee on 2 occasions in January and February of 2026. Part of that work included the preparation of a memorandum detailing a number of existing projects which might be included for the expenditure plan. And the subcommittee, at the end of the day, brought forward a recommendation to include high-impact, low-cost interventions with the idea of really kind of expanding the beautification efforts along Hermosa Avenue, which had not received a lot of attention in the recent past. What else did I miss?
Some gateway options as well, with plantings and some refurbishment of brick materials to beautify some of those main entry points to the city.
Thank you for that wonderful report. I don't want this to be a stump the star. The $100,000 versus a subcommittee. Initially, the $100,000, so I guess it will be a question. Do you remember the justification for it in the budget? Because it says beautification projects throughout the city. So I think there's a lot of public comment combining the two of these, but the $100,000 was for general beautification projects throughout the city. I believe was our intention.
That was the understanding at the time the budget was adopted.
Perfect. Anyone else have any questions? Councilmember Francois, I know you pulled this.
Yeah, I pulled it, thank you. So, the subcommittee was formed in May, but it met in January and February. And I remember I inquired, several of us have inquired several times of what's the status of it, and they hadn't met at all, but then we did have something on our agenda that was similar, and you stated that there was a meeting on the 22nd. And so I was trying to get an idea of what was considered, how they came up with this. I guess you did provide a memo, which we didn't have, that went to the subcommittee members on different options, and there were things like wayfaring signs, landscape and lighting on Pier Avenue, lighting on the palm trees, some type of permanent lighting. And I thought that's what we were gaining towards with a downtown lighting and beautification subcommittee. So I'm just wondering how it got sidetracked to these other actions, and I didn't even get, in addition to that, I didn't get a breakdown of what each of those actions cost. I guess it added up to 100,000. So I'm just wondering, you know, could you tell us more about these different projects, why they were thrown out? Yeah, 100,000, exactly.
Here's the breakdown.
No, that's out of the different projects. No, it isn't.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. City Manager, the breakdown you have for 100,000, that's not for the different projects, right?
That's for the projects that the subcommittee is recommending.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but this is not a breakdown of each project.
I think he's referring to each planner area.
No, it's pretty clear here. Those are. Is there a different project you're talking about?
landscape and irrigation covers more than one project. Landscape irrigation and irrigation repair updates covers more than one project. So we can't even see how much each project is costing.
I think he's referring to the 5 locations.
Excuse me?
Are you referring that there's 5 locations of?
Yeah, 5 locations. So this tells us roughly where the money's being spent, but it's not broken out by the 5 different locations and how much each of those locations costs. You've got, gardening on 2nd Street, gardening on 22nd Street. There's just, I don't know what went on with this whole process and whether the community was involved. I guess the Chamber of Commerce claims that they weren't involved in this, business owners weren't involved. So I'm just, wondering what the process was to come up with this and where are we going from it? So.
I'll be happy to chime in, being a member of the subcommittee. Thank you for the report. Thank you for all your hard work in herding the cats. Part of the frustration is, we never move things forward as quickly as we would like. So the subcommittee identified several areas in the city that, quite frankly, need immediate attention, right? Is Pier perfect? No. Lighting is part of the consideration for Pier. We had a good discussion, and Joe's going to look at some lighting options for us. I think in light of that recent accident, maybe Barrett Street is going to be prompted up. But, so we are looking at lighting, we are looking at everything, but we focused on some areas of immediate concern. The sign on Valley, the sign on Prospect, those are glaring signs that we can fix now and make them look good within the next few months, as opposed to going back and forth. So, no, did we talk to the chamber? We've talked to the chamber a zillion times about bids and, hey, the chamber, they're not precluded from painting and pulling weeds and planting and all those things to beautify their respective businesses. But we said, hey, here are some readily identifiable issues that we could fix within 100K, and then we can build on that. Not saying we're not going to do other projects, but this is a start where we can see the immediate return, and that's why we chose these projects. Did I capture that correctly, Mr. Mayor?
I think so, and that's where I was leading with the question is, usually this is time for staff questions and answers from staff, but being it's a subcommittee, if you guys roll me out of order, you can roll me out of order. Again, when we did the budget, there was such a pressure to let's beautify our parts of town. So here's $100,000, quick allocation. Let's spend it this fiscal year. Let's actually get it done versus putting into a study. Let's actually beautify these things. So yes, part of it is 2nd, 22nd. All of Hermosa Avenue needs some love when it comes to landscaping. So at 22nd and 22nd, main entrances to the beach, ADA pass. Let's see what works in those planters. If we like it, we'll continue it all along Hermosa Avenue as a larger CIP. The gateway signs, low-hanging fruit. I feel like all of us could go up there with some brown and yellow paint and go make them look pretty. We talked about lighting on Upper Pier. Joe, can you talk about what your crew is doing right now with LED retrofits and trying to figure out a solution that will not cost a gazillion dollars, knowing that we don't have a gazillion dollars?
Sure. I think lighting is a complicated issue. I think as we started looking at this, we've heard various requests over the years for different types of lighting. One idea that came up was potentially changing out the fixtures on the existing streetlight poles that we have right now. Currently, we have induction lights, and the challenge with those is that when those fixtures burn out, they're becoming fairly obsolete, and our crews actually have a significant challenge to replace them. So we're actually working with a lighting vendor, even separately from this effort, to have a new LED retrofit kit fabricated so that we can install and test it to potentially see if we can improve the brightness, but it also solves 2 other issues. One, the electric bill for the induction light versus LED. LED is a lot more efficient, but then more importantly, it provides us possibly an alternative fixture that is more readily available. So the goal is to get one test unit that we can get installed, but then we want to evaluate how bright it is. Often when you do LED conversion, sometimes they're too bright. So we want to make sure it had a dimming unit. We want to test the temperature on it and the photometrics to make sure that we're not overlighting or potentially underlighting those areas before we consider expanding it to the other 29 light fixtures, about 30 on upper pier. So it would be a test model, and if it's successful, we potentially come back at budget with a request to fund the conversion to LED on those posts.
Thank you for that report.
Go ahead, Mike.
I just wanted to say that was a nice update on the lighting, because I drive down that street quite a bit as my feeder to get to my house at night, and so I drive down there at night a lot, and it's crappy. And I always thought maybe we should talk to the businesses about some of them putting in fixtures on their building, because we can't add more light standards there, and we need to get some more light onto the sidewalks and just some more ambient light into the street, because even when you turn left at Monterey going towards the beach, you can't see the crosswalk as you turn left and head south. It's very dark. Someone could be on the corner and you wouldn't even see them. In front of Abe's, there's no light there. And anyway, that's just a footnote, but when you're driving around at night, look at that corner. It's a really weak corner, and you know, that's where I would have rather seen money spent. But I understand we gave a commitment to let the subcommittee do what they would do, and it's here, and if we want to get it done, I guess we'll vote for it tonight.
And this, I'm sorry. Rob, real quick. Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry.
When I talk to the local business owners about lighting on Pier Avenue, I think the light standards is certainly part of that. Changing to LED, having done that in my house and various places, it is difficult to figure out. They are much brighter, much cheaper to operate, and so on and so forth. I love the idea of changing them out. But what most business owners talk about when they talk about lighting on Pier Avenue, Upper Pier, and lower for that fact, is string lighting across the Pier Avenue. They have it Redondo in that area where they have all the restaurants there, and it really looks great. It's kind of a almost New Orleans sort of look, and I think it's just really great. There are some couple of walk streets, I think 30th Street, just above Highland. They did their walk street that way. And it's like a little garden. It's like, it's really beautiful, but have that string light up there. Has there been any study about what it costs to put up string lights on Pier Avenue?
So it was actually evaluated by staff in 2018 to take a look at hanging lights over the roadway on Pier Avenue and Hermosa Avenue, and staff concluded at that time that it really wasn't feasible because of the clearance, or the vertical clearance over the roadway. We don't, on Pier Avenue, our light poles are simply not tall enough, and those would have to be, any string light would have to be attached to the top of it, go over the roadway, and then likely either affixed to a building or to the light. But with the SAG, you're not going to get the clearance that you need. Hermosa Avenue has the same challenge because the street lights are in the median. Those may be tall enough, but you're not going to be able to string it across without attaching to buildings and things like that. So it becomes a challenge to do it on public property.
Hermosa Avenue, I wouldn't even consider it for a number of reasons, obviously. But Pier Avenue, it seems to me that would be able to have. How tall do you need? What clearance do you have to have?
You want to have enough clearance for large vehicles that might need to go through. I can't give you the exact number, but we're typically looking for probably about 14 to 16 foot clearance vertical on a roadway. So right now, these poles are just simply not tall enough. Like I said, it was something that was evaluated and ultimately discarded as a feasible option.
And can an extension pole be attached to them that goes a bit higher and makes it possible?
I don't know how easy that would be. And the other challenge is you'd want to run catenary lines between it so that the lines are taut. And I don't know that there would be an easy way to affix an extension line on top of the pole while keeping the tension that you need for a catenary line.
Ray?
Thank you. And not to be dismissive of the chamber and the comments about the lights, because as you can tell from the discussion, that lights have been a consideration for the subcommittee. And that's why Joe is looking at the feasibility of a of an alternative being with our current configuration. Our focus was, what can we do with this $100,000 that can show immediate results, that's relatively low-hanging fruit in the grand scheme of things. Stringing lights was not one of them, not to say that won't be a future consideration, but let's see what we can do with our current infrastructure of lighting to see if we can improve the lighting with that while we're improving Second and 22nd and some of those other areas that are woefully deficient in improvement. So I think we've got a good start, and if there's money available, I think we can look to do more. And you know, the chamber can certainly do things with their bid if they're going to do a bid at some point. So
I think the hopefully optimistic thing about the lighting is it's successful. We're able to replicate it. It does create a better ambiance. And with that, you know, hopefully in safety, and then we're able to, you know, not necessarily not do string lighting. I think everyone wants string lighting for the, you know, the downtown feel, but this will make it safer, quicker, and cheaper. Any other questions, Rob?
Yeah, I just don't understand this. The $100,000 to do some landscaping around a couple of openings in the wall at the beach just doesn't make sense to me. And for that, and I get it, it's easy, it's low-hanging fruit. But the impact between the difference between putting new lighting on Pier Avenue and putting some new plants along the wall by the bathrooms on 22nd Street is worlds apart. And I would like to at least get a ballpark idea of what it would cost to put string lighting on Pier Avenue. I know you said we can't do it, it's too low, and we can't do that, we can't put a pole up. Well, that's all a lot of I can't, and we can't do it, but what do we need to do to make it happen? Certainly, string lighting can be put up, so how would it happen, and what would it cost? That's what I'd like to know. At least ballpark, Joe. I don't mean to put you on the spot. I just want to get an answer.
appreciate Councilmember Seaman. I think the main challenge is getting that vertical clearance. So in absence of installing taller poles and catenary lines, which would be very, very expensive and well beyond this budget, I'm not sure that there really is a simple, feasible option to get that vertical clearance over the street. I know that when this was looked at in 2018, the suggestion at the time was to put white lighting around the palms in the median. That was done on a 12-month basis for several years, but it became an ongoing maintenance challenge, a lot of work order requests, because every brand of string lights that we put around the trees, they don't last. There is no durable model that lasts no matter what you spend on it, and it becomes a maintenance issue. Those lights were taken down a few years ago and replaced with the ring lights that are around the trees, and we do supplement those palms in the holiday season only for a couple months with the white and red lights, because it reduces the maintenance period for that time. So one of the suggestions that we did have the subcommittee was reconsideration of the lights on the palm, but potentially doing as a partnership with the chamber or some other downtown group to consider what that long-term maintenance would be. Perhaps it's a partnership where that maintenance is taken over by that group and not the city, to reduce the amount of maintenance and calls that we have for service.
And so the other thing is that the subcommittee did not meet with the chamber, or did meet with the chamber? Were they ever given an opportunity to meet with them?
You know, perhaps I misunderstood the assignment, I'll be honest. I was asked to herd the cats, as was referenced, and make sure that the then Mayor Pro Tem and the member were able to meet in order to make a decision about funding that had been set aside months before. So I didn't go to the extent of creating a focus group or some other such input body for the subcommittee.
Okay.
Well, I think the question also is, when the subcommittee was created, was that discussed at the time?
I'm sorry, was that what?
Was that discussed at the time? The parameters of the subcommittee, were they supposed to?
Well, I'm having deja vu because I did go back and rewatch that meeting in preparation for this item. And so much of what we discussed about getting string lighting and everything else, and we have the CIP for the lighting study, and, you know, can we cut through some of the red tape and do this? So I think, and again, in my head and revisionist history or whatever you want to call it, we had the $100,000 in the budget for beautification during our CIP study session, which again was during very interesting times around the city. We talked about that lighting study, so then that subcommittee was part of the motion. And I think what happened is the two of them got morphed in together, and we were not able to focus. Again, we've had a lot of turnover recently in the past year, so there's, you know, we need to pick up the ball and run, though. That's not an excuse, it's just acknowledgement of the timeline.
Do you think there's a possibility of meeting with the chamber now, going back one step and having one more conversation with them about where the best idea of beautification in the downtown area would be? Since this is a lot about the downtown businesses, obviously.
I mean, we represent 1.4 square miles of this town. You know, so there's beautification that we focused on all over the city, which again was the justification for $100,000 in the budget. I'm not dismissing one way or the other. I think the subcommittee was set up, though, to cut the red tape and focus the study, which is the CIP, to create the lighting downtown. And I think when we talked about the lighting options and getting the LED retrofits for the streetlights to increase the lighting downtown, like that's a temporary fix. $100,000 is laughable when it comes to putting in string lighting from, you know, Bard to Hermosa Ave and 8th to 14th, so.
Okay, well, no one seemed to have estimated what it does cost yet, so it's not $100,000, that seems to be clear, at least in your mind, and maybe that's true. I don't know that. But since no one has said that, no, we did that study already, and it's really going to be about $500,000, or it's going to be $200,000, or it's going to be something. Nobody seems to know what that number is. So we do represent the whole city. That's true. Beautification of the whole city is the goal. But it seems like we've only beautified, you know, 2 openings in the wall by the beach, not the whole city.
That's not
So
true.
what's the impact difference between landscaping and irrigation at 2 spots along the wall or doing something much broader in the downtown area? And I think it would be not that difficult to have one meeting with the Chamber of Commerce. I think I've heard from them, and they are willing to discuss this and at least have another meeting. So that's what I would suggest. And if no one else wants to do that, that's fine. But that's, before we just approve the landscaping business that you have here, I would think that we would be able to take one more shot at it with the Chamber or the downtown business owners.
We still need public comment and everything else, so.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions for anyone?
No, I'm not ready. We're ready. We haven't received public comment yet. So.
I didn't ask.
I'm compelled to. I just want to thank, because Allison did herd cats. Everything you talked about, we talked about. We threw a lot out there because the good ideas were flying. And Allison and Joe were very good at saying, hey, we got a lot going on. Here are the things that we can accomplish within that budget, and it's not just those 2 planters. Have you seen the sign on Valley Drive? It looks like you know what. The sign on Prospect Drive looks like you know what. So to the extent we can fill in those god-awful planters and then expand that to Hermosa Avenue, that's pretty significant beautification that's relatively easy while we're looking at the light issue. And so there was no need at this juncture to talk to the chamber based on what we were doing, because we're looking at the lighting issue that the chamber is concerned about. So thank you, Allison. Thank you, Joe.
Just to point out, the Redondo Beach Village Business Improvement District pays for string lighting.
I do have a question, Mr.
Go ahead.
As far as beautifying those little tracts of plots at 2nd and 22nd, isn't that something that can be done in-house with our own staff? I mean, we don't need to have a contractor do something like that, right? Those plants were took out years ago. They were taken out, completely removed. Nothing's there in their place, so.
Well, I think it was explained earlier, and to be honest, I appreciate the council members' comments because these two folks are very busy with a lot of things, including their staff. So do they have the capacity to do that in-house? No. It's probably going to take irrigation. It's probably going to take the planting. All of it takes a lot more than what they're capable of take on right now. I'll defer to them, of course, to speak to that, but I do want to just speak on their behalf to the extent that they've got a lot going on. Joe's got 12 CIPs he's trying to complete, not including the pier that we talked about and also the city yard. Allison's got the housing element among a dozen different things. We're trying to deal with coastal and other stuff, and their staff is very, very stretched thin. And, when we talk about let's bring back more, it's great. We can bring back everything, but we're going to have to reassess what we're already doing to accomplish those things and reprioritize things. So, no, those quotes are from the landscaper because he's already said he can't do it in-house.
But we can apply for grants from the Water District. They'll do it for free. Drought-tolerant plants, don't need any watering.
It depends on what the choices are that the subcommittee made. I'm not aware of what the plant choices are or things like that, but the grants, again, could we apply for grants? I think we apply for grants all the time. But usually it's removal of landscaping. I believe what we have out there now is drought tolerant.
It's turf conversion only.
Turf conversion, yeah.
Yeah, the COG will pay $7 a square foot to take grass out and replace it with something else.
Yeah,
this isn't turf.
We've taken
we actually
advantage of
paid
that
for it.
program. There's actually 5 locations that would be under this proposal for replanting. One of those is Hermosa Avenue at 26th Street, where we did actually take advantage of the turf conversion program, where they replaced turf with drought-tolerant plants for free at some of the planters. And so what one of the proposals was to address the other remaining planters that weren't eligible for the turf conversion program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
I'm
and
sorry, just to
Allison.
complete that though. So your staff right now, though, don't have the capacity to do this, correct?
We are working at full clip right now.
So,
All right. Thank you, Joe and Allison. I really do appreciate your thing, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot with the lighting thing. Thank you.
David, I assume?
We asked the same thing, Rob.
What?
We asked the same thing, believe me.
Yeah, a lot of discussion here. I just want to point out 2 facts that I dug up because this item got my attention and I saw there was a lot of comment on it. So the first thing is that if you go to the approved budget document and you see the $100,000 there, it talks about, first of all, it's not very well defined, but it talks about beautification but not lighting. And so to those who may have equated the $100,000 with lighting, I don't know that's not what it says, and I don't know that was the intent based on what I'm hearing of the historical discussion on the dais. The other thing, and I think the mayor acknowledged this, maybe the rest of council and Joe, there is a line item for a CIP related to lighting. It's a modest number, maybe on the order of $150K, and I don't know if that was just for a study. It uses the words ornamental as potentially being within scope. So as we approach going through the budget cycle in light of all these discussions, maybe we can think about those funds and what they're earmarked for and how they may be repurposed if that's appropriate.
Next we have,
All right, if we're going to start making comments about budgetary items, I'll make it on this as well. Just looking what's in the staff report, $15,000 for landscape design is fucking preposterous. This is 3 planters that already exist there. I completely agree. I was going to come up and suggest, I've got a planter outside my house that I did some rock irrigation and 3 box plants for. It cost me less than $200, and these planters are probably not maybe 10 times the size of that. So $100,000 is mind-blowing because it's not the sign. I appreciate Mike saying he's going to go up and clean the, Mayor Detoy said he's going to go up and fix the sign for us. That's $500 of the budget. That's not an enormous savings. Maybe the Friends of the Park could get out there with some shovels and dig up the plants. I appreciate there's expenses associated with hauling the existing trees that are there away, but this is somewhere we absolutely can be saving money. $100,000, including $15,000 to design 3 planters, is out of control. That should be, I'll give you my gardener's number. I know there's issues with, city contracts. You can't have just the average gardener coming up, but this can be done for a lot less, especially if we simplified the design. I live right there. This is my gateway to the beach, so I'm someone directly impacted by this, and I would totally support a significantly reduced scope of work here so that we could reduce the cost here and save this money.
Laura Pena, your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Laura Pena, wow, thank you, whoever was that person who commented, because I didn't hear their name. Thank you for inserting some common sense. I appreciate pulling this beautification item for further discussion. This is a great opportunity for the city to work with the Chamber of Commerce. I listened to the May meeting last year, and it was clearly stated that this was something that we were looking forward to working with the city on this. So it was very surprising to see this in the consent calendar and miss the opportunity for collaboration with our businesses. I think where some of the confusion is about whether this is citywide or downtown is that the staff report says downtown lighting and beautification. So that's probably where we got off track. But I do want to say that I do appreciate the city setting aside these beautification funds. The question is not whether it matters or where, it absolutely does. But my question is how to invest these funds in a way that creates the greatest visible benefit for our downtown, for our businesses, for the overall experience of our residents and visitors. The whole idea that this can become a larger beautification CIP in the future is a little mind-boggling considering the mid-year budget realities that we just went through. I would strongly encourage council to give consideration to directing these funds towards projects such as Councilmember Seaman mentioned on string lighting across the streets, hanging flower baskets, lighting on palm trees, and other visible improvements that can help create a stronger sense of place, because that's what we need. These are the kinds of enhancements that people immediately notice. It makes the area feel warm, welcoming, memorable, and cared for. And that just not matters aesthetically, but economically. In a small town like ours, atmosphere is part of the product. It influences whether people linger, whether they come back, whether they choose to stop, shop, dine, and spend time here, especially in our off-season when our businesses need the most support. So I would strongly encourage the city to work with the Chamber of Commerce as part of this effort. We keep saying that we want these public-private opportunities, so let's do it. The Chamber is in a unique position to help gather businesses and property owners to build the consensus, support ideas, and have them come to the table to help, not just say what they want, but actually show up. If we want these funds to have the strongest impact, then let's collaborate, let's work together, because I see this as a real opportunity to do something visible, practical, and inspiring. Because with the right focus, these funds can help beautify our downtown. It could help support business vitality and strengthen our identity as a place where people want to return again and again. So thank you.
Anyone else?
Next, we have Nancy Schwabhack. Your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Hi. So I love Joe San Clemente. He is so on top of each question. He entirely gets what the issues are. And thank you so much to Allison for being fully aware of all of these issues and having the great background. Ray, as usual, you lead with angry and aggressive, and it was not helpful. We have $100,000 to spend, let's go spend it, is not actually what we're looking for. Mike, Mayor, thank you. Vintage signs, yes, that's easy. Let's show up with paint and spend $500. I'll be there. But more important, the mayor's point on the planters is let's try planters. We have a lot of planters around this city which need a lot of help. And it was super helpful to me to hear him say, let's try a few. Let's see if we can make these work, and then we'll maybe spread them around. I've lived on North Hermosa Avenue for 30 years. They redid the planters in the median on Hermosa Avenue in front of my house during my lifetime, and they look like crap, frankly. So I would definitely appreciate an opportunity to look at the city's planters, but I don't need to think we need to spend these $100,000 to look for it. And on planters, I think you could do a community ownership. I think if the city would invest in the irrigation, I think you could find community groups that would buy some plants and maintain the planters. I think this 100,000 should be returned to the piggy bank for downtown beautification because none of these projects are in downtown and it was downtown beautification. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I don't see any more virtual hands raised.
Close public comment, bring it back for a motion.
Mr. Mayor. I have to agree with Nancy. Honestly, the sign needs to be fixed, obviously, and other than that, $15,000 for design. That's just amazing. Reminds me of all the projects that went by and everybody said, oh, consultants, we spent too much on consultants, blah, blah, blah. Well, a designer gets $15,000 to figure out how to fix two planters. Disgusting. It's a waste of money. Landscaping installation, $64,000. I think this money, most of it, $909,500 should go back into the kitty. We just got through talking about how much we have to save money, we have to do this, we have to do that. I don't think we're getting any bang for our buck out of this. If we don't spend it, and I understand that there's some question about why did the word lighting get in there, but I can't possibly approve downtown lighting and beautification when this project here has nothing to do with the downtown and has nothing to do with lighting. And very little to do with beautification, to be honest with you. Brick planters. So, my motion would be to fix the vintage signs and return the rest of the money to the general fund or into a beautification fund.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any other comments?
So $500 is to fix two vintage signs, is that right? That's it, no more other costs? That's
what it says.
Okay.
$500 to fix the
Doesn't say
sign.
two signs, but I assume it is.
Yeah.
So that's separate. I could go along with that. Do we want to send it back to the committee to make other changes, or?
I don't see a reason unless you switch the committee.
My
so
original motion was to return the rest of it to the beautification.
if you want to sit through 2 hours with staff and talk about how busy each of their subordinates are and how,
Yeah.
getting feasible projects, then we can switch up the subcommittee. But
Yeah, I know.
again, we spent plenty of time listening and talking, so.
Put it back in the beautification fund.
What's the brick repair and painting? What is that?
The brick repair and the painting, so of the 5 planters, it's actually it's 5 locations with more than 5 planters. The bricks that we have are all in very poor condition. They've been replaced with differing color bricks over the years because we can't buy the same brick. So the thought was get a masonry contractor in, repair the brick work that are on all the planters in all 5 locations, and then paint them because we can't match the brick. They're in bad shape. We just went through this effort at the 14th Street restroom. As we start taking blocks off, more fall apart. They're old. And so that's why we'd bring in a masonry contractor to do that piece and then do the painting over it and paint over the light brown color with something different.
And these are located at 2nd and 22nd?
So there are 5 locations that were being considered. The 2nd Street has, I think, 3 planters. This is right on the Walk Street area at the end of 2nd Street between 2nd and Strand. 22nd Street has 2 large planters, if I'm correct. Hermosa Avenue at 26th Street has, I believe, 3 that were not touched with the drought-tolerant conversion. At Prospect on Valley Drive at the sign, the plan was to create a new planted area in front of the Welcome to Hermosa sign. Right now, I think it's ice plant or some other type of aggressive plant that's out there. We'd basically pull it out, create a new welcoming planting area in front of that sign. And then finally, there's a brick planter on Prospect Avenue at that Welcome to Hermosa Beach sign. The plants that are in there are all very overgrown. This would totally replace it. I think one of the thoughts with the cost of bringing in a landscape designer, and just to emphasize that point, is that we have a plant palette out there that doesn't do very well. It's hard to maintain. Some of the planters have just gone missing over time. 22nd Street, I think, is absent of a lot of plants. There were some drought-tolerant plants that were planted there years ago. They're in poor shape and overgrown, and some of them just haven't made it. And so I think it was about selecting the correct palette for these locations and ensuring that the irrigation is updated to reduce maintenance and allow them to look good with less work.
Thank you.
All right, motion on the table. Any other comments? Madam City Clerk?
Okay, we're voting on Councilmember Seaman's motion, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Keegan. Voting is now open.
Who seconded?
Keegan.
Do you want to do a roll call vote? Sure. Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
No.
Councilmember Seaman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Keegan?
Aye.
Mayor Dutoy?
No. Okay, motion carries with Councilmember Jackson and Mayor Dutoy voting no. All right, back to 17. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Joe. Oh, wait, Joe, you have to stay.
Next, we have item 17D, approve the First Amendment to the Maintenance Services Agreement for on-call sanitary sewer and video inspection services with Empire Pipe Cleaning and Equipment, presented by Public Works Director Joe San Clemente.
Director San Clemente has some very brief presentation.
I was just going to ask for that.
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, Council. Yeah, I'll go through these quickly. So the first contract tonight for consideration is our sewer cleaning and CCTV contract. We awarded a contract about 4 years ago now. It had an option for a 1-year extension. This is to cover all the maintenance for our entire sewer system. So this is regular cleaning, inspection, and emergency response services that happen throughout the year. We did go back, while we did have the opportunity for a 1-year extension, rates were not determined for that 5th year. Staff went to negotiate those rates with the contractor. There are various line items in the contract. We negotiated rates down to vary between 2.8 and 3.5% increase for that year. And the range is because there are different line items that were negotiated. We are also seeking an increase in the quantity. So there's the unit cost, but then we're also seeking to increase the cleaning amount. And these are per unit price, so if not used, we're not billed for it. But this is to better align with what our current cleaning needs are for regular hydrojetting and root removal, and then also the spot cleaning, which are those trouble areas where we might have roots or grease buildup. So we're looking to increase the max amount of that linear footage in the base contract. So the proposed
contract for year 5. Base contract's about $255,000. We're also seeking to establish a $15,000 contingency. We'd previously done a $10,000 annual contingency. We're seeking to bump that up slightly, and that's to address any other as-needed work beyond those limits so that we have flexibility. That summarizes my presentation on this item. Here are the recommendations. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? No. Public comment? Madam City Clerk, please. Thank you, Joe.
I did not receive any speaker cards, and I do not see any hands raised online.
Going once. Going twice. Close public comment. Bring it back to council for more discussion, deliberation, or motion. Not everyone at once. Dean.
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
I'll second it.
Fantastic, thank you. Any other conversation? Queue up a vote.
Voting is now open. We can continue with roll call.
You can just do, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Abstentions? Perfect.
Motion carries.
Beautiful. That's the quickest way.
And now Director San Clemente has another brief presentation on the next item.
Next, we have 17E, approve the First Amendment to the Maintenance Services Agreement for on-call landscape maintenance services with Merchants Landscape Services.
So this contract currently covers all our landscape work. That's maintenance of our parks, but also the tree services that go with it. Much like the last contract, this was approved in 2022, 4 years, option to extend 1 year. So we're seeking that 1-year extension with Merchants Landscape Services. We did have to negotiate rate changes with them. There were some direct increases, largely because of they had cited higher labor costs, insurance, materials going up. And last 2 years, we've had a significant amount of tree removals that required substantial arborist services. So the cost of the tree services was increased to address the increased need for arborist services and removal. They also negotiated a higher rate for tree removals, which was arguably fairly low in the old contract and more in line with current costs to remove large trees, as well as a higher cost for the cost of mulch, which has increased over the years. All of the line items were negotiated at no more than 3% increase. So the proposed contract for year 5 would be $623,000 roughly, and we are seeking to increase the contingency from $65,000 to $100,000 for that any potential as-needed work. One thing that I will say is that we are actively working on reviewing and revising the scopes of work for this contract, and we are planning on splitting it and putting out separate RFPs for tree services and landscape services, as this work is typically done through separate contracting licenses, and we're hoping that it might actually drive some more competition when it goes out. But we do have a lot of updates that we want to do to align what we need for our tree care and parks with the solicitation. So it's likely that we'll release this before the end of year 5 with the goal of bringing someone on before the end of that period. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Thanks for that update. I mean, seeing some of these, both last contract and this contract, the percentage increase year over year is staggering. So thank you for negotiating a better rate than what they proposed. Any comments, questions? I guess questions? Madam City Clerk, public comment, please.
We do have one virtual speaker, Nancy Schwabpack. Your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
I am so grateful we have Joe San Clemente looking out for us on these issues. He is thoughtful, he is smart, and I'm just really grateful we have him, and I hope we keep him. He's a treasure.
Sorry, Nancy, you can't talk about city staff, you know. Just about the item. I'm kidding.
And good looking, too.
And his face is the red stop sign. you have anything else, Nancy?
He's gone.
All right, gone. Any other public comment? Close public comment, bring back to for motion or deliberation.
I'll make a motion for staff recommendation.
Motion
I'll
by
second
Mayor
that.
Pro Tem, Councilmember Francois with the second. Any other comments? Like it. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppositions? Abstentions?
Motion carries 5-0.
Perfect. Chief, nice and early for you.
Next, we have item 17F, information report on the cost evaluation and staffing models to increase public safety presence on the Strand, Beach, and Parks. This is presented by Police Captain Erica Halen.
Still good evening, I guess, so it's a good thing. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thanks for hearing us. We're here today to talk about some Strand enforcement and some options. So, probably gonna use this wrong, but. So we were directed by staff, Council directed staff to create a report regarding public safety presence on the Strand, discuss overtime, assignments, utilization of possible contract employees, looked at a park ranger position. We all know the Strand is busy. There's a lot of traffic, foot traffic, beach cruisers, e-bikes, skateboards. We have events throughout the year. We're extraordinarily busy through the summer months as the weather improves. Council implemented the HPMC code regarding electrical power on the Strand, utilization of vehicles. And the department, periodically prior to the last several months was doing periodic enforcement along the Strand, 2025 into early 26, as well as education efforts with the school district. So in 2025, we conducted about 21 operations that were traffic-related operations throughout the city. And you can see the numbers there. Some of them were explicit to e-bikes, some were just traffic-related, e-bikes were involved. You can see there, some of them are grant-funded. And then in 26, following the incident on the Strand, so November 25, December 25 into early 26, we changed our method a little bit. So since then, we've conducted 17 operations. You can see 167 citations, e-bike impounds, increased presence, and with 9 specific to e-bike enforcement strictly on the Strand. So the way we looked at it is, right now, we're utilization of overtime officers on the Strand. We've got CSOs and police officers. We're 2 days a week, 2 CSOs on a day, and then 2 officers on an alternating day. That's our current model. We looked at a contract code enforcement model and a little bit at a dedicated ranger position. The overtime model. It keeps the police officers and the CSOs who are familiar with the city. They understand the policies. They know the culture. They know our community. They're familiar to everybody. It puts them on the Strand dealing with a problem that they're well aware of. For CSOs, there's a little bit of a downside because they don't have the same arrest powers that the police officers have. To me, that's a little bit of a downside, but again, they do have the ability to issue citations related to the walk zone, related to the municipal code. And so I think that's a benefit. Again, having the officers out there, they can handle other problems as well. So far it's worked fairly well. Contract officers. It does put them on the Strand full-time. They can issue citations. It's a visibility, but it's not Hermosa Beach visibility. It's not a historical familiarity with the community. They don't understand the culture. You can hire them to do the job. They're going to go out and do it. Maybe a little bit successful in terms of enforcement, but there's a downside. And, number one is they don't know the community. They don't know our people. Two, you're going to have issues with oversight, supervision, training. Our people are trained, thousands of hours of training, use of force, search and seizure, how to properly detain people, de-escalation techniques, cultural diversity. I mean, pick a topic, and our people are trained in it. I'm not quite sure what we're going to get with contract enforcement. There's going to be challenges with supervision. Who's responsible for them? Who's going to supervise them while they're here? They're very limited in the scope. They would not be available to assist in any other facets. If there's something happened on the throughout the city, when officers are here, they can respond to assist to those things. Our contract employment officers wouldn't be able to do that. They're not connected to our system, so our report writing, who would handle subpoenas in court, cost and time spent, who's going to cover all that? That will all have to be discussed and negotiated. So a lot of downside. Park ranger option. Manhattan Beach utilizes a park ranger option. It's a dedicated employee. They would be have some police officer powers or officer powers, and over time they would build some knowledge related to the city, and then but it is increased cost to the city, and it's full time and it's ongoing. So there's a legacy cost there. When you're talking about insurance, other costs incurred by a new employee, retirement, and things like that. So long-term commitment to the city. The no changes. The no changes is what we're talking about. We're currently implemented. So again, we're currently staffing it as we, best we can on overtime, putting directed enforcement down on the Strand. Gives us flexibility. We can utilize it as the crowds increase. If we know that we're going to have major events, we can deploy resources ahead of time to try to get people to comply. The reality is we're not going to police our way out of the e-bike problem. Writing citations isn't the solution. It's part of, it's incorporated into, enforcement's important, but it's not going to fix it. Our officers, they get a lot of pushback on the Strand, in the walk zone, and I think, we've reported back to some of you, a lot of the citations that we're issuing are to our own residents or to people in the South Bay. There's a lot of complaints about juveniles, yet we see just as many adults breaking the rules. So, across the board, the data in terms of accidents hasn't changed. We're not seeing more or less accidents, so we don't really know if, issuing more citations is making it safer. I mean, we all drive on the freeway, and we go a speed limit, and then CHP comes down the freeway, and everybody slows down. And then they pull somebody over, and everybody slows down. And then they drive off, and everybody speeds back up. And that's kind of how it works on the Strand. We could stand there and issue no citations, and the deterrence of us being there gets people to comply and follow the rules. And then when we leave, they go back to doing what people do. So, our recommendation, let's talk about the fiscal impact a little bit. You can see the cost analysis related to option one, the overtime. We wouldn't, we'd put it up there, but the $141,000, that would be maximum amount spent. We wouldn't hit that number. Just typically officers are signing up for this. That maximum number would be top step sergeant, and we're not seeing that. So option two, contract employees, and then obviously the park ranger position. So option four doesn't change fiscal impact. We just continue business as usual, redeploy our resources on overtime to assist with or to help handle some of that problem on the Strand. Our recommendation is option one. Let us continue to deploy the way we are. We'll continue that for the next 6 months, and then we could come back and see if council's happy with the way things are going, have things changed, are deployments working, does the Strand feel safer? There's no denying that people are, riding e-bikes citywide, sometimes recklessly and not being responsible. There's no denying that. But in terms of deployment of resources, we need to be where the problems are. Optically, we see the problem on the Strand. But data-wise, it's not, fortunately, it's not as bad as one would think, but it definitely needs attention. And that's why, that's why we've started to deploy in this way. So we've kind of taken some of our resources that we might do for other things, and we've put them on the Strand to try to get people to fall into compliance. So, free to take any questions.
Questions? Rob?
Thank you. I'm looking at this financial impact cost analysis, and just between option 1 and 2, which seems to be the most direct comparison. Overtime for 2 police officers and 2 CSOs, same hours, so on and so forth, compared to 2 contract officers. How could they be almost the same? Direct labor costs for the overtime, 2 trained police officers and 2 CSOs is between 103 and 141,000. I'm assuming that's for 32 hours. And the contract officers who have no retirement, no overtime, no pay, none of those other things that are straight payment are 133,000, which kind of sits right in the middle of those 2 numbers. The police officers and the CSOs have a range of costs between 103 and change and 141,000 and change. Yet the contract officers are right smack on the number 133. Why is that? And why is it that 4 officers, 2 police officers on overtime, and 2 CSOs, who I'm assuming get paid considerably less, how could theirs be just slightly more money than just 2 contract officers? Those numbers just don't line up for me.
My understanding is option 2 is based on the rate provided by a local security company. So whatever their hourly rate is, times the 32
What
hours,
is that rate?
times 2.
Do we know what that rate is?
I believe it was $76 an hour, but I'm not exactly sure. Yeah. It's 75 to 85 an hour.
Okay, well, let's just say 85. Let's take worst case, $85 an hour for the contract officers. The police officer, what is a trained police officer like yourself, for instance, per hour,
Well,
including
you can't afford
retirement
me, so I'm not
and medical
working that.
and all the other business?
I couldn't give you that number off the top of my
Ballpark
head.
figure?
But the number you're looking at is, I believe, from bottom step to top step. So on the low end, it's like a new CSO is going to cost a lot less than a top step sergeant. So we need to give you the range because hypothetically, a top step sergeants could work that assignment. Reality is they're not going to. So we're not going to be deploying a top step sergeant twice a week or once a week. They're not going to be deployed that way. So you're looking at that middle, that high number. We're already under that high number because they haven't deployed. We're utilizing officers from, most of the officers signing up are, let's say, 1 to 5 years. So their salary cost is going to be a lot less, but we couldn't give you, $40 well, it's just going to be the low end. We don't know that. We need to give you the possibility is that it could have ended up being the high end. but it's not going
You
to.
can't tell me what an hourly rate for a police officer on the street.
No, I would be
Roughly.
guessing. I would be guessing. I'm not going to guess. I can get you a number, though.
Well, this 103 to 141,000 is based on something. Okay, so if you
Yeah,
take,
we pulled that number from,
So
I
what
believe
is
it
that
was,
number?
I believe it was from finance.
So we have 2 police officers and 2 CSOs are almost the same as 2 contract officers at $85 an hour. No overtime, no retirement, no medical, all of that stuff is included in $85 an hour. How could that possibly be almost the same amount of money? It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry, I'm not calling anybody, anything. I'm just saying this is not, I just can't see that. Can't see how a police officer, I hear they cost like $600 an hour for a police officer to be on the street. Maybe that's ridiculously too high, but there must be a number that we can say roughly a police officer costs X number of dollars on the street.
We can certainly bring back that number, and I just want to speak to the comment about all of the salaries and benefits. That's not part of the overall cost, because the city is paying those benefits already. That's already paid in the regular salary of the officer. The overtime rate of the officers and the CSOs don't include additional benefits, medical, et cetera. So that's where that calculation, it's the hourly rate, the overtime rate of the CSO and the police officer compared to the hourly rate quoted to us from the contract code enforcement company.
Well, okay. I mean, it still just doesn't make sense to me, and it seems important to find out exactly per hour what we would be spending for 4 officers, 2 police and 2 CSOs, versus 2 contract officers. And then the other thing is, the contracts officers, I understand completely, and Chief, we've done the e-bike safety thing together, we've done all this stuff together, and I understand that we have a limited number of police officers, and they need to be doing other work, and I totally agree with that. They need to be on the street doing the stuff that police are supposed to be doing, keeping us safe, not chasing a kid on a bike. That's why my suggestion of using contract officers and where we are right now about the possibility of doing it. I think these shouldn't be there for other issues and somebody with a dog on the beach and this and that and the other thing. I think they should be there for e-bikes in general, period. It should be for the Pier Avenue, the plaza area, and the gates and the walk zone, and up Pier Avenue and Valley and Ardmore Drive and Pier Avenue in the morning and in the afternoon. Because I can't tell you how many times I've sat there at that stop sign at Valley waiting for their cars to go by, and kids on e-bikes zipping down the wrong way against traffic, 2 stop signs, they run through 2 stop signs and make a left turn from the right lane, all in the same minute. And this just goes on one after another, after another, after another, until everybody's in school. And then after school, it's kind of the same thing again. I've seen this over and over and over again. Sit on the plaza one day. Just sit down on one of those benches and count how many kids on e-bikes are doing wheelies on the plaza. Or at least riding an e-bike on the plaza itself, period. No, forget the wheelie business. They're just breaking the law. I don't expect you guys to do that. I don't think you should. I think you should be doing the important police work that you do. And I think that's where these contract officers could save us a lot of money, and that's why these numbers don't make sense to me. We could put two or three of those guys out there at the gate on Saturdays and Sundays for a little while, a couple hours, where the walk zone is. We can put them up on Pier Avenue and Valley Drive for a couple hours in the morning and the afternoon during school times. And then that's it. Let them work on e-bikes, period, and spend some time on the plaza writing tickets. So I think in this breakdown you have here about the pros and cons of option 2, very much so. They can issue tickets and so on and so forth. They do increase visibility and enhance compliance and education. That's, I think, a very important part of this. Enhance compliance and education.
Not to interrupt, questions.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I get a little ahead. All right, so I would like to see the numbers, the actual hourly rates that how we came to these figures. I'd like to see that.
I'm sure that's
before we
pretty easy
settle
for
on
us
this.
to
Yeah.
get together for you. That's not a
So,
problem.
All right, thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's get back before we deliberate too much. How are community service officers supposed to be running down a bicycle? If they're sitting on the plaza and they see a bike go by, they can't run them and chase them down. So how is that supposed to unfold?
No, nobody's running down bicycles. Our officers aren't chasing bicycles.
So-
The community of Hermosa Beach would be upset and devastated if a police officer pursued a 14-year-old who then crashed and died. We wouldn't be talking about e-bikes anymore. Okay, so this thing where we're going to chase the kids isn't happening. This is a presence. We're very understanding of the capabilities of the CSOs. They're not driving around in cars or pulling kids over. They're visible on the strand, and they stop people in the same manner that the police officers are deployed on foot. They're on the strand on foot. They're not out there in their police car. So they're standing at 2nd Street, at the ingress and egress, and they're visibly just telling people, hey, stop, I want to talk to you. And if the offender flees, then that's it. They move on. It's the same issue that a contract officer, the difference being they're wearing Hermosa Beach patches and they work for the city. So, that hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah. What is I know you provide a lot of accident data when I inquired, and I was wondering if you could just sum it up. Apparently, there are a lot more accidents in the streets than on the Strand. Is that correct?
That's true.
And serious injuries, collisions, even 2 deaths last year.
This year, one was related
Right.
to a bicycle, the other's unrelated.
So, and people have complained that there's not enforcement on the streets as well. So isn't it best for the police department to be able to allocate their resources appropriately for how they need to do it to enforce the law and not have some extra overtime allotment provided? I was just wondering if you could.
Say that back part again, the back end of that.
Well, in other words, I take it that the police department can allocate its resources equitably, fairly, and if you need overtime, you need it. If you need extra concentration in certain areas, you can do that. But you've got that flexibility to do it right now, right?
We do.
Yeah. And the police department is fully staffed.
We are.
So I would just think that, if we're fully staffed, yeah.
We're short. Well,
yeah.
we just came up short 2. Yeah, so we just had 2 spots open up. But we're as well-staffed as we've ever been.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for your report. I have some questions on your cost analysis. I just think there's it's not clear, and I did some math, and basically option 1 bases the average pay over those hours at $20 an hour for both the police and the CSO based on the 32-hour number. So maybe I'm missing something here, but that's 4 personnel. Is that not 4 personnel?
It's the same amount of hours as the contract employees. The hours haven't changed, so it's still 32 hours. You're only getting 32 hours.
You're only getting 32 a week.
32 a week. You're going to get 32 from contract officers. You're going to get 32 from the police officer / CSO. The hours haven't changed.
Okay, so it's only a complete, but the hours is, so you're getting 16 hours of police and 16 hours
Exactly.
of CSO. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for clarifying that. Okay, and you get 40 on one position in the other one, correct? On the ranger, correct?
On the ranger, that would be a full-time position if the city decided to go that route. They could deploy that resource however they see fit.
Is it possible, many years ago, we had some issues with bicycles and speeding of bicycles, a different issue on the Strand, a lot of speeding bike groups and stuff, and this is in the early 2000s, and we cracked down on it in the summer because that's when it was the most. And for a summer, we did a summer overtime program. We actually had a bicycle available, a couple of them for the police. I don't know if you were on the force then, but I know that you were on the force. The chief was. And is there any way we can possibly try something like that? So just for the 3 months of the summer, so we can hit it hard in the summer, get some results, so that we're promising more enforcement. But if we don't do any more hours, it's unlikely we'll see a whole lot of change. And I would be interested in you guys coming back with just a summer proposal with how you would allocate it based on the week. 32 strategic hours instead of just any time and a plan, and maybe we could do something on a smaller scale and less money.
It's a good question. Like two parts to the answer. One, we just sent both of our traffic officers to e-bike instructor school. We're looking at the possibility of acquiring e-bikes for patrol to, hopefully that would help. That would be one.
I sent you that cut sheet a year ago.
The second, and then in terms of deployment, operationally we have to be, obviously, number one, cognizant of what do we need as a community, but two, also officers and the fatigue of the officers. So, deploying this same time all the time every weekend, well, then the same people end up working all the time because it's just how shift patterns work. So we also think that if you're deploying at the same time all the time, then everybody knows when you're deploying. So you're doing it at the same time all the time. So to your point, yes, when there's going to be heavy traffic out there, we really want to be seen. We definitely want to, get ahead of it going into the summer when we know more people are coming, and part of that is maybe a social media, pushing a social media campaign, presence, and obviously continuing with the schools going into the summertime. But we can look at, we're always have the capability to look at how we're going to deploy the resources, but there's a lot of factors that go into it. That's one of them, but also, obviously the availability of officers and making sure that we're not burning people out because we're asking them to do the same thing all the time.
Thank you.
Ray, you got anything?
Just a quick question on your contract security folks. Have we talked to other cities with regard to how they deploy theirs? I know I've been to a couple meetings where they hire the contractor folks for public safety / persistent presence. And I was just wondering if you've got any anecdotal evidence, or have you had any discussions with?
I personally didn't speak to any other agencies regarding whether or not they're deploying independent contractors. I know that I ride around, in the South Bay, I don't see them. I don't see anybody in Redondo. I know Manhattan did during COVID. Not sure how that went. Didn't sound like it went great, but.
I know there's some LA cities that are doing that. I was just wondering if you had any anecdotal.
And if things didn't work out and the city decided that contract was the way to go, I just don't think it should be the first option. I think we should try to handle problems within the community. That's what the police department's for. Our residents rely on the police department. And so if it becomes an issue that completely is not something that we can handle, then we can come back and talk about that. But I think there's some operational difficulties with the employment of the outside of the fact that, yes, to Councilmember Seaman's point of, they'll be on the Strand and we'll see it. Like, those things are pros. That's great. Operationally, there's a lot of difficulties to bringing in contract employees. And there's issues that the city would have to address on the city side that are going to come with that don't even include the police department. So I think there's a lot there. Our recommendation is one. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Public comment?
Before the clock starts, my understanding is that the mayor has the opportunity to grant additional time at the speaker's request, and I'm the only person. I'm not going to go long. I actually wrote down what I was going to say, but just so that I can finish, I'd appreciate the extra minute or so.
It's getting late, though.
I'll be quick. I'm not gonna go so long. Obviously, this is an incredibly uncomfortable situation to be speaking on this, given that the presence here is 2 police officers and myself. And I want to make clear for the record, because you weren't here, I have stood up and objected to budgetary items for multiple departments, including objecting to beautification of the planters directly outside of my own home. And so this is rooted entirely in finding ways to save money for this community. As I understand, you were both members of this community, so I hope you can appreciate this. I wrote a speech, and it's admittedly a bit passionate, I will say, generously. I'm gonna say bordering on disrespectful, but I wanna read it, and I hope that you can take the underlying points that are made in it for what they are and lead to the discussion. I'm gonna reveal potentially some ignorance in here, my lack of understanding of the city, but I hope in raising these issues, we can discuss them so we can get a better understanding. 2 things I would also like to raise at the beginning here is the framing of this. First of all, I don't think this is just an e-bike issue. I think a request for police presence in the Pier Plaza and on the Strand during times brings a sense of confidence about public safety to the community. One, there's more issues than just e-bikes down on the Pier Plaza. But I also object to the conclusion here that the data doesn't support that having police present either regular intervals or all the time, especially in the summer months, would not lead to fewer people violating the e-bike laws, especially in the high traffic area of Pier Plaza. So let me read what I have to say. It's time we tell our police department that enough is enough. When the city asks the police department to jump, much like when my boss asked me to jump, the answer is how high? Can we imagine every time our boss asks us to do something additional, we're asking for more money for a raise? This seems to be the process that we've fallen into, unfortunately, here too frequently with the police department. I want to make absolutely clear I am not anti-police. However, I am anti-wasteful spending, and at some point we need to consider if we are getting value for our money here. I pulled the February crime reports, 126 crimes listed, which might seem a lot until we consider a few things. First, we have 40 sworn officers in this city. If we divide those 120 crimes by 40, our officers are clocking less than 1 crime a week. That doesn't seem like a lot of crime going on in this city. More realistically, that number is significantly lower when you consider. I looked up the crime report. Something like 1/3 to sometimes even half, I would say, in some of these crime reports are things like lost property, found property, informational items, tons of public urination. These are things that don't seem to require heavy amounts of police resources. So I think it leads to a very important question. What is it that our police officers are so busy doing that when the city requests their presence at the pier, they don't have the ability to allocate resources, not overtime resources, present resources to having people present at the pier on a regular basis? What I also find quite ironic is if you look into the location of a lot of these crimes, up to 1/3 to a half in some months, the crimes are occurring around Pier Plaza. So having a regular presence in Pier Plaza would seem to provide the opportunity to more quickly respond to those crimes because the police officers are present there. They're not having to come down the hill from the police station. The city already punches way above its weight class in terms of police department size and budget when we consider that we do not have the budgets of Manhattan Beach and Redondo Beach, yet on a per resident basis, a per square mile basis, on a percentage of our budget basis, we are significantly outspending Manhattan and Redondo on our police services, and still every time the city requests additional services from the police to focus on issues that are important to us, they get asked for more money. So if we don't start saying no and demanding that this department better allocate the enormous budget we already provide them, I think we are seriously impacted, bankrupt in this city. I'll finish here. I appreciate standing in Pier Plaza is not what many of the police officers probably dreamed of when they went to the academy, but you've signed up to work in a beach community. That is one of the jobs, and it was just raised. Having one officer do that same job weekend after weekend, they're gonna tire of it, but that's what you signed up for. You came to a beach community. The people in the summer are down at the beach. This population balloons. That's where the citizens are, and that's where I think we should expect the police officers.
Thank you.
Nancy Schwabpack, your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
So I actually support what the prior speaker said. We are 1.4 square miles. At one point, and I can find the receipts, our police chief said, if you did the math, we have 3 service calls per police person per day. I can find that receipt. We are 1.4 square miles. Now, I am very aware of what happened on Fifth and the Strand a couple of weekends ago. And I am very, very grateful that our police department is fully trained and fully able to deal with that circumstance. On the other hand, you are on duty. Go sit outside the school and watch kids coming out. It will reform behavior. If you need to be on a call, you are 1.4 miles away at worst.
Nancy, we lost you.
But why do we need extra why do we need extra? All right, bye.
Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just said we lost you for a little bit, connection-wise. I don't know if it buffered.
It's over.
What's that?
All right. Well, thank you, Nancy. Anyone else?
No other virtual hands raised.
All right. Close public comment. Bring it back. I'm going to make an attempt to make this quick. Make a motion that we receive and file this report. Earlier tonight, we had a $530,000 budget deficit that we plugged with one-time money, so I don't think that we should be spending anything else right now and just keep doing what you're doing.
I will second that.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I'll make a substitute motion that we bring this back and discuss this a little bit further and get some more information about what these contract officers actually cost versus a police officer. I disagree with, well, I don't disagree with either you or Nancy, but on some points I do. The idea that we have all these officers, what are they doing? That's not my point of view at all. I think they're doing their jobs. I think they need to be spread out around the city, be ready for robbery and so on, and mayhem. But my point of view is that why should we put the pressure on them, and why should we pay, and it can't be the same amount of money that's shown in this table. Why wouldn't we want to pay a guy $85 an hour? We only need 2 or maybe 4 of them. Once you get them trained, spend a few hours to explain that to them, and the idea that they don't understand our culture and so on and so forth, how long would it take for them to be on the Strand and the Plaza for a few hours on a Saturday and Sunday, that they would understand our culture pretty well. And they would understand that they're not there to strong-arm kids and knock them off their bikes and handcuff them. We're not talking about anything like that. We're talking about a police presence that can tell a kid, hey, whoop, stop, come back, come over here, and do that. Now, if they ride away, they ride away. That's the same problem you guys have right now with what you're doing. I just don't want to put the pressure on you guys, and I don't want to spend the money that we spend for you folks, because you're expensive, but you're worth it to do what you do. Your job is not chasing kids down on bikes. These people could do that for a lot less money, and that's what I'd like to see. So my substitute motion would be to bring this issue back with some more information about the cost of everything, a little closer examination of labor costs, and training and so on and so forth, and try this, hopefully bring this back and discuss it and try it as a pilot program and give it a shot, see how it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Okay, I'm done, I'm out. I'm wrong, but I think we should give it a try. So that's my motion. Second motion would be bring it back, discuss it, and hopefully try it as a pilot program.
Is there a second? Seeing no second, that will die. And we'll go back to the original motion. There was a second. Any conversation on it?
Just a quick comment. I appreciate the sentiment from our community, appreciate the report. You know, I asked for this back in October in terms of what can we do to make a more persistent presence, because I think the presence does matter. understanding we do have fiscal constraints, and as we move forward and looking at opportunities for revenue generation, I mean, this is an important consideration. If we want more than what, if you're telling us we can't do anything else with our current resources, then we need to have some hard conversations. If we want more, we got to figure out how we can fund more. If you can't do more without the overtime, and, I've had conversations with the city manager in terms of, okay, let's make sure that we're looking at all of our overtime across the board to make sure that we are properly allocating the necessary resources and hours to make sure we're getting the most bang for our buck. So, I understand, and I agree with what you said. We're never going to police our way out of this. And this is an overall public safety concern. I mean, we're going to leave here and see 20 people blow through the stop sign right there. There was a person that was killed right here on Pier. Then we had somebody on an e-bike killed on PCH. They were killed by people in cars. So I think the focus is on public safety, and the e-bike/bicycle component is part of that. I mean, this isn't just an e-bike issue, it's a public safety issue. And I know that you guys are doing what you can with what you can, and to the extent we can flex as we get closer to the summer, I trust you guys can figure that out. And if there's an additional resource issue that we need to consider, then we can have that conversation when we need to have it. But right now, because we're resource deficient, I think we have to make do with what we have. But, I think you've heard loud and clear what the expectations are, so thank you.
I would still like to see us come back with something on a smaller scale for the summer to respond to the complaints that we get about the amount of enforcement we have down on the beach and the Strand area. So I don't know if anyone would be interested in supporting this, but if there is, I'll make a motion. But I'd like to see us do a smaller version than the $150,000 plan and do one for the summer months for 3 months, beginning in June, and at least allocate more resources for our busy period and give us a test for, we're also going to have FIFA going on. Probably a good time to add added enforcement in the summer. So I think we're making a mistake not being ready. So I would hope I could get some support for that, but if there is none, so I'll make a motion to come back with a plan for some additional overtime hours for the Pier Plaza Strand area, but not for a year program, but for a 3-month program this summer.
For what? Just overtime for police?
Overtime for the police, option 1.
The only reason I'm not supporting it is we have the budget coming up. Let's holistically look at, if we balanced $538,000.
We just saved $100,000 on
Yeah,
landscaping.
thank you. We just saved $100,000.
I found the money. It's all done.
Spend it on contract officers.
Second? No second?
Motion
Sorry,
dies.
sir. All right, back to the
Can't say I didn't
original
try.
motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
No.
All right, motion carries 3-2. Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Salmon. Got to vote still. Future agenda items. I know I have 2. I'm going to try it again one last time.
Can we get the, Councilmember Jackson?
You need your vote.
Oh, I thought
We're
we did.
missing 2
I
votes.
thought we just did a voice vote.
You can change your vote now.
Receive and file, right?
You do receive, yes. You're hitting the right one.
Yes, and then Councilmember Salmon was,
I voted no.
no, okay.
But that's what they look in terms of what we can do within the current constraints to
Correct.
add additional resources and focus. Thank you.
All right, future agenda items. I got 2 I can kick off if you want. Holistic look at continuing to lower some speed limits on streets around town.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
whatever the assembly bill is, that we can lower speed limits now? To look at,
You want to lower the speed limits again?
I think we should look at it again, yes.
Anywhere specific, or?
I haven't really put that much thought into it. I can table this next meeting too if,
Let's wait until we have a better focus.
all right. This one's
'Cause
really.
I don't want to study the whole city, that's a big project.
Yeah. This,
We could say feeders and limit it to that, feeders and,
I'll pull up a map next meeting and make it more narrow. Talk to you offline.
all right. Next item, you said you had two.
Very focused. Support the request from Torrance PD for a memorial sign located in town for historic line of duty death. Support from the PD, support from the POA, support from Torrance as well. So future agenda item to bring that back to install a memorial sign of where the officer fell. The one you brought up.
Yes, I'll support that.
For discussion, yeah, and potential action, I'll support that.
Okay, so we have
There's
three.
three?
There is three.
Okay.
But he said for discussion, right? So that means.
He
no
said
action.
he said potential action.
There's support of three, so it's an action item.
So if it's
All right,
three for
anything else?
discussion.
Ray? No. Michael?
Hold on.
Rob?
What?
Anything else?
Nope.
Dean?
It's getting late.
All right. City manager's report.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll try and keep this under an hour. Just want to point out that we really encourage everyone to sign up for the Go Hermosa app. It certainly worked well today. I got something from the mayor. Actually, someone posted on social media, but if they had gone to the app, we were able to get that to Public Works, which was able to address that situation very quickly. I think within less than 20 minutes, the graffiti was gone, so appreciate you forwarding that. But again, if folks want to report something, social media is not the way to get action on it quickly. The Go Hermosa app is. In addition to that, just want to say that we're going to have the Housing Initiative Court, sometimes known as Homos Court. That's going to be coming to the city again. It's going to take place at the Kelly Courts between 8:30 a.m. and 11 a.m. on June 17th, July 22nd, August 26th, September 23rd, October 21st, November 18th, and December 16th. This is part of our responsibility that we split with the city of Redondo Beach. Access will be limited during those proceedings. They'll be on the basketball courts, which are highly used at that time. The Kelly Courts will promptly reopen afterwards. Hosted annually by the City Housing Initiative Court allows people experiencing homelessness to avoid prosecution on nonviolent charges in exchange for judge-mandated services that can lead to stable housing. Next reminder is March 31st, the offices will be closed. The City Hall and the Community Center will be closed on, says Monday, March 31st for a state holiday. Is that Monday? Is that Tuesday?
Tuesday.
That's what I thought, Tuesday. Street sweeping and PCH parking restrictions will also be suspended for the holiday, but metered parking will remain in effect. Construction activities and trash collection will both proceed according to their usual schedules. I'd also like to add that March 31st remains an observed holiday in our city's employee calendar under California law, but a date on a calendar does not represent an endorsement. As a city, we recognize the deeply disturbing allegations surrounding Cesar Chavez. We stand with the survivors, and we support the legislature's and governor's efforts to rename this holiday to honor farm workers. And that's it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Informational items are attached, and this morning's meeting is adjourned at 12:15 a.m. Thank you.
Good morning, Hermosa.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy.